Dedication and Preface of the Recording Angel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Recording Angel by Edwin Arnold BRENHOLTZ. Dedication. This book is respectfully dedicated to the world's working men, at present rich and poor, by their fellow laborer, EAB. Preface. This book is a flight of fancy, pure and simple, since, of course, not one of the characters mentioned ever has been or will be in existence, any more than have the unjust and monstrous conditions herein set forth ever been endured for a single moment by a free and thinking people. This being the case, an apology seems to be due for having brought this dream of a leisure hour to the notice of the public. In extenuation, it may be said that relaxation from the strain of reading of the horrors of life, as depicted daily for us in the newspapers, and the insufferable dullness of a literature that has consigned divine imagination to the winds renders it imperative that we have something to take the place of the impossibilities of the Arabian Nights of our youthful days. And in the hope that you may be beguiled into forgetfulness, carried away from yourself on the blessed wings of imagination into the land where impossibilities become actualities, for at least an hour, this volume is handed to you. The author. End of dedication and preface. Recording by Lynette Geisel.
Chapter 1 of The Recording Angel by Edwin Arnold BRENHOLTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Andru, Bemis. On the oppressor's side was power, but I knew that every wrong, however old, however strong, but waited God's avenging hour. Whittier. "Nettie," said the old man suddenly. "Nettie, don't you expect Charlie to come see you tonight?" "Certainly I do," said the young girl, who had been sitting quietly, sewing steadily at a piece of work which she now threw impatiently aside, as if her father's words had broken through the restraint she was putting on herself. "Certainly I do," she repeated, "and he is an hour late now. Last night, as you know, being the first Monday in the month, was the regular meeting night for the union, and so he cannot be there. It may be another of those committee meetings, though, but he said nothing to me about one. Anyway, it's no use for me to sew any more buttonholes tonight, for somehow I'm more nervous than I have ever before been in my life." "There was no accident at the works today, was there, Father?" she cried, turning suddenly towards the old man, and then hastily added, "Oh, I forgot that you were not there." "No, child, no," said he. "Not that I have heard of, at least, not to him, or I would have told you. But you know that at any place where over 3,000 men are working, there will scarcely a day pass but one or more will be hurt or even killed in the hurry and the rush and the whirling of so much machinery." "Yes, yes," said the girl as she walked quickly to the window and impatiently pulled up the shade. "I know all that. Oh, what we women have to suffer when we love anyone. And I have two to worry about," she added under her breath. But as she heard her own words, a look of pleasure came over her face, which made her father smile as he noticed it, and he said, "Well, dear, you know that we get nothing in this world without paying the price, and I do not think that either you or I will ever regret the cost of love. Only those regret that who expect to get it for nothing." As his quiet voice filled the room, the restlessness of the girl's movements became less, and finally she dropped into the chair that she had left, took up the work again, and was silent for a while. No sound was heard in the house but the steady rocking of the chair. The woman who came daily to do the hard, rough work and to help with the cooking had gone home for the night. The stillness was so intense that the creaking of Nettie's chair seemed to mark off the seconds as they passed. Outside, The night was still and cold, for the month was November. The leafless trees in the garden seemed to be keeping watch, and in the distance the sky was reddened at regular intervals, and the roar of the furnaces could be distinctly heard. At last, the silence within the room became unbearable to the girl, and she threw the work aside, saying, "Yes, you are right, Father, and I want to tell you about a talk I had with Jack Cassidy. You remember it is 3 months since he was hurt at the works. Well, I have been going to see the family ever since, and as soon as it was known that he would recover, although he will always be a cripple, I commenced trying to show him the peace of mind he might enjoy if only he believed in Christianity. Lately, I have not talked to him on the subject, for right after he was hurt, he said that he would like to believe it if he could, and I told him that it was a free salvation, and he broke out so violently that the doctor says no one must mention the subject to him. The doctor insists that the excitement will take away the man's last chance for recovery, and so I'll content myself with singing to him, for that, he says, does him good, as it puts him to sleep. Isn't that a funny compliment, Daddy?" And she laughed merrily. But at the memory of the scene she was recounting, she became serious once more and said, "Poor fellow, he does not mean it in that way at all. I cannot forget what he said as he threw his arms violently about his head and cried, 'Oh yes, it's free, free, isn't it? A nice free, that is, which can only be got by paying the price of believing what I can't believe at all.' That is all he said, for he hit his arm on the headboard of the bed and tore open the bandage of that terrible wound, and then he fainted." "I've never had much use for your district visiting," said her father bluntly. "Well," she continued meditatively, "I've concluded to let someone who could present the consolation of religion in such a matter that it would console do my work as district visitor hereafter. Every man to his own work, say I, and that is evidently not mine. But there's Charlie's step at the gate. Now, Father, take up that paper. I'm not going to give him the satisfaction of knowing that we were anxious about him." And so the picture of quiet contentment that met the eyes of Charles Arndt as, after his knock, he entered the cheerful sitting room of Angus MacDonald's house would have quieted a more excitable man than even Arndt, had he been in his usual condition. His knock had been answered by Angus in a loud voice, who cried, "What are you knocking for, man? Come in, come in." Then, turning to his daughter, Angus said, "There's something wrong, sure. Go out to meet him." But she shook her head and sat still. Arndt was a tall, muscular fellow of perhaps 25, and he usually had good control of his muscles and rarely showed emotion. But tonight, after he had shaken hands with Angus and stooped over the chair where Nettie was still busily employed with the sewing which she had hastily picked up again, there was considerable excitement visible in his eyes, and he placed his hands on her arms, just below the shoulders, and with no apparent effort raised her to her feet. Then, as he looked down into her face, for her eyes refused to meet his, he said, "Look at me, Nettie. I want a kiss, right here and now. Never mind your father." At these words, the blue eyes flashed open, and she quickly retreated one step away from him and cried angrily, "What do you mean, sir?" But he never moved towards her, and as her questioning eyes gazed steadily into his, she saw something in the whole appearance of the man which caused her to forget even that he was her lover, and a wave of pity for him swept over her, and she took back that step and threw her arms around his neck and cried, "You poor boy! Not one kiss, but a dozen if you want them." Then he slowly placed his hands, one on each side of her face, and stooping, kissed her on her lips and then released her. Angus MacDonald made no motion, nor even parted his tightly closed lips during this scene. His pipe had been laid on the table when Arndt entered the room, and there was no fire in it now. As Nettie, still gazing at Arndt as if to find out all about him, sank back into her chair, her father broke the silence with, "Well, Charlie, my man, what's the matter?" "Oh, nothing, and everything," said Arndt. "Nothing with the universe at large, and everything with me and mine. I've a long story to tell you, so I'll sit down. And Nettie, dear," turning to the girl, who was still looking steadily at him, I had to have that kiss before I told my story. I didn't feel equal to telling all without it, and then, perhaps, you may not like what I have done." Neither the father nor the daughter replied by word or motion, and the young man proceeded half defiantly. "Well, Mr. MacDonald, it is only that what you have warned me about has happened at last. There's no use kicking against fate anyhow. It works its will with all of us. No, sir. I'm not discharged from the works. I've resigned my position in the Consolidated Iron and Steel Company." Angus, during these words, had pulled his pipe towards him and slowly filled it from the big box of tobacco which stood on the table. Nettie now reached over towards her father and handed him a match, which he lighted by pressing the head against the hot glass of the lamp chimney. As he watched the match flame up with a little explosion, and as usual leave a black mark upon the brilliantly polished surface of the chimney, she smiled to think how much pleasure her father got out of this little habit of his. That the chimney would be hard to clean had never occurred to him, and she had never mentioned it. Charles Arndt sat quietly taking in every motion of father and daughter, thinking how many times he had enjoyed the same picture. Not many of the world's pictures are transferred to canvas, and Arndt was one of those who could enjoy the ones which the painters miss while they are fooling with the nude. As Angus applied the lighted match to his pipe and pulled the first whiff of smoke through the stem, Arndt said, "Do you care to hear the story?" And the girl cried sharply, "Why not, Charlie?" Angus slowly blew the smoke from his mouth and said calmly, "Why not, man? Who should hear it if not we?" Arndt replied, "Oh, well, there are people in this world who would have found what I told you sufficient. One does not get work easily these days. Plenty of men and few jobs, and a blacklisted man has a hard time of it. Oh yes, I resigned on the spot, but that won't prevent my name from getting on the list. Worst offense on the catalog at that. Telling the truth to my employer. Oh, of course you yourself are a boss, Angus, and you know they don't call it by that name in the report. Well, it's quite a story, so I'd better begin, for it goes a long way back. You are well acquainted with Robert Endy, Jr., Esquire, and know him most as well as I do. As you are aware, he and I were boys together, same schools, same church, and Sunday school. I quit school a little before he did to learn my trade, and had served 2 years of my apprenticeship when he appeared in the shops. Now, up to the time when we went off to school, we were chums, and I spent lots of time at the mansion, but the 2 years of separation changed all that, and he has seemed to dislike me ever since his return. His health had failed, they said, as a reason for his not continuing and finishing his course. Anyhow, he had only 2 years' schooling that I did not get, and as I had kept up my studies at the night school, I'm sure that I knew more about my business than he did, and as much about everything else, for he was not a particularly bright boy. So I had 2 years' advantage of him in the shops. Well, he is the son of the Honorable Robert Endy with a lot of the alphabet after his name, and untold millions in his pocket. He is a good man, and a kind friend to me, interrupted Angus. Oh yes, said Arndt. I'm not saying one word against old Mr. Endy. He is all that you say, and I wish that all rich men were like him. Only the way his position in the work operated to help his son was a hardship to every apprentice in the works. It makes me laugh every time I hear that so-and-so's son has been learning his trade just like a poor man's boy. Why, it's an infamous lie, he cried hotly. Mildly, mildly, Charlie, said Nettie. Now, Angus, he said, as the old man raised his hand as if about to speak, I know you are a just man, and you cannot deny that every rich man's son who has gone through our shops has learned the trade in the time that all of us ought to have learned it, if we hadn't been held back to wipe greasy machinery and the like. Oh, I'm not blaming you, as Angus started to say something. I know you tried to make things as equal as you could, and that your orders were to rush them through. I don't say they didn't learn their trade either. I only say that we had to do their part of the dirty work. There may be shops in the United States where this is not the rule, and I think that it was not quite so bad in the past century, but you cannot deny that even if those men's sons had to learn the trade just the same as the rest of us, the lower positions were the ones ahead of us, and the prospect and reality of the higher ones always ahead of them. I do not call this justice. I would have been more fitted for Indy's position today than he is, if I had not been held back to give him his chance. It is egotism, isn't it? But it's also the truth. Anyway, I must just tell my story. In spite of my 2 years' start of him, and the fact that I studied almost every night at the technical side of my trade, Bob Indy was through that part of the business a year ahead of me, and I, this morning, was an underboss in the works, and he was made assistant superintendent of this division of the plant yesterday, and he took charge this morning. Of course, all this is no news to you, Angus, but, turning to Nettie, I suppose that the latter portion of it is to you. Some of it I knew, she said quietly. Well, Angus, said Arndt, how do you like the idea of the Honorable Robert for a boss? But MacDonald said only, What has that got to do with your story, Charlie? Oh, said the other quickly, perhaps more than you think. Angus half rose from his chair, but settled back again and said, You haven't told me a thing that I didn't know. All that you've said about favoritism is true, but I've often tried to point out to you that some men must rule, that some must fill these higher positions and some do the rougher tasks, and that we simply cannot alter the working of the laws of evolution. For, as Longfellow expresses it, some must follow and some command, though all are made of clay. It is perfectly natural for the rich man to educate his sons for these commanding positions, and in the only way possible. That is, by having them go right through the works like any other young man. And of course, they are anxious to have their children get through the drudgery and dirty part of it as soon as possible. The trouble does not lie there. These rich corporations should pay men who have a capacity for nothing higher to do that work and thus relieve some of the poverty of the world. And as for your studying at night, why, I think you should see that you got your position of underboss so soon simply because you were fitted for it. He paused as Arndt made an impatient gesture with his hand and broke out, Oh yes, but you forgot to mention that in spite of my fitness, it was necessary for my friend Angus MacDonald to say a word or so for me. We've gone over that ground often, but of the injustice of the whole system to the rest of us, you always refuse to speak. Well, said Angus, you call it injustice, and it looks like injustice and cruelty. But it is simply the way in which the law of evolution works the world over. You cannot deny that the big fish eats the little fish simply because he is big and able to do it, and is hungry. The feelings of the little fish do not seem to be considered any more than the feelings of the still smaller fish whom he ate for his breakfast have been taken into account. It's the old rule. Unto him that hath shall be given. And although it seems to be cruel, it all appears to work out all right, if only we don't think about individual feelings. Here Arndt interrupted. But it's individual cases and individual feelings that I'm talking about. I know the ins and outs of the application of this theory of yours to the universe in general, and... He was going on, but Nettie stopped him with a gesture and a look, and said, Charlie, why did you lose your place? Then he said bitterly, Oh, I see. You have got rid of my resignation as easily as Andy will when he places my name on the blacklist. She looked appealingly at him, and he smiled to her as he lightly said, It is all very simple. The spirit of 76 rose in its might today in the person of Charles Arndt, underboss in the locomotive department of the C.I.&S. Company. And when the Right Honorable Indy Esquire addressed him as Number 703, he quietly remarked that his name was Charles Arndt, and that he hadn't forgotten either it or the fact that the person who addressed him as if he were a convict was called Robert Indy. Good! Cried Nettie as she drew her chair close to him and laid her hand on his, which had the arm of the chair in a tight and hard grip. Good, I say. I'm proud of you. What did Andy say? And Angus added, What did the superintendent say? But he did not echo that good. As Arndt felt that touch, he opened his tight grip on the arm of the chair and stroked the soft, warm hand which now rested where his had, and he replied, Oh, he just drew himself up in that pompous style of his and said, "Number 703, please report to my office in an hour," and he turned away. But I stepped in front of him and said, "Mr. Superintendent, it will be unnecessary, since I hand you my resignation on the spot, to take effect at your pleasure." And he replied, "At once, then, if you please. Number 704 temporarily filled the position." And in half an hour, number 907 had been promoted to the place permanently. "Too bad, too bad," said Angus with a sigh. "I've been afraid of it ever since that order came out. There's not a man who is a man who likes to be called by a number instead of a name. Why, I've had a fancy that even the locomotives don't like it, though we do make so many of them that it seems useless to even try to get names for them all. And there are plenty of numbers to go around. But in the men's case, the real trouble is that it is actually easier to remember a man's name than his number, and so the first thing that comes after that order is the logical consequence that the men have to wear their numbers, and then you've got them tagged like slaves or convicts. And that seems to be everlastingly preventing the only good thing ever I could see in the law of evolution, namely, that its ultimate result appeared to be to turn out a higher average of manhood all around. But if the thing is going to work this way, and turn out only a few men and the rest of us numbers, and therefore not individuals, and therefore not men, why, I am sure I do not like the prospect. Although my likes and dislikes will not change anything either. I've not liked that order, and I've not been very strict about its being enforced." Here he looked quizzically at Arndt, who laughed as he said, "Not very, and the men all appreciate your making a dead letter of it for those under you, and we wish that you would throw our influence in our favor by joining the union. We need such men as you very much." But the old man said, "Can't do it, Charlie. I can't do it. I am afraid that the outcome of the combination of the working men will be a civil war, and that's Mr. Endy's opinion also. And of course, you were wrong to get into trouble about the numbering. One must just grin and bear some things. What are you and Nettie going to do about it? You can't get married on nothing today, and no more for tomorrow, and I suppose you're both too proud to take money from me." Arndt said nothing, waiting for Nettie to speak. But he had only an instant to wait, for at her father's question, her hand closed tightly over the fingers that had been softly stroking hers, and she said emphatically, "We are going to be true to each other and are going to wait for better times." And then questioningly to Arndt, "Are we not, dear?" And he raised her hand to his lips and said, "Sweetheart, we are." End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Recording Angel by Edwin Arnold BRENHOLTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Andru Bemis. The end is not while we can say, "This is the end." Homely Truths. After a few moments' silence, Arndt said to Nettie, "Little girl, it is very late and I ought to go, but I want to smoke a pipe with your father, and since it's too cold to walk out of doors as we do in summertime, I'll have to ask you to say good night and leave us to smoke indoors." "Well, I declare," she cried, "if that isn't presumption, the idea of your sending me to bed! Why, I'll tell you, sir, that not even my father has done that for these many years, and I'm not—" But what she was or was not told that night, for she saw a look of trouble in Arndt's eyes that stopped her suddenly, and she went over to her father's chair and leaned down and kissed him on the forehead and then on the lips and said, "Good night, Daddy. Good night, Daddy dear. Don't you worry. It'll come out all right in the end, and 'tis the end that crowns the work, you know." As she came around to Arndt's side of the table, he left his chair and placed his arm about her, and they walked together to the door, where he, as he stooped to kiss her, said, "I must talk about my plans to your father first, dear." And she said, "That's right," and started for the stairs, where she stopped for an instant in the full light of the lamp, and then hastily ran back to the door which Arndt, who was still looking at her, was holding open. Here she raised her face to him and said, "Remember, you are mine, and I'm never, never going to give you up unless you want me to." And he said, "I'll never forget it, sweetheart." And then he kissed her once more, and not until she was out of sight did he close the door. "Now," said Angus as the young man resumed his seat and filled a pipe which he had taken from the mantel shelf. "Now, tell me the whole truth." "All right," said Arndt. "What I've told you is correct so far as it goes, but it only goes a little of the way, as you can guess. I'm sorry that it seemed necessary to disregard your wishes in this matter. I did not know how you would look at it either, because it affects Nettie as well as myself. It seemed as if I had held back on your account and the men's as long as was possible, and this morning I was fighting other people's battles as well as my own. Most of the bosses in the works have been angry at the promotion of such men as Indy to high positions. Of course, he knows his business thoroughly, but he doesn't know how to treat a man. And it was for the purpose of breaking our manhood so as to make it easier for such as he to handle us. That's what they call it, just as if we were machines. As much as for the reasons they gave the press that the order to number the men was issued. At least that's what we believe. Well, we saw that you didn't like the order, and made it as easy as you could for us, in the same way with Laird, whose place Indy has taken. You two would treat us like men, even if we were numbered like convicts. So as wages were advanced all along the line before the last election, we decided to do nothing for the present. But this morning, when I entered the office, I heard Indy's voice and paused involuntarily as he continued what he was saying to the superintendent. His back was turned to me, and as his chief saw me and made no effort to stop him, I heard him say, "Yes, sir, MacDonald must be removed. Black is a young man and can take his place, and he will enforce this order which MacDonald is evading." "So," continued Arndt without looking up, for he did not wish to see the face of Angus. "So I knew the fight was on, and I determined to deliberately deliver the first blow, for I felt certain yesterday, as soon as I heard that Indy was to be in our department, that some of us would be on the blacklist soon." He hesitated for a moment, waiting for some remark from the old man, but still did not look across the table. And as Angus was apparently wanting more time to collect himself, Arndt continued, saying, "He has never forgiven you for insisting that part of learning the trade was wiping dirty engines. And he will never forgive me for kicking every time he was let off of a nasty job. And although this is the outcome of it, I want to tell you that I'm proud of you every time I think of the days that Andy had to walk the streets of this old town just as black and dirty as any of us. And," laughingly, "I am somewhat proud of myself when I think of the useless kicking I did every time he and such as he got promoted out of their turn. I was late tonight because of attendance at a called meeting of the union. I can't tell even you what we decided upon, that's a secret, but we—" The words died out of the young man's mouth. He had been talking on without looking at his companion, who had laid his pipe on the table and shaded his eyes with his hand when he heard Indy's words repeated. Now, the hand fell suddenly to his side, and the look on the face of Angus MacDonald told Arndt that the C.I.&S. Company would never discharge the man who for 35 years had faithfully served them and their predecessors. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Recording Angel by Edwin Arnold BRENHOLTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Andru Bemis. The quality of mercy is not strained. Shakespeare. This same Tuesday night, after Robert Endy's return from the neighboring city of Clyde, where he had been listening to one of the finest operas this country has ever heard, he came home early. That is to say, as soon as the performance was over, for the music to which he had been listening was tunefully ringing in his ears and pulsing through every vein in his body, and he did not care to talk to anyone. Music was the tender spot in this man's character. He had a splendid voice, and could also have been a brilliant performer on the piano, but he had now given all that up, for, as he said, "A business man has no time for it." He once replied to an invitation to attend a grand concert, "No, thank you. I have to discharge and blacklist several men tomorrow, and I must be as hard as nails for the job." Setting his jaw firmly, he continued, as if to himself, "No music for me tonight, for they have got to go." However, that was in earlier days. As he opened the door to his father's house, where he had rooms which he usually occupied when not in his apartments in the city, he made a picture such as any parent's heart would have responded to. Tall, athletic, decidedly good-looking, with no sign of manual labor about him in any curve of his well-fed body, dressed in full evening suit, with a smile that brightened his face as he hummed a part of the opera which had particularly pleased him. Even Arndt would have enjoyed the picture, though he might afterwards have remembered it with bitterness, as only a drop more of gall added to the day's cup which this man had poured out for him and his friends. As he entered the hall, the old servant said, "Mr. Roberts, sir, your father left word that he would be in the library, and wanted to see you whenever you returned." "Why, Rollins," said he, "there is surely some mistake. My father is certainly in bed and asleep. It is long past midnight now." But Rollins replied positively, "Those were my orders, sir, and your father was wide awake in the library not so long ago, for he called me in and cautioned me not to forget the message." "Oh," said Robert under his breath. "If it must be, it must be, though I suspect," he continued as he walked slowly along the beautiful hall towards the library, "it isn't going to be pleasant for either of us." "Well, father," said he as he entered the room, whose walls, as high as a man could reach, were covered with cases of black walnut, whose shelves were filled with books holding the accumulated wit and wisdom of the ages. "Well, father?" as the older man looked up quickly. "What is it?" "Back, Robert?" said his father. "Yes, it is rather late for a talk, but I heard that you had some trouble at the works today, and I wanted to hear your version of it." "Certainly, sir," said his son, "but I expect that all you have heard is true. Charles Arndt was discharged for insubordination, and the retirement of Angus MacDonald and others was decided upon." His father said, "You certainly have a way of presenting things baldly, if that is a merit. It was not so considered in my time." "No?" said his son, "but that time is past, never to return. This is the day of young men and business methods. This big corporation can't be run on the same schedule as the little company from which it sprang. Arndt wanted me to treat him as if he were still my companion and friend. I've outgrown all that, long years ago. And even if I hadn't, still every man under me must obey every rule of the company." "What has MacDonald done?" interjected his father. "As for MacDonald, he has served the company faithfully, but he is very well off, I am informed, and is able to retire. Besides, he is getting on in life, and there are plenty of young men with good ideas in their heads who have had special training at just such work as he is doing. And Black, who will get his place, is the very fellow for it. Young, energetic, with a wife and baby, and so not liable to go on a strike if he can help it. He is just the man. And besides, I can get Black to do exactly what I want done without any words wasted, while MacDonald would never forget that I learned the trade under him, and he would be apt to answer back or want to argue about it at best." Here his father broke in. "Oh yes, I expect you could go on all night giving me very good reasons for what you have done or are determined to do. You are my own son. But where you got the merciless disposition you show these days passes my comprehension. Certainly not from your sainted mother. I am not blind to your faults, even though you are her child. You are a hard man. Under the head of good of the company, I fear that you are trying to get a little private revenge against the man who has been the lifelong friend of your father, simply because he insisted upon your learning your trade thoroughly." Here his son interrupted with the first sign of impatience he had shown. "I beg your pardon, sir," said he, "but I would like you to do me justice. I do not deny being a hard man. I am the result of conditions which I did nothing to bring about. I would willingly have business conducted as in your time, when courtesies were extended even between rival houses, and when thought was taken for the welfare of the employees, and, in isolated instances, for their welfare as human beings. But I have kept my eyes wide open, and I see the world over that the only stepping stone to success in the future is success in the present. Men like Laird and MacDonald, who take thought for the personal well-being of their subordinates, are very popular with the working men. But they have to give place to men like myself and Black, who will discharge a man whenever he violates a rule of the company, or whenever his work does not come up to requirement, no matter what the cause may be. Of course, it's bitterly hard for them to fail in life, but it's their failure or mine, and I am going to succeed, even if I have to do it by following strictly business principles and methods. Oh, of course, there are firms that employ women and who deal directly with the public who take some care of their employees. I've no objection whatever to that. It's for their interest to have them in the best possible physical condition, and it is good business if it pays, and a cheap advertisement anyhow, and they find that it yields cash returns or they would not do it. But I am handling men. The public does not know any more than we wish them to about what goes on in our mills. And as for Arndt— Yes, broke in his father, as for Arndt, I know something about him personally, and he is a thoroughly able man in his department and a friend of MacDonald's. And all I can say is that I am sorry for him if he has fallen under your displeasure, for I think you are a very hard man. Well, I'm no harder than business makes one, retorted his son. His father stopped him, saying, I made my money honestly without becoming hard. Yes, his son replied, but the foundation was laid before you were born by my grandfather's purchasing land for a mere song, and you had a good start on your own account before I was 10 years old, when the competition was nothing to what it is today, and I ask you to remember those facts. One who has not made his mark before he is 40 is doomed in these times. It is true, as you say, that you are rich enough for both of us, but that is not the thing. Money is only a means to an end today. What we want is power. What we are striving for is to excel. Now you made your life a success in your own way and among your own contemporaries. To live on your success would be to make my life a failure. I want my own success. And by the eternal, I'm going to have it. Mercy isn't known in business today, and the man who tries to use it will simply go down. I am sorry to see any old faithful employee have to lose his place, and if the company will pension off every one of these old men who are standing in the road of my success instead of simply dropping them, I've not a word to say, so long as I don't hold much of the company's stock. If I did, he said lightly, that would be another matter. I see, said his father, a candid confession, and so forth. Why, certainly, sir, said Robert. And further, I will confess that I'm not as sorry to see MacDonald go as I will be to compel some of the others to retire. You think that I hold malice towards him because of the nasty work he made me do, but again, I say you do me injustice. It wasn't the drudgery or the dirty work. I never shirked either when I could learn anything by it. But MacDonald, because he was your friend, was not just to me for fear of appearing to favor my father's son. I lost time, 1 whole year under him. That's gone forever out of my life, and I neither forget nor forgive such things. That 1 year may make the difference between success and failure. Who knows? Someday I may want to be president, and I've known more than one man to fail because he came on the scene 1 year too late. Of course I feel sorry for the other boys who were apprentices at the same time and who today are only skilled machinists or underbosses, but it would not be believed if it was told them. And anyway, we've got to have privates in the army of labor as well as in the regular army. And we've found that army methods of treating the men under one are the only methods that will keep them from ultimately getting the upper hand. So we have adopted those methods. And yet you wonder when Arndt or any of the others rebel, interjected his father. Wonder? Not I, said his son. I wouldn't stand what they have to, not for a minute. And as for Arndt, I am glad that he gave me a chance at him so promptly. Arndt is a leader in the union, and I am not going to be able to get along with any of them. No, sir. I'm not going to blacklist him, although you and he, I think, expect me to do so. But I'm not certain that he did not force my hand today in order to not obey a single command of mine. Anyhow, I'm simply going to weed out of my department every man who won't or can't do the best possible work for the company, and incidentally for me. For any man who has a sickly wife, or a profligate son, or a store bill hanging over him isn't going to be able to put his whole mind on his work like one who is without these encumbrances. And my department must show such returns in the next 6 months that the superintendent shall step down or on, and I'm going to step up. Yes, sir. I've allowed 6 months for that, and I have the remainder of the career approximately mapped out. What is to become of those whom I displace, you ask? I really cannot tell you, sir. Well, said his father, that sounds very nice for Robert Endy, Jr. But let me ask you one question. Is that the road to success in business today? It is the only one I have ever heard about, said his son. I've studied the lives of successful businessmen of this and past times, and while they give tremendous sums to the public for various reasons, but chiefly to ease their consciences, I think, and I may do the same someday, after they've succeeded, yet the methods they took to get the money were identical with those I propose to use. They simply employed the labor and skill of other men, and paid them only a moiety of what it was actually worth to them and to the world. In other words, they were masters of men, and I intend to be one also. I do not intend to be unnecessarily unjust or cruel, but I do not intend to fail on account of any softness at the wrong time. I have but one life to live. How about the next one? Said his father, interrupting him sternly. Now, sir, said Robert, I'll just tell you what I heard a friend of mine, who is already a very successful businessman, say. He was asked to subscribe to the salary of a preacher whom I know that he never goes to hear, and whom he personally dislikes. And I was surprised to see the largeness of his subscription. When I asked him about it, he said, "Why, man, have you never thought of that? Certainly I subscribe to the salary of everyone they give me a chance at. A good dose of cash shuts the mouth of the pulpit as well as of the press, and we have got to keep the poor and middle classes believing in a Bible that tells them to remain in subjection to the powers that be, and in a hell and a devil in the future, or they will make both articles for us on short notice in the present. Remember the reign of terror in France. And so it is good business to pay largely for the police power of the church. Those are business methods and reasons, sir." "Then," said the old man, "thank God that I am out of what you designate business. I have another name for it. I am going to call at McDonald's in the morning. I had wondered why he did not come to see me last week, but I hear that he has not been well enough to be at the works these last few days. I'm going to offer him a job of some kind, though what it'll be I cannot now imagine, for he's infatuated with his position in the works to keep him from eating his heart out at this blow. It is not money he needs. Grant me this much, that you will defer action on his case for 2 days. "Oh," said Robert, "that is easily done. I've plenty of others to start on, and the superintendent has given me a free hand. All he asks of me is results and finished work. That secures his promotion." "Well, sir," said his father, "I've been afraid for some time that your environment was making you a selfish, hard man, and I only hope that you will receive in the day you ask for mercy a different quality than you are dealing out today." "I'm no worse than other successful men," said Robert. "I'm a product of my time, and as for mercy, I'll not ask for any. There's no such thing in the universe. Self, in one form or other, rules the world, and even the God most men worship is said to condemn or save his creatures solely for his own glory. Why do you expect me to be better than he? You know as well as I do that those who follow the teachings which make men renounce wealth and all those things the world covets are despised and looked down upon and considered failures, as much now as when Jesus Christ was alive. I am no hypocrite. I consider the socialist with his insane and unworkable doctrine of an equality of opportunity and plenty for all simply a fool for his pains, and the rest of the world is divided into but 2 classes, those who are rich and those who want to be. I am of the first class, but differ forever from most of them in that I make no pretense to be shaping my conduct by the pattern of Christianity. I say that no rich man, to my knowledge, is one step beyond the Jehovaic doctrines of an eye for an eye, nor indeed are they up to them." His father looked steadily at him for several minutes and then said, "I am truly glad to be able to agree with you on at least that latter point. And I mean it when I say that I'm thankful to hear such a candid opinion on my own life, though I am aware that you did not mean it to be personal. It is true, too true, that we live unjustifiably for self. I have long been aware that my own life was not beyond reproach." But his son would listen to no more, and exclaimed, "Do me justice, sir, do me justice. I was speaking in general terms, and certainly the only reproach that could be placed on you is that you continue to share in the profits of the very corporations whose methods you condemn. And there, anyone who knows you will be aware that, living retired as you do, you are probably ignorant of what is being done in the world today." "Such ignorance is culpable," said his father emphatically, "for no man has any right to live in the past as I have done, even though it was for a praiseworthy object." His son looked inquiringly at him, but as he received no encouragement, he simply asked, "The 2 days will give you enough time to soften the blow to MacDonald?" "Yes," said his father. But the blow had fallen. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Recording Angel by Edwin Arnold BRENHOLTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Andru, Bemis. Till we meet again. Old Song. The picture presented in that quiet room in the house on the River Road in the town of Steelton, at the moment when Charles Arndt looked past the lamp which stood on the table between him and the body of Angus MacDonald, was one he would never have forgotten, but he saw nothing except the face of that dead man. And thus he sat as if paralyzed, without making the slightest sound or motion, minute after minute, which the tall clock in the corner ticked out second by second. He afterwards remembered that he had a knowledge of the ticking of the clock, and that mechanically he had counted as he sat there, gazing across the table as if waiting for Angus to speak. 300! He involuntarily said aloud, and the sound of his own voice as it broke the silence caused him to start to his feet with the exclamation, "And Nettie must be told! Great God, it was my hand that struck the blow! Oh, Angus, Angus, why didn't you tell me?" At this moment the doorbell rang, and Arndt hastened through the doorway by which Nettie had so recently passed, and noiselessly crossed the few feet which lay between it and the front door. This he quickly opened, as it was not locked for the night owing to his presence in the house, and it seemed so natural that it should be Dr. Kennedy who stood there, that he only said, "In there," and pointed to the open door through which the lamplight was streaming into the darkness of the hallway. The lamp at the foot of the stairs had gone out, so neither the doctor nor he saw Nettie as she came down the stairs, mechanically buttoning her dress at the throat as she descended. Arndt softly shut and fastened the front door, and followed the physician so closely that the two men entered the room at nearly the same moment, and as the doctor saw the face of the man who sat on the opposite side of the table, with the full light of the lamp upon him, he exclaimed, "Too late! Too late! When did it happen?" Then Arndt told the story as they busied themselves in getting the body on the lounge and tried restoratives. Neither of the men saw the figure of the silent woman in the hallway, who listened to every word and watched every motion, but who never moved a step after she caught sight of her father's face. "Well," said Kennedy at last, "I'm awful sorry you told him so suddenly. He might have survived the losing of his position at the works for many years had the news been broken to him softly. It's partly my fault, however. I ought not to have consented to let him keep his condition secret, but he said that you and others relieved him at the shop of all heavy work, and that all he had to do was oversee. And he insisted that idleness would kill him, and that he could do that much as well as any man for many years to come, provided the company didn't find out how it was with him. For, said he, they don't want men around who are liable to make anyone lose a minute. And so I consented after cautioning him about excitement, and I likewise told Nettie that her father must be kept as quiet as possible. I was passing the house, and as I had heard a rumor that he would be discharged, I thought, when I saw the light, that I would prepare him as best I could. But that is all we can ever do for him. Now we must think of Nettie. As the girl heard her name the first time it was mentioned, she staggered, like one who is suddenly awakened while walking in her sleep, and while the doctor was still speaking, she rocked to and fro upon her feet as if she would surely fall. But this the men in the room could not see. Upon his second utterance of her name, she regained control of herself, and as they straightened themselves, they both involuntarily looked towards the doorway and saw her as the first step brought her within the rays of light in the sitting-room lamp. Dr. Kennedy has seen many strange sights and may forget the one which met his eyes, but Charles Arndt never will. Here was no little girl, as Arndt lovingly called as he sprang with his outstretched arms towards her. She motioned him to stop. There stood before them a woman who appeared to have grown at least 6 inches since Arndt saw her last. Her face was absolutely white, and Arndt, who had a passion for watching and comparing shades of color, found himself gazing at that whiteness, and wondering when a tinge of red would break the terrible resemblance to a mask. Her eyes had a glitter in them which made their blueness black, and her face showed not one sign of the sorrow or mourning which might assuredly have been looked for there. A hatred, intense and deadly, such as none could wish to see if the hatred were for him or one he loved, was stamped on every beautiful feature, and her voice, low and clear, had a note in it which neither man could recognize as hers, as she rejected the doctor's proffered chair and said, "Thank you, doctor, for what you have already done. I wish you to remain a few moments before you go to attend to the necessary arrangements for me. Won't you be seated?" But neither man made a motion. The doctor was looking at her professionally, expecting a collapse at any moment. Arndt was simply waiting. And so they stood there for a little while, with that dead body in the background, covered only by the shadow of Nettie's form as she stood and looked at it, and then finally moved over towards it. And then the words of Poe, "And my soul from out that shadow shall be lifted nevermore," rang through the brain of her lover suddenly as she saw the blackness spread until it covered the whole side of the room as she paused beside the table and, reaching across, took up her father's pipe, kissed it, and then quickly placing it upon the glowing coals of the fire, quietly closed the door of the stove and turned away. Towards her father's body she made no movement after that, but broke the silence by the remark, "I heard every word you said, gentlemen." "Well," said Kennedy, "I think you are holding someone responsible for his death, and I have only to say that he has been liable for several years to die just this way, and—" "That may be true," interrupted the girl, "but I heard you say that he might have lived for years if he could have gone on with his work without any sudden shock. There is but one man responsible for this night's work, and he may never suffer for it, but there are others who will suffer, I for one, and," looking straight at Arndt, "you for the other, Charlie." She waited an instant, as if for him to speak, but he never even moved his lips. Then the doctor said soothingly, "You are excited now, Nettie, and we'll think differently about all this tomorrow." But Arndt motioned him to be quiet. He knew the girl and was impatient at the delay. "I say again," said Nettie, that there is one man guilty in the sight of God and all just men of deliberate murder, and not in this case only. And his name is Robert Endy, Jr. He is using a terrible system to further his ambition. He and men like him are making the system daily and hourly more and more intolerable. You, turning to Arndt, are a victim, even as I. And the reason the murderous system exists today is that there has not been found one man unselfish enough to give up his own pleasure and happiness and devote his life to the slaying of the monster. Such men don't seem to be born these days. But maybe I can find a man to redress my wrongs, even if he will not resent those done to himself. I tell you now that until the life of Robert Endy is made a failure, absolute and complete, I will never be your wife. So help me God. Then, after an instant's pause, terrible, intense, I call on God's recording angel to register my vow. As she stopped, Arndt stepped forward and cried, "Not that, Nettie, not that!" But quickly recovering himself, he said, as he straightened as one does when saluting a superior, "I accept your conditions, dear, only remember that I am yours and you are mine, though our hands may never meet." Here Kennedy broke in. "You are beside yourselves. This is simply nonsense. You two are out of your heads tonight." "Oh," said Nettie quietly, "perhaps so, but it is with trouble. I suppose the rich think that all who do not like the results of their methods assuredly are crazy. I only hope they also think that we have forgotten our injuries, because for the present we do nothing. And now, Doctor," she concluded, "will you be so kind as to attend to the other matters for us? Mr. Arndt will stay with me here until you can bring your wife. I am certain that she will come." So those two waited in the presence of that dead man who had been as a father for many years to the man, and father, brother, and sister to the girl since the days of early childhood, and of the thoughts that passed through their minds as they stood hand in hand and looked at that peaceful face, none should speak, for they are too tender for words. But as they turned away and seated themselves, they looked into each other's eyes, and they thought other thoughts, of thwarted hopes, and of retribution, and of its methods, and of those thoughts neither should any be told, else might Robert Endy, Jr. hear of them. After the arrival of the doctor and his wife, as they parted at the outer door, Arndt said, "I will see you often, dear." And she replied, "Why, of course, as long as we are in reach of each other." Then he said, "That system has slain my best friend and ruined my life's happiness, and from this day I fight it, openly and above board and with whatever weapon comes to my hand, though the end will, for us, I think, be a failure." There was no tremor in her hand clasp. Nettie said, "The system may be too strong for us, but I think that we can very certainly get at one man." But Arndt shook his head as he replied, "No, I think that we must strike him through the system. You nor I can never take a personal revenge in any other way. The man is a result of the system. He was not a cruel boy. I think that he will even be truly sorry for you." But the woman cried out sharply, "I want none of his sympathy. Will his sympathy undo his work? Will it restore the dead to life? You, with your quixotic ideas of elevating the masses, may fight a system as you have fought, and you will fail as you have failed. Your working men's unions are just as selfish in their way as are the rich man's methods. It is all for self or a class. Show me a movement that insists upon equality of opportunity and equality of remuneration for all, and you, by means of it, may reach these murderers. Let me tell you, men make systems, and such men as Robert Endy make these iniquitous conditions. A product of evolution, you say, so are rattlesnakes and boa constrictors. We kill the first before he strikes. Why shall we not at least make an effort to kill the latter when it is already folded about us and we feel the monster crushing the life out of us?" Then Arndt said soothingly, "Hush, child, hush. There are too many people who are thinking that way already." But the woman broke in again. "I wish in heaven's name that there were millions more, hundreds of millions more of them. Then we might succeed. But failure or no failure, I'm in the fight till death." "And I," said Arndt. "Goodbye, my love, until we meet again." End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Recording Angel by Edwin Arnold BRENHOLTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Andru Bemis. There are swift hours in life, strong, rushing hours that do the work of tempests in their might. Hemans. As soon as the door closed behind Arndt, Nettie, on finding herself on the same spot where she had stood during that terrible half-hour, while she watched the men as they worked to restore her father, suddenly stopped, and with staring eyes wavered to and fro as she had done before. This time there was only the body of her father, lying as if asleep on the lounge, to meet her gaze, and the awful reality that he would never again speak in loving tones swept over her. With a cry which rang through closed doors and solid walls, she said, "Oh, Daddy, Daddy, dear!" and would have rushed to his side, but took only one step before unconsciousness seized her. Dr. Kennedy, who was waiting in the shadow, expecting this very result, caught her as she tottered, and then said briskly, "Now, wife, call Arndt." And then Mrs. Kennedy stepped quickly to the door and opened it, and Arndt, who had heard that cry not only with his ears but in every fiber of his being as he paced up and down before the house, was already on the top step and passed instantly to the assistance of the doctor. Between them, the unconscious girl was quickly placed upon her bed, and Arndt, by the direction of the physician, hastened to the nearest neighbor's house for help. On his return, he resumed his solitary walk, up and down before the house. Up and down the man paced, step by step, with soldierly tread, and his thoughts were all of the walks which he and Angus and Nettie had taken in the summer nights which were past. As he became quieter, he took in the fact that even here, at a distance of half a mile from the works, the air was filled with the smoke from the furnaces, and that the roar and crash of machinery, to which he was so accustomed that he hardly noticed it in the works by day, was plainly heard in the stillness of the night. And he said bitterly, "One cannot even draw the breath of life without having it poisoned by the octopus. I believe that the smoke nuisance, as well as a whole lot of other evils which they claim are inseparable from modern business methods, might be prevented." Business indeed! It is the anaconda of the world today. Where is the man who shall be able to loosen those folds which are crushing the life out of every one of us, rich as well as poor, without the shedding of blood? Oh!" he cried aloud. I'm afraid that the work cannot be done peaceably. It is a story of slavery all over again, only this time it is the white man who is a slave to a demon called modern business methods. Any man today can see that the slaves could have been purchased outright and set free at a tithe of the cost of the Civil War and subsequent entailed expenses, and all the lost lives might have been saved and the breaking of hearts averted, to say nothing of a whole generation of children whose existence has been permanently overshadowed by the anxiety and dread which was a daily meat and drink of their mothers during those terrible days before the children saw the light. God pity those children! But it was not to be averted. Nettie is right. Then, as now the whole trouble was the selfishness of man. After almost 2,000 years of professing to follow the teachings of one whose whole life was a lesson in unselfishness, we don't seem to have even started yet, not one of us. Justice cries out from the ground perpetually, through the ages, not only for right, but for restitution and for retribution. Repayment for downtrodden manhood, stunted lives, and crushed loves cannot be made any more than for hunger and thirst and insufficient clothing and avoidable sickness and premature death. But shall we, as a people, be able to escape retribution for having caused these things this time? In his earnestness, he had been speaking aloud, and at this moment Dr. Kennedy touched him on the arm, saying, "I cannot tell you. No man can answer that question, but come in. I expected to find you out here." And so, together, they entered the house and went into the sitting room where the body of Angus MacDonald was already prepared for the coffin. "No, not in here," said the doctor. "This room is too cold," for the fire was out and the window raised. The physician passed immediately into the back room, but Arndt paused by the still form, and without lifting the sheet which covered the face, said, "Goodbye, old friend, goodbye. You are only one more victim of the selfishness of man. Goodbye, goodbye." Then he followed the doctor, who closed the door behind him. "Well, it is just as I feared," said Kennedy, for Arndt waited for him to speak. "Just as I feared when I first saw her. The shock and the strain of standing in the hall watching us and overhearing what we said all that time has been too much, and the collapse, which I anticipated, has left us with a probable case of brain trouble at the least. And no one knows what, at the end of that. She never seemed to take in her personal loss until she saw his body all alone in the room. That was as I expected. But my one chance was that she would break down and cry. Oh, if she had only cried! But it turned the other way, and now she will have to fight it out with the best aid I can give her. Fortunately for us, her habit of taking a great deal of outdoor exercise has given her an excellent constitution. My wife is with her now, and also one of the neighbors, and they will call me if there is any danger. At present they are giving her a treatment at which I cannot assist, and I must wait for the nurse I have sent to the hospital for, and while we are waiting I want to talk to you seriously. In the first place, I have to tell you that what Nettie said recently was spoken when she was in such a condition that you will not need to pay any attention to it. Moreover, she may never recall one word of it, even if she survives this attack." "Didn't she know what she was saying?" asked Arndt. "Oh yes," said the doctor, "and I suppose meant it at the time, but she may never recall it." "Then," said Arndt, "I will remember it, and will also remind her of it, and if she wants to hold me to my promise, I'm going to keep it." "No, Arndt," protested Kennedy. "You are going to accomplish nothing except the unhappiness of two people I like. If you don't quit this foolishness and persuade that girl into marrying you as soon as I can get her well again, if ever I do." But Arndt interrupted. "It's because every man says that same thing that nothing has been done. Don't think that I expect to do more than start the ball rolling. I am not the man to make a leader out of. I'm too sorry for the rich. The leader of the working men in the final struggle is not going to be sorry for the rich, or at least his sorrow for them will be completely buried out of sight under his millionfold greater sorrow for the poor and his wrath at the injustice practiced through the ages on the working class. You look astonished. Why, of course I see these things plainly, and of course I am sorry for the rich. What do they get out of it all? Slavery to social forms instead of to work? A round of pleasure which has ceased except for the novice and the young to be enjoyable, and just as hard work to keep from dying from ennui as I have to perform to earn my daily bread. And what are we paying for all this? And why should they pay at all? Why? Because the mass of men are like children, and believe that because these people wear smiling faces, they are happy and contented. And they know that after all arguments are ended, they, the producers, have not received a just share of the rewards of toil. And the rich are paying daily in the growing hatred of poor men, women, and children for the rich as a class. And when the day of final payment comes, may I not be there to see it. Kennedy went to the door and listened for a moment and then resumed his seat without making any reply. Arndt evidently expected none, for he immediately continued. They mostly have a certainty about the arrival of daily bread and are not dependent on the goodwill or whim of an employer for the chance to earn it, which is about the only thing I envy them. I have always enjoyed my work. I delight in helping to create things, and for me, the idleness of the rich has no attraction. I can only wonder at their willingness to let life pass in such a way. In general, I only pity them, but more especially when I think of that day and remember the old saying, "Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad." "That's true," said the doctor emphatically, "but no man, single-handed and poor, can accomplish the work you have set out to do. Don't think for a moment that I do not know as well as you of the need of its being done. When I see at the houses of the rich luxury and pleasure and idleness, and even in the best of them, a class feeling which causes them to despise a poor man, so much of the time simply because he is poor, and therefore, according to their standards, a failure, the words of old McKellar ring in my ears. A renegade to God and man is he who scorns a poor man in his poverty, or on his brother puts his supercilious ban. They worship success, and success alone. And when I pass to the home of the working man whose labor has produced this wealth, I often wonder whether Almighty God is still running this world. Yes," he continued, as though Arndt had asked him a question aloud, for his astonishment was plainly written on his face. "Yes, every word of that is true. I know that you are surprised, and you will be surprised again tomorrow when you see me as deferential as ever to the rich. I know who I'm talking to, and if in the future you need me, call on me. It may be that a sudden call to the assistance of a fellow man will awaken in me the manhood which has been held in check ever since the first day I had a rich patient who paid well. I have a wife and children who, if they are ever to have a chance in this world—" Arndt interrupted him. "A chance to occupy just such positions as these same rich people whom you are denouncing? And to lead just such lives? Isn't that what you were working for, Doctor?" The man flushed to his forehead, but said nothing, and Arndt continued. "I'm sorry for such men as you, by the eternal I am, and the world is full of them too. I am glad you acknowledge that you are keeping your manhood down, but it is worse than that. You are losing it altogether, or nearly so. There is a shadow of it in a corner of you somewhere that shows it is not far off. Not so far off but that you might get it back again. And it is this shadow which, when it stirs, as it is bound to do at sight of such things as we have seen and experienced this night, that makes you confess to a fellow man, and then you feel better, because you have confessed. By the eternal!" he cried hotly. "I wish you hadn't confessed, for like every other man who does so, you'll find some plausible excuse for doing the same thing over again. Oh, your excuse is a nice one and a virtuous one, and that is why Nettie is right. A man and woman who have work to do must not give these hostages to fate. Every laughing little face will prevent the righteous anger from breaking forth, for when one thinks that a single word may mean hunger and cold to the child as well as tears in the eyes of the mother, action becomes impossible. That's one great reason why the corporations would rather employ married men, though, of course, it is not among the reasons they mention publicly." There was silence in the room during the next half hour. for the doctor was with his patient, and during this time Arndt sat with his head bent forward and resting on his folded arms, endeavoring to face and realize his future, a future without the hope of one day making Nettie his wife in it. Most of us have been through deep waters at one time or another, and need not that his thoughts should be recorded. When Kennedy returned, he reported no improvement in his patient, and the words set off Arndt again. "You say never a syllable about the pride with which you point to the number of rich men who entrust their precious lives to your care. Does a poor man's appreciation of your skill give you as much pleasure as a rich one's? I tell you, man, we are all tarred with the same brush. There isn't one of us who doesn't feel himself to be better than someone else whom he can name, whether it be the president, who feels himself a somewhat bigger and better man than the Secretary of State, or the tramp, who feels himself above his fellow tramp because, yesterday, he succeeded in getting together enough to let him sleep in style in a 10-cent lodging house, while his mate has to sleep in the alleyway adjoining. The classes are here. Denial of the fact changes nothing. And so long as they are here, the same miserable class feeling will run through us all. And its result is worse today in the United States than in caste-ridden India. For there, the pariah expects nothing from the high-caste Brahmin, while here we are taught, in words, that all men are equal. And in every action have it proved to us that each man is better than someone else, even in the sight of the law. And when theory and practice don't fit, there's bound to be trouble." Arndt fell into a reverie, and Kennedy, who seemed to be watching him anxiously, roused him with the remark, "Well, I don't know about all of us being in that same state, though God knows it's bad enough. There's a man by the name of Charles Arndt that seems to me to be pretty free from it." "What?" said Arndt. "Why, you were never further from the truth in your life. I find myself holding back from the work which you and I know needs to be done, not because I fear the work or the failure which I think lies ahead of me, but because there arises in my mind the image of Tom and Jack and Joe, who, we all know, are professional loafers and tramps, and who will be the very first, or among the very first, to get the benefits of the good times we are working for. And so we say, I'll suffer the ills I've got rather than make good times for a set of people who don't deserve them. And then we go on making the very best of times for those who are, perhaps, cleaner and better behaved in general than Tom and Joe and Jack, but who deserve good times even less than they. For these are the people who, by refusing to work at all, cause some of us to toil 8 and 10 and even 14 hours a day in a hell on earth, which fine ladies come to look at, and standing at a safe distance, a very comfortable distance, hide their beautiful faces because, forsooth, the brutal fellows haven't got more clothes on. Psh! They're only titled and aristocratic tramps after all. Instead of replying, Kennedy went out of the room, and was absent quite a while, and on his return he merely shook his head in reply to Arndt's look of inquiry, and then after a moment said, "I can do nothing more for her now, for the wife and old Mrs. Watson are giving her the treatment I ordered, and the drugs must have time to act. We must not be too impatient, though God knows I wish she would regain consciousness." Then, as if to divert Arndt's mind from his trouble, he said, "So that is the way you regard the rich." "Observe," corrected Arndt. "I said the idle rich, but I don't exempt a man from the charge of idleness simply because his days are spent in traveling or in stock gambling, or because his days and nights are crowded with social functions either. And it is not only us workers in the mills and mines and factories that are suffering from this unjust share of the world's work. I hear tales from all over the land of this terrible struggle for existence, and certainly, with the improved machinery at our command, and with the amount of food and clothing annually produced, it is needless that there should be either a struggle or that any should want. Yet I hear of farmers in Texas working 16 hours a day during planting and harvest in order to keep the interest on the mortgage paid so that their farms will not be foreclosed on. And then, after all the work, unseasonable rains or a drought have swept out or burned up the result of months of labor, and the homes are lost. We in the cities know of the terrible destitution which exists here, but I pity the farmers almost more than I do men of my own calling. They have not even the union to help them. The very nature of their occupation has prevented their banding together. And in many places I'm told that the doctors and storekeepers could own the farmers' homes if they chose to press their claims. At present, 10% interest suits them better. The doctor, who knew that Arndt was usually a very reticent fellow, except among his most intimate friends, listened without making a motion to interrupt him, for he saw that the tension on the man's nerves was near the breaking point, and he knew that Arndt was too good a friend of his to have intended anything offensively personal in his remarks. So he waited for a moment before he replied, but as Arndt was evidently straining his ears to catch some sound from the room above, he again diverted his attention by asking, "How is it that holding the views you do in regard to capital and labor, I find you exerting all your influence, both in the Union and out of it, against socialism? To me, especially since the wonderfully increased vote it has rolled up in the last few years, it appears the very medium you need, perfectly organized and ready to your hand." Arndt replied sadly, "Yes, it would look that way, but I've never been persuaded that the Socialist Party would be able to attain the revolution it desires by means of the ballot, and I would suffer almost anything rather than see a civil war. Moreover, when I started to investigate its claims, I was confronted at the outset with the fact that its entire basis is materialistic, and I cannot leave an overruling guiding hand out of my scheme of things. I have many dear and true friends among the socialists, and I recognize their entire unselfishness and devotion to the welfare of the race. But the Republic itself would have to be shown to be in danger, and their claims that they are the very party that will prevent, not cause, war be proved conclusively to me before I can throw in my lot with them." "I see," said the doctor, "and I will think over what you have said. You will find me ready to take a stand by your side if I see that anything can be accomplished. I think what is holding the great middle class steady on the side of capital just now is not altogether selfishness, but the fear that they will only be fighting a battle with nothing worth the while gained at the end of it. Just think of the struggles of the past, and what a little you have today to show for all the so-called victories. And also, the Tom and Dick and Joe of whom you spoke hold many a man back. Remember the Carnival of Blood in France." "Yes," broke in Arndt, "and the fear of the excesses which men of that class will be sure to commit causes the working man to hold back from many a righteous strike. And I believe that that class is permitted to run loose and perpetrate their depredations in order to alienate the good feelings of the middle class from the workers. I've suspected it for some time. Of course, we have fools and hotheads among the men, but our men are not vicious, and we can hold them in check by threats of putting them out of the Union. But what can we do when the government does not control this class, which has caused us more trouble than it has ever caused the rich? I'm of the opinion that the rich employers find it much easier to control their workers, owing to the existence of this very class, and that they know it." "It may be so," said Kennedy, "but I will have to defer what I would like to say on the other side of this subject, for there at last is the nurse I sent to the hospital for. I must hand the case over to her for the present. I've patients I must see at once. Here is a list of the places I'm going to. Send for me if there is any change. You had better get some rest, for I don't want you on my hands. At least try to keep quiet and lie down until my wife calls us to breakfast. But I'll be back before that time if possible." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Recording Angel by Edwin Arnold BRENHOLTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Andru Bemis. The massive gates of circumstance are turned upon the smallest hinge. Old saying. As Arndt and Kennedy were about to seat themselves at the table, on which steamed the breakfast prepared for them by the neighbors and the old servant, they were startled by a violent ringing on the doorbell, and before they could take the seats, the dining-room door opened and old Mr. Endy entered. He hesitated a moment on seeing the men, and then said, with great agitation, "Excuse me, gentlemen. I heard only a half-hour ago that my old friend Angus is dead. I came to see Nettie. Is it true, Doctor?" Kennedy placed the chair on which his hand still rested near the old man and said quietly, "You had better take this seat, Mr. Endy." And Arndt, ever observant of the smallest things, noticed that the note of servility which he had always disliked in the voice of Kennedy when he was addressing the rich was gone, and he said to himself, "My work will not be a total failure. One good man is, already, partially emancipated." The old millionaire gratefully took the offered seat, but before he did so, he shook hands with both men as he said, "Excuse me, gentlemen, for my discourtesy. I am too agitated to think much about manners today." Turning to the doctor, he said, "Well, Mr. Kennedy, let me hear the worst." Kennedy, who had been waiting for the man to pull himself together, said quietly, "Angus is dead, heart failure from shock. Nettie is down, still unconscious. I fear serious trouble with the brain." "Not Nettie, too!" broke in Mr. Endy, but the doctor remained silent, and then the other said brokenly, you must save her, Doctor. My boy must not have two lives charged against him." And when Kennedy would have spoken a word of expostulation at that view of it, he interrupted him with a gesture and said, "Can I see him?" "Certainly," said the doctor, and opened the door into the sitting room, and the other passed him, saying, "Thank you, Doctor. Close the door." Kennedy and Arndt then took their seats and ate, the former from habit, for even the finest feelings become blunted by the constant sight of suffering, and the latter because he felt the absolute necessity for strength, and so he ate as much as he could, although his nerves were on such a strain that every mouthful was taken only by a violent effort of the will. "Good," said the doctor, as Arndt finally pushed back his plate. "That is better than I expected you to do." "What one must do, one can do," was the reply, and Kennedy thought, "That describes you exactly." But aloud he said only, "I suppose so, and what I must do, at once, is to see Nettie, and then to go to my other patients." And he left the room. Charles Arndt leaned back in his chair while the neighbor who had come at his request during the night removed the breakfast dishes and then pushed the table back against the wall, and then he said to her, "I will wait here, Mrs. Watson, and if there is anything I can do, you will know where to find me." In the sitting room all was silence, and Arndt smiled bitterly as he thought of that father's words. 2 lives. What would he think, said he to himself, if he knew of the actual amount of suffering his son's ambition has already caused, and what if he could see the total number that man will probably kill, and the lives he will wreck as he builds up what he so glibly calls my success? Why, I would not like to show him the picture of the suffering his son's ambition will cause within 1 week from today. 2 lives indeed. Poor old man. At this moment the doctor returned, and Arndt looked searchingly at his face, but the trouble he saw there was answer enough, and he asked no questions. But Kennedy, after a moment, said, "I have telegraphed to Clyde for Dr. King. I will remain here until he comes. Has Mr. Endy gone?" he then inquired. "I think not," said Arndt. "I have not even heard him." As if the sound of his name had caused him to appear, at the moment the doctor was about to knock on the door it opened from within, and Mr. Endy walked out. To the surprise of both men, he appeared more composed than when he entered, and he took the chair Arndt handed him with thanks and said, addressing Kennedy, "How is Nettie?" "The case is beyond me," was the reply. "I have telegraphed for King." The old man shrank as if struck and cried, "Not for King! Surely it is not so bad as that!" "Yes," said Kennedy sadly, and left the room. Mastering his emotion after a long pause, the visitor said, "Mr. Arndt, I am informed that you are engaged to be married to Nettie. That gives you the right to be consulted, especially as I know of no relatives of Angus MacDonald nearer than Scotland. I would like to make all the arrangements for the funeral of my old comrade. Nettie has been a friend of mine ever since she was a little child, though it is true that of late years she has not visited at the mansion, and I would gladly have her removed there if it could be done safely." Arndt broke in hastily, but quite respectfully. "She will never be under the same roof as that which shelters your son, sir. No, not for a moment. My sister, who lives in Clyde, will be here, probably on the same train as Dr. King. She is a trained nurse, and with the aid of the one from the hospital who is now here, and the help which the poor always give to those in distress, I can assure you that Nettie will be well taken care of." "I know exactly how you feel about it," said the elder man, "and I do not say that you are wrong, for that is probably as Nettie would wish it. But in regard to the other matter, remember that I have a claim which only an uninterrupted friendship of 35 years and over can give. And also," looking straight at Arndt, "my fortune was honestly earned and is not yet my son's." Arndt thought about the dividends of the Iron and Steel Company, which he believed belonged partly to the men, and he met the look steadily. But then, suddenly, he yielded to an impulse of pity as he thought of the relation said to exist between father and son, and he took the hand which was extended to him, saying, "You are right. Do as you wish in the matter." Robert Endy replied, "Thank you, and if you have time, I wish to speak of a more personal matter." "Oh," said Arndt, pulling himself together. "As for time, I have plenty of that on my hands just now, and there seems to be nothing to do but wait. But I think there is nothing else that we need discuss." He was thinking of his lost position. "Permit me, sir," said his companion, "to state my case. Then you may be a more competent juror." "You are right," said Arndt. "I haven't heard even one side yet, and I usually try to listen patiently to both sides before I render a verdict. But today, you know, today—" "Yes, yes," said his hearer, "I know. Today we are none of us quite ourselves, and that is precisely why I must speak today. I consider it providential that I am able to talk to you while we are both of us softened by the nearness of the suffering which is in this house. I am a rich man, but I think not usually a hard man. Still, wealth hardens all of us, and I find myself addressing even the servants who have been with me for many years in the language and with the slighting tones used by my daily associates. And I am sorry for it, but one's environment gets the better of one sooner or later. I realized, as I stood by Angus in there, that this terrible habit of feeling above one's fellow man simply on account of wealth or station had lately caught such a grip on me that I had been patronizing in my manner even to him, who was better and wiser than most men. He might have been a much richer man today, for I offered to secure him a better position when the works were consolidated. But he said, "Well, this work I can do as well as anyone. That work requires a younger man. Give them the chance." And he refused me. So I am glad to say my say while I am free from the habit which would assuredly prevent our understanding each other. For I think that if you find that feeling in a man, you close your shell pretty tight. "Yes," said Arndt emphatically, "you are right. It is the one thing I can't forgive the rich." "Precisely," said Mr. Endy. "I thought as much, and that is why I have told you this. For I want you to remember in the future that if there is ever a trace of it in my manner to you or any man, it is in the manner only. The feeling back of the manner is entirely different." But Arndt said abruptly, "I think that I could not promise so much. That supercilious tone and attitude of the rich towards the poor is the sorest spot in the whole sore question. I think I have carefully studied this problem, and I see so much in favor of the rich that I am considered a weak man by many in the Union. But when a man who is my superior simply because he is rich, or because his father was able to give him a better start than I had, addresses me as if he were talking to his dog, I forget everything I ever knew in favor of men of his class, and then he will get nothing but what duty requires out of me until he alters his tone. For I notice that I never have to complain of anything of the kind in the attitude of those who might with some show of justice claim to be above the average. A man of extraordinary goodness or learning does not take this position unless he becomes suddenly rich. We don't mind your having things we have not, coaching parties and so forth ad infinitum. It's the dust you fling on us as you pass, and the haughty, scornful looks of your fine gentlemen and beautiful women, which cause us to remember that if they were each of them doing, every day, the 4 hours of actual labor which belongs to them as their share of the world's work, we and our wives and sweethearts might also be having a holiday. Let them take care, let them take care. Those haughty looks and words and tones may someday cost them dear, for they are never forgotten by the man or woman to whom they are addressed. We may think that other things have been partly our own fault, and God knows we ought never to have allowed things to come to this pass, but the humblest of us knows that he has done nothing to deserve the contempt of such as many of them are." "Let me ask," said his hearer, "whether all working men feel as you do in this matter?" "Of course," said Arndt. "Some of them have individual causes of complaint which for the time overshadow everything else. Some, yes, many are socialists who take exception to the industrial system itself. But to my mind, this is the one standing grievance which was and is never alleviated, and the numbering of the men is felt to be an open expression of the contempt in which they are individually held." "Oh, I think not," said Mr. Endy. "I wish I could agree with you," Arndt replied. "But as I look at it, these things are attacks on our manhood and freedom and must be resented." Mr. Endy said, "How?" But at that moment Kennedy looked in and said, "I'm going to the station for Dr. King. I wish that you would not leave this house during my absence, Charlie. I think Nettie is no worse." Arndt replied, "Certainly I will not. But in that case I shall have to ask you to kindly look after my sister, who will probably arrive on the same train, and you must explain to her why I could not come to meet her." "Never fear," was the reply. "I am too thankful to have so good a nurse coming to help us as I know her to be, to not attend to her getting here safely." And then the two were left alone again. "I am not surprised," said Mr. Endy. "In fact, I expected something like this to be the case. Of course, it's not only the poor man who is studying this problem. There are plenty of rich men who feel as I do, which would suit you very well, only they act as I sometimes do, or worse. And that you do not like at all, and I don't blame you. Why, it makes my blood boil to hear Robert order Rollins around, though Rollins never resents it, and—" Arndt interrupted him. "Maybe you had better say never appears to resent it. I imagine that's nearer the truth." "I hadn't thought of that," replied his hearer. "Perhaps you're right. But I must come to the point, as the train will soon be in, and we may not have a chance to talk together immediately afterwards. I want your help, Mr. Arndt. I can neither control the conduct of my son nor prevent the consequences of his acts. I foresee that what he does will cause great unhappiness and suffering. The former I cannot ward off. The latter I must do all in my power to lessen. These working people mistrust every man of my class, and there are also dishonest men among you as well as among us, and they would get the money I intend for the worthy. Now I expect that there will be a strike soon, on account of that order about numbering the men, and I want you to be my agent in the relief of suffering among the workers and their families. I had intended to ask Angus to undertake this work for me, but his voice broke down, and there was silence for some moments. And then he said, "If it takes every cent of my income, all right. Only, of course, this is just between us. I ask no credit from God or man for doing justice and right." Arndt sat as if stunned, and finally said, "How do you know there will be a strike, or that I'm the man you need?" The old man smiled for the first time since he had entered the house, and he said, "Mr. Arndt, rich men never get rich on their own labor, but by carefully selecting the right man for the right place and letting him do the work. I agree with you in thinking that they get entirely too much pay for that little matter of good judgment, but that is the fact. And I also suspect that you are one of the men on the strike committee, and I am pretty certain you are the one who voted to defer action when this order for numbering the men was promulgated. Now I expect you to change your vote. The fight may as well come on at once." "I did not expect to do so at present," said Arndt, "because winter is near and the men would suffer, and if I accept your offer, you understand that the strike will be long and may extend over the length and breadth of the land, and may embrace every employee of a corporation, for they are all touched by this question, so that the men would get little help from outside branches of the union if the strike became general. But apart from that, this is the time to strike. The company does not expect it. They have been deferring signing the wage scale ever since the last agreement expired, when they voluntarily increased wages. I don't know what their object is, but such being the case, there could be no charge of violated contract brought against us if we strike now. Then again, today, most of the middle class are with us on account of the extortionate prices which the consolidated industries have forced upon them. And also, the companies are rushed with orders and will be correspondingly hurt if they have to shut down for any length of time and could not fulfill their contracts." "Very good," said Mr. Endy. "I am an old man. My son has chosen his path in spite of all that I could say. I am an American as well as a father. I believe in the brotherhood of man, and instead of putting up public libraries, which the laborer has neither time nor inclination to use after the exhausting toil of the day is over, and instead of endowing a university which only well-to-do people's sons can attend, I am going to devote my entire income every year from this day until I die to the actual relief of the sufferings of the class who earned this money. And we will use some of the principal from time to time when we can see our way clear to permanently benefit their position." "May Almighty God reward you for your decision," said Arndt. "I am already amply rewarded in the peace of mind which came to me when I made that vow beside the coffin of my friend," said Mr. Endy. "But as yet I have done nothing, and when I do, it must not be known who is doing it. I am particular about this, for I am made perfectly sick by seeing how every contribution from the rich, of a tithe of one day's income even, once in a while causes the whole press of the United States to overflow with praise." Arndt took advantage of the pause to exclaim, "That was well put, Mr. Endy, for it is the press, and some of the middle class, who always get the benefit of those donations. Mouth closers, we call them, who do the overflowing. The actual working class are not fooled." Mr. Endy quickly remarked, "I am glad of that," and then continued, "I believe in liberty, and the course which the young men who are now in command are pursuing means the ultimate slavery of the working class the world over, a slavery comparable to which that of the blacks previous to the War of 1861 was paradise. For then, except in extreme cases, the bodies of the slaves were at least well clothed and fed, and proper medical attention was assured, together with good and clean houses, while today, why, only yesterday I heard my pastor remonstrating with an elder in our church about the starving condition of a family that worked for him, and the only reply he received was, 'Well, they are all sickly, and don't turn out as much work per capita as others in our employ, and the sooner they die, the sooner they will be out of their misery, and then we will get a healthier family in their place.' In answer to a look of astonishment from Arndt, he said, "Oh, certainly. The rich know these things as well as you do, and I expect that it is hurting the feelings of many a one of us today. But we are all afraid to make a move for fear that things cannot be controlled at the right point. You know how that is." "Well," said Arndt, "I expect the move has been made already, for I had no hope that the men would be held back or listen to anything I could say when they heard about the death of Angus. He was loved by all as few bosses ever are. He had the good of the workers at heart and believed in their manhood. So I am more relieved than I can tell you. I accept and thank you for your offer on their behalf. I will see to it that they do all in their own power to help themselves, but when they need assistance I will freely draw on you. The union meets tonight, and I expect there will be a strike ordered to take effect at once, and to last until the offensive order is repealed and several other matters straightened out, but this is, of course, strictly a secret. I may not be able to send you word of the result of the meeting. I may not be able to be there myself. Bear up, said Mr. Endy. There is work for us to do. I have some plans in my mind which I will talk about some other day. I want to say that I will leave here to go to my lawyer in Clyde in order to fix my will so that if anything goes wrong with me, you will still be able to help the men. For I want to aid in fighting this evil which is crushing the manhood out of every one of us, rich as well as poor." "By the way," said Arndt, "excuse me, but your income depends largely on these works keeping running." "I was wondering whether you would think of that," was the reply. "It did, but it does not. I have not liked the methods used, and also, as a matter of business precaution, I have gradually sold stock ever since I received my allotment, so that today there is not enough left in my hands to bother about. Of course, I could sell that at once, but I could not consider that course honorable, knowing what I know about the future." At this moment they heard the noise of the approaching carriage as it came rapidly along the almost deserted road towards his humble house in Steelton, and the thoughts of those in the carriage took no further range than the room behind Charles Arndt and Robert Endy, where all that remained of Angus MacDonald lay silent in death, and the little room upstairs directly overhead those who so anxiously awaited their coming, where apparently as lifeless lay the woman on whose life or death, Robert Endy thought, hung the determining of whether the labor question was to reach a final settlement without the arbitrament of war. And the thoughts of the great and busy world of human beings, so eagerly striving and struggling to secure a living or to supersede one another, were not centered on this house, where a millionaire and a working man had met and talked as man to man and planned to bring about peace, the peace we prayed about but never have had. Few except the workers in the Steelton mills were thinking of the house at all. Few outside of Steelton knew of its existence. And yet Robert Endy, as he stood beside his companion looking out of the single small window towards the carriage now in sight, took note of the wintry sun that peered through the half-closed blinds into that darkened room where Angus MacDonald lay, took note of the smoke belching from the numerous tall, unsightly chimneys of the company's works, and, as he turned and gazed at that working man, and took note of his strong, resolute face and realized what was written there, he became fully convinced that there, and not at Washington nor anywhere else, was the center of things that day, and he said, "We must give our lives to preventing the resort to the arbitrament of war." "With all my heart," said Arndt as he clasped the outstretched hand. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Recording Angel by Edwin Arnold BRENHOLTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 7. He laughs best who laughs last. Old saying. In the life of every thinking man or woman there are moments or hours which stand out afterwards from all the rest of the lifetime as if they alone were of any importance. These days and nights which followed his Declaration of Independence were thus marked in the life of Charles Arndt, but separate and apart, even in this isolation, stood out the hours which followed the arrival of the two physicians and his sister Annie, all of whom proceeded at once to the room where the sick girl lay, leaving Mr. Endy and Arndt together, and they, by mutual consent, spoke no word, but listened to the footfalls on the floor above. With senses all alert to catch the sound of a footstep which, pausing at the door of their room, should bring a messenger announcing the verdict of life or death, or even give them a word of hope, they waited. But their presence in the house seemed to have been forgotten, and at last the strain of listening to those sounds above and to those others in the front room, where the body of Angus MacDonald was being prepared for burial, became too much for Arndt, and he commenced to pace up and down the small room with his hands clasped behind him. Then Mr. Endy said, "I can wait no longer. I must get to the city to attend to that matter of the will today." So the two men passed out by the back door and around the house to the front where Mr. Endy's carriage waited for him, and as he entered it he said to Arndt, "Please telegraph me the verdict at my lawyer's," giving him the address, and then reached out his hand and said, "Goodbye, my boy, and don't give up hope." But Arndt could only wring his hand. He could not trust his voice, and John, the coachman, who had been looking on in more open amazement than is usually permitted in a servant, was evidently much pleased by the kind tone of the words with which Mr. Endy addressed him as he said, "Now, John, to the station, as fast as possible, please." And the pace at which they traveled over the hard, smooth road might have told the employer that willing service can be obtained only by kindness, which, after all, simply recognizes the brotherhood of man. The other kind of service is easily secured for money, but from the complaints heard daily it cannot be very satisfactory. But Mr. Endy was thinking of other things, and Arndt, as he noticed the look of pleasure on John's face, and then observed the speed at which the carriage receded from sight, said aloud, "That man has discovered the solution of the labor problem. I wonder whether he will be able to put it into practical operation. It will take more than one or two of us to do it." He did not return to the house, for he felt as if he would have to cry out for word from that room if he heard the footsteps overhead. And so Kenedy found him pacing up and down on the gravel walk in front of the back door, when he remembered about him. No one in that house had thought about eating, and it was now about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And as Arndt turned around and saw the satisfied look on Kennedy's face, a look which said, "We have fought and won," he stood still and said aloud, "Thank God!" For whether we believe in a personal God or not, we'll involuntarily thank him at such a moment. "Yes," said Kenedy, "thank God, and Dr. King, come with us. We are going to the railroad station restaurant for something to eat. We can do nothing further here at present, and King must return to the city by the 4 o'clock train." And when Arndt would have protested against being brought to the notice of the great specialist, he said, "Nonsense, I want him to meet you, not you him. You will need the influence of such a man, and the better he knows a real working man, the more sure you are of his goodwill. Come along, I will take no excuse." So Arndt made no further objection than to say, "You know that I am hardly presentable and not at all myself at this time," and the hour which he passed in the company of true greatness and true gentlemanliness was the second ray of happiness that had come into his life for several days. The evident pleasure with which King told of what he called a triumph of science, never mentioning himself alone in connection with the case, as he described the different means which, as he said, we used, was never forgotten by Arndt, although the processes and the technical terms soon passed from his memory. As they took leave of him, King thanked Kenedy for having given him a chance to study an extraordinary case, and shaking hands with Arndt, he said, "You are a good listener, Mr. Arndt, and also, I think, something more, and I hope to have leisure to see you some other day. Kenedy told me some things about you that pleased me very much, and if ever I can serve you, or the cause you represent, do me the favor to remember that I consider myself in the debt of any man who gives me the opportunity to lessen the ills that afflict humanity. Goodbye, gentlemen." And then the train rolled out of the station. On the way back to the house, Kenedy said, "It is an extraordinary case. There had to be measures used which I alone would not take the responsibility for, and also I had to have experienced help. We may even escape any complications by good nursing, and I think we are sure of that." "Yes," said Arndt, Annie will see to that, but even at the best, Nettie will not walk in this garden," as they went toward the house. "For many a day she will never again look on her father's face." The next day Angus MacDonald was buried. Robert Endy Sr. and Charles Arndt stood side by side at the open grave and clasped hands as they turned away. It was the hour of noon when the last words and the last rites over the dead were concluded, and at that moment the loud blast of the whistle of the C.I.&S. Company sounded shrilly on the winter air. Within the works was enacted a scene which at least Robert Endy Jr. had never before witnessed. Instead of taking up their dinner pails and running for their favorite seat, as usual, to eat the meal in company with those whom they each selected to talk to, at the sound of the whistle, every man dropped his work, the fires in the forges and furnaces were drawn, everything possible was done to prevent loss to the company, and number 1003, who had been appointed to take the place of MacDonald, and who was therefore selected by the Union to do the work, stepped up to Mr. Endy, who said sharply, "What does this mean, 1003?" "Mr. Black, sir, if you please," said the man he had addressed, as with a motion of disgust he tore the brass label from his workingman's cap and threw it on the ground, and the motion was repeated by every man in sight. "Mr. Black, sir, reports that the strike ordered by the United Brotherhood of American Workingmen to be started in these works at noon today is now in operation. These badges will never be worn by any American workingman after today." And the men, at his words, gave a great cheer and marched out of the works. As they left the graveyard, Arndt turned towards the road which led to the house where Nettie lay, but Mr. Endy said, "I would like to have you go home with me. We have much to talk about." So it happened that they rode side by side down the street, and at the moment they were passing the gates of the company's works, the men came marching out, quietly and orderly, and most of them solemnly, for they realized that the struggle for the recognition of their manhood, as well as for a just share of the hours of leisure and the proceeds of their labor, had commenced, probably for the last time, and accordingly most of them were very quiet. But when they saw Arndt, their representative, and Mr. Endy riding side by side and talking familiarly together, a wave of emotion swept over the mass, and such a shout as arose that day has not often rolled through the blue vault above us and reached, let us hope, to the place where eternal justice has his dwelling place. For in that cry was the note of hope, hope of ultimate victory, which note has not often been heard in the voice of an American workingman. The shout continued as they rode along, as each group of men at the different gates caught the meaning of the cry, until at last Mr. Endy said to the driver, "John, turn into the grounds at the nearest gateway." But the sound of the shouting followed them even there as they passed along the pleasant drives which led in great curves, bounded on each side by magnificent trees, until they reached the mansion. Then, as they stepped out of the carriage, Mr. Endy said, "We will go into the office, if you please, sir," and Arndt drew back as if he had been struck, but he only replied, "As you please, sir." "Now, Mr. Arndt," said his host, when they were seated, "I thought you understood perfectly that I was not to appear openly in this matter." Arndt, who was about to make a hasty and rather hot reply, checked himself, as he thought what this man's support meant to the cause, and the control which he exercised over himself at this moment was the greatest victory he ever achieved in his life. He quietly replied, "Mr. Endy, the men whom you propose to aid are neither fools nor are they lacking in gratitude toward their friends. I have not intimated, even to my sister, that you even approve of our cause. But if your feeling of brotherhood causes you to heartily shake hands with me in broad daylight, and the next day leads you to ask me to ride home by your side, you must not forget that I am the man whom your son discharged from the works, nor that I have the honor to represent these men. Last night, in a speech at the Union, I, in order to strengthen some of the weak-kneed brethren who thought it was useless to continue any resistance against the money power, said I was sure that there were many among the rich, especially among the older ones, who were already alarmed at the way in which the young men who are now running things were managing business, and that I had every reason to believe that the order numbering the men was obnoxious to every lover of mankind, be he rich or poor. So, when the men saw us together today, they put 2 and 2 in the shape of an addition sum, and in a mechanic's mind they sometimes give an answer of 4. I am sorry you have doubted me. There are other men whom you cannot doubt as being entirely honest and wholly devoted to the cause of the working class. I would like to call it the cause of humanity, which it really is. There is John Black, the man who was chosen to inaugurate the strike today. I will get him to call on you. He is a more able man than I, and in closer touch with the members of the union. I am too conservative for many of them. I will now say good-bye to you." But his hearer stopped him and signed to him to keep his seat, and after a moment said quietly, "You are the man I want. I am sorry for my suspicion of you, but you must realize that those shouts mean, probably, an open rupture with my only son. It is true he has treated me with ill-conceived contempt on business matters lately, as one whose opinions were not worthy of consideration, but still he is my son. Well, the step is taken, and probably it is for the best. I am now able to work openly in trying to enlist to our cause some men who, I believe, still love liberty so well as to be willing to have other men express their own opinions without danger of losing their jobs, and who have manhood enough left to be willing to call a halt even on their own sons. Now, tell me all about the strike up to the present moment." Then Arndt grasped the hand that was extended to him and took his seat again, and in the long struggle which followed these two men stood shoulder to shoulder, and there was never thereafter the slightest misunderstanding between them. "Well," said Arndt, "the working men have been taking lessons for a number of years, and I'll say right here that the first thing they had to learn was to stop the oppressions of the labor organizations themselves. There was a time when they first started when there was very little choice between the tyranny of the rich and the despotism of the unions. I suppose it was the unavoidable result of the first realization of their power. But the effect was that the best men wouldn't go into the organization only to be ordered about by demagogues. Moreover, men who really took pride in doing their work as well as possible constantly complained that those who were members of the unions seemed to care for nothing but their wage, and the quality of their work fell off if they were not constantly watched. And so they remained out. Well, you know, we had to teach those honest souls that under the present system, if they did 2 days' work in one and for 1 day's pay, they were simply taking the bread out of some man's mouth. And the inherent love of turning out the best that is in us soon corrected the other abuse. So we have changed all that, and as a consequence there are very few skilled workers in the country at this moment who are not also active members of the unions. Another thing they learned was that it was worse than folly to notify the company of their intention to strike, so we appeared to be satisfied when they raised our wages instead of granting our request to abolish the order about numbering the men, and all our members resolved to save every dollar that was possible out of the increase. The decision to leave the whole question of a strike to a committee of 3 was unanimously agreed to, or at least it was made unanimous after the first vote on the subject submitted to the branches by the main strike committee some time ago. We are only a subcommittee in reality, and we were thus empowered to act in view of the fact that the strike was really determined upon when the order for numbering the men went into effect. It was only the time for commencing the strike that was actually left to us. I, for one, would never have shouldered the responsibility for the main decision. The result of their wise action is that not a man except Black knew positively this morning that the strike had been ordered, or when it was to start. For the main strike committee determined the first, and we determined the last, and all was done in secret session. We had to take lessons of the millionaires who do not have representatives of the press at all their meetings. So the word was quietly passed, and cipher messages sent to the other points after 11 o'clock. This was done for one reason, in order to not give the company time for getting out injunctions against us on the plea of public necessity. They have got the injunction business down so fine that the last time the employees of the cattle yards in Chicago attempted to strike, they were threatened with imprisonment on the ground that the carrying on of their business is a public necessity, and on the same plea the miners were actually driven back to work at the point of the bayonet when they defied the injunction granted by the federal judges. We are deathly tired of the government by injunction. Moreover, we notice that the company can close down for as long as it pleases at any time, and no injunction can be gotten to compel it to carry on business or furnish us work. "I'm glad that we were able to head that off," said Mr. Endy. "It has been a disgrace to the country ever since the first injunction was issued and upheld by the highest court. But in any event, they would find their hands full if they attempted to imprison the 30,000 men who went out in the strike at noon today." "Yes," said Arndt, "our plans have worked out well, and Mr. Craggie may even now not expect that his works will be completely tied up, as they certainly will be tomorrow morning, for though almost all the telegraph operators are members of the union, he has always heretofore managed to have a non-union man on at some point or other, and so our messages have been betrayed. This time there will be no messages, it being fully understood by the leaders all over the country that the strike is to be general in whatever industry it is first started. You will understand, therefore, that our blow today is the first one that has ever been struck without our opponent being fully informed and, consequently, prepared for it. "Yes, yes," said Mr. Endy, "all is going well, and I don't think they will even try to imprison any of the leaders this time. The last time that was tried, so many of the middle class asked themselves the question, 'How soon will it be my turn?' that even the courts were alarmed at the outcry. And when they tried to restrain the press by instituting suits for slander against the editors of every paper which mentioned a single judge's name in the denunciations of the rulings of the courts in those cases, the whole press of the country became alarmed for their liberty of speech, and the cases were quietly dropped, as you are very well aware." Arndt replied, "It is a burning shame that things are in such a state, but we have gained much in the years that have passed, and by the very defeats we have suffered. There is only one iron and steel company in the United States today. The result is that there will be no iron or steel manufactured in this country until this strike is ended. It is our intention that the other trades shall go on working as long as possible in order to provide the sinews of war, but if necessary we are prepared and determined to close down everything in the United States. We have faithfully tried patience, arbitration, the ballot. Now we'll try this." "What is the temper of the men in regard to making this a test of passive resistance?" "Fine. Could not be better," asserted Arndt. "We owe much to our socialist friends for having instilled into the minds of the workers that their present condition is directly traceable to war, and that the military power is their worst enemy. They realize that to win by force of arms would be only to throw themselves into the arms of a new set of masters and tyrants. And I can assure you that it will be a test of passive resistance, such as the world has never yet seen, if we can keep it there." You will observe that I place great stress on those last words, especially on the "we." But we must not forget that there is Mr. Craggie on the one hand. Arndt hesitated, and his hearer reverently added, "and the almighty power that rules the hearts and destinies of men and nations on the other. No, we must not forget that." "Well," said Arndt, "we have instructed the men to bear everything rather than give the slightest aid to the company in its usual cry of destruction of property. There are not enough iron and steel workers today, that is, competent men, outside of our union to run a single shop if they could all be gotten together. So there will be absolutely no cause for any intimidation of any man who is so lost to all spirit of fraternity as to wish to go to work in our place. Our men have been instructed to promptly answer the call of the sheriff for deputies, and to fire to kill at any man found destroying property. We are going to keep the tramps and thieves and hoodlums down, if the government won't. But if the worst comes to the worst, we are all well drilled. Although we opposed Craggie's law compelling us all to undergo military service, still we had to submit, and so the states have furnished the drilling and we can arm ourselves. But we propose to obey all orders so long as we are fighting against the hoodlums or disobedient members of our own body who are found destroying property or lives. If an attempt is made to force the workers by injunction or by any other trick to start these works or to fire on peaceful law-abiding workers, well, we will see about that when the time comes. But I tell you plainly, I will die rather than obey such orders." "But Craggie can rely on the standing army," said Mr. Endy. "Perhaps he can," Arndt said smilingly, "but the standing army of these days is not the unthinking machine of former times. The enlisted man has almost without exception come out of the ranks of the workers. His friends and relatives are all of them standing in our ranks. Craggie will find it one thing to order them to shoot a lot of naked half-civilized barbarians or even citizens of a foreign nation, and quite another to make them obey such an order against us. Moreover, even though the government did succeed in getting the regular army raised to 200,000 men against the protest of the peace people, they are nearly all so busily employed in keeping down our outlying and unwilling fellow subjects that they haven't as many soldiers at home today as they had before the increase. We have a cause this time which should command the respect and support of every lover of liberty, and for the rest we do not care. We are going to avoid the mistakes of the past. In other words, some of us have learned that in demanding liberty and freedom of speech for ourselves, we must not deny it to others. We stand utterly and unequivocally opposed to the whole system of suppression of opinion as practiced by the government postal department and the gag law it enforces in the army, by which man must either have no opinion or not express it. Turning to Mr. Endy, he asked, "Is there anything else that I can tell you? You see I have opened my whole heart to you." "Resources," said his hearer, who had been listening eagerly to every word. "Oh, yes," said Arndt quickly, "our resources. I omitted that purposely. Only the Committee of Finance know that exactly. We have had no large strike for many years. The futility of these local strikes was demonstrated in the anthracite coal strike some years ago, which ended ultimately in nothing permanently gained for the strikers. And since then the men have had to digest their wrongs as best they could. At least they did not strike with our consent. We have been accumulating funds and military instruction. Yes, I know it is a great trust and a greater responsibility, but the money has been carefully invested and was accumulated fast, as we have placed it wisely, some of it in Standard Oil stock. And as for the committee, well, Mr. Endy, since I have found one rich man who loves his country and his fellow man and who proposes to do for us what you are going to do, you need not doubt that we found enough honest, conscientious, capable, thoroughly disinterested men among ourselves to form a finance committee of 15. I am not on it. Black is, and I have every reason to believe in the patriotism and honesty of every member of the body. But we realize that the support which the very fact that you are with and for us will give us will be worth more than the money in the Treasury, no matter how much that may be. You had an evidence this morning of how the men appreciated that." But at this point they were interrupted by Rollins, who announced dinner. Arndt was astonished to find how the time had slipped away, and he started to leave at once, but Mr. Endy insisted on his remaining with him. "For," said he, "I expect that it will happen often in the coming days, and you may as well begin now. You know," he sadly remarked, "there are no women in this house except the servants. Money can do many things, but it cannot stay the hand of the destroyer when one's time has come. And money has failed to have any power over me since the days when my wife and daughter followed each other to the grave 10 years ago. I had Robert left then, but he is so engrossed in business these last years and occupies his rooms in the city so much that I sometimes stop and try to realize that I have a son." And so Arndt's heart was filled with pity for the old man. In the dining room they found Robert pacing restlessly up and down, but as they entered the large, light, and beautiful room he came to a sudden stop in his walk and faced them. His father said, "You need no introduction to Mr. Arndt, I think?" "Certainly not," his son replied. "How do you do, sir?" Arndt replied courteously, and the three seated themselves. And then the elder man said to Rollins, "We will help ourselves, Rollins." And so they were left alone. Nevertheless, the meal was eaten almost in silence, and when they arose Robert said to his father, "I would like to speak to you, sir, and if you have no objection I would like Mr. Arndt to hear what I have to say." "Very good," replied his father, "that will suit me exactly." But Arndt begged to be excused, saying that he had no wish to know anything about their private affairs. Robert here lost control of himself, and he said bitterly, "I know nothing about your wish, sir. I only know that you are already in our private affairs, and I propose to inform you exactly about them." "Hush, sir," said his father, for Rollins was entering the room. "Gentlemen, we will go to the library, if you please. Rollins, say to all callers that we are engaged." Without another word they proceeded to that room, and as soon as they were seated he said, "Now, Robert, say your say, but please remember that I am your father." Then, lighting a cigar himself, he passed the box to Arndt and to Robert, each of whom accepted, and so they sat smoking around the open fireplace, while in the back of the room a large music box run by electricity played sweetly. Young Robert arose impatiently and stopped the works, and as the sharp click of the spring was heard the music suddenly ceased, and he commenced his talk as if he had only been interrupted, but this time he stood beside the fireplace facing both men. Arndt, who could see the face of both father and son, quietly smoked on, but he said to himself, "When Greek meets Greek, then comes the tug of war." Robert said emphatically, "I think that it is you who forget, and forget that you are my father, or you would never have made the will you executed yesterday." At the word will, his father straightened himself in his chair and said sharply, "So it is as I expected. Some young man in Johnson's office finds it to his advantage to tell you about my doings there. And I expect that I can save myself the trouble of telling you about my operations with my broker also." "Precisely so," said his son. "A successful businessman must know what even his father is doing." "Well," was the reply, "I think that I was generous enough in that will to prove my affection for you. You have a fortune of your own from your mother. I hesitated yesterday to leave you even so much as I did, for I do not approve of the way you are using what you already have, as I have often told you. Now, if you do not like the will which I have made, I can easily change it, and as for your knowing about it, I will say that I do not like the way in which you get your information. It would be more straightforward and manly to come direct to me. I have nothing to conceal, and today I have a special cause to have no objection to your knowing every word of it. Indeed, I intended to tell you of it and my plans for the future as soon as I had finished talking to Mr. Arndt. For since the recent occurrence, it will be better for all of us to understand exactly where we are and what confronts us." "You refer to the ovation which the men gave to Mr. Arndt and yourself?" said his son sarcastically. "Precisely so," said his father, "and the sound of their hearty cheers for Robert Endy will never be forgotten by your father. But I referred to the death of my closest friend at your hands as well." Robert started towards Arndt, crying, "What infamous lies have you been telling my father, sir? What had I to do with the death of Angus MacDonald? Was I his keeper?" "That is an old question," said the white-haired man, "and as you have decided it in the negative, we will get down to business. Now, the will I made stands, unless you think I had better make another one, giving you only half as much. But I shall add a codicil to that will tomorrow, in which I shall cut down what I have left you 3/4 in the event that I die before the strike is ended, or in the event that the men are defeated. You need not look at me in astonishment. I am still a good businessman, although you have so long considered me a back number and have so spoken of me. If I had no other charge to make against the miserable system which you call business, the one charge I would make is that it has cost me the love and respect of my only son, and that today I do not know but that my early death would be welcome to you." Here the old man's feelings overcame him, and his son was moved by the sight of his distressed face to exclaim, "Never that, sir, never! You do me injustice there." "Well," said his father more calmly, "I am thankful for even so much, but you brought it on yourself, for you refused to spare MacDonald at my request." "That," said Robert, "was a business necessity." But the old man, who was an elder in the church, cried out sharply, "To the devil with such business!" "Amen," said Arndt. The others seemed to have forgotten his presence, he sat smoking so quietly, but his words recalled his enemy to what he had wanted to say to him, and he remarked sarcastically, "That is usually the opinion of men whom the company has found incompetent or insubordinate, and has, consequently, discharged." He paused, but Arnold made no motion to reply, and calmly lit another cigar, which the old man passed to him when he threw the remains of the first one into the grate. So Robert continued, "I will say to you in my father's presence that I don't know how you have managed to twist yourself into his confidence, probably under the self-delusion that you are disinterestedly working for the Union. But be that as it may, I wish to express my dislike of the intimacy and my intention to break it up. You are not the first young man who has exercised undue influence upon an old gentleman, and I can have you quietly disposed of. We don't imprison labor leaders because of their occupation. Some we can buy, and that's the easiest and cheapest way. But some are obstinate and have to go to jail, and the corporation lawyers never yet had any trouble in finding a charge good enough to answer the purpose, no matter how honest the judge might be. So the old days and their methods are past and gone. You were a little too smart for the company in this strike, Therefore, I must now ask you to give me your word to have it ended as soon as possible, and to never speak to my father again, and then I will stop the wheels I have already put in motion." "Is that all you require?" Arndt asked calmly. "I think it's sufficient, sir," Robert replied haughtily. "Why do you ask?" "Oh, I thought you might like to add to it something that is possible," said Arndt. "This is a righteous strike, and while I was empowered to have a voice in starting it—" Robert interrupted savagely. "Righteous! What bosh and nonsense! Why don't you talk language that a businessman can understand? Is it going to pay either you or the public or the company? If not, that settles it. I tell you this strike will go down in history as the most illogical one that ever was." "How so?" said his father. "Would you have been numbered and worn a brass tag?" asked Arndt quietly. "Never," said Robert emphatically. "But Arndt laughed. "What do you mean by that, sir?" demanded Robert. Arndt met his angry glance squarely and remarked, "And yet there are some who deny the existence of class in America." "You never heard me deny it," Robert asserted. "But that is beside the question. I would never answer to anything but my name, but you and the others, with the exception of the 32 who utterly and unequivocally refused and who were discharged and blacklisted as a consequence, did. It would seem that you might have got used to what you call your degradation by this time. I say that the strike is illogical, and I can prove my assertion. You did not strike when Carter, one of the 32, committed suicide because he could not obtain work, and I doubt whether you know at this moment what became of the 31. They are certainly not working in any of the company's plants this day. Yet you pass all that by, and because a man of over 60 years of age, who should have been retired years ago and who has a sufficiency for his old age, takes his dismissal to heart and dies, you up and strike. You insinuate that I let my personal feelings and personal affairs influence my vote, do you?" Arndt asked with a little heat. "I do more than insinuate. I charge you with it," Robert replied emphatically. "And moreover," his father interrupted him, "you can retract both the insinuation and the charge, sir. I am the man who said that this strike should be and be now. I, and I alone." His son paid no attention to the avowal and continued, "While I am truly grieved at the death of my father's friend and at the illness of Miss Nettie, I utterly fail to understand why the fight was made on his case and not on Carter's or Laird's. MacDonald, I know, had a taking, hearty manner, which the others lacked, and was very popular with the men. But surely that is no reason for striking at this time." Robert was standing in such a way that by looking past his father and Arndt he commanded a view of the main drive, and Arndt had noticed that from time to time he seemed to be more interested in that than in what he was saying. So he was not surprised when Robert commenced to thresh the same straw over again, asserting, "There is neither sense nor logic in that, for the company is now paying higher wages and for less hours." "But for more work than ever before in the world's history," Arndt interjected rather impatiently. "Than ever before," Robert contemptuously proceeded. "I will use your words to complete my statement, though I emphatically deny yours. I say that I simply cannot understand." Here his father arose from his chair and interrupted him. His voice quivered with emotion as he said, "You do not understand, and if you could you would not be the man you this day are. But I will tell you this. The power in whom you do not believe, and who despite your disbelief still sways their hearts and governs men, makes use continually of man's illogicalness to overthrow the wrong. And if you could but see it, there is logic of the sternest kind in all this. MacDonald's case stands for the primal right of man to work, and at that thing he can do best and joy in doing, which right this cursed competitive system more utterly denies than it does the right to work and live by the work." Arndt nodded his head emphatically, and Robert sneeringly said, "Oh, I see, socialists out and out." His father sank back into his chair, and Arndt replied quietly, "Not yet, but I am going to investigate their position thoroughly and shall advocate and use it to overthrow the present murderous system, under certain contingencies. You cannot deny that the predictions of Marx and the leading socialist writers are being wonderfully fulfilled today, and there is nothing like a fulfilled prophecy to establish the truth either of a system or a creed." But Mr. Endy protested, No, I have made a thorough study of the whole question and have a complete solution of it in my modified plan of cooperation and profit sharing. I will show it to you." Robert laughed long and sarcastically and said, "Yes, and it will work at precisely the same moment that the other ideal system works, namely when you change man's nature or make something but a being who is a survival of the struggle for existence instead of him." After a moment Arndt said heartily to Mr. Endy, "I hope to God that you are right and have succeeded. I will be glad to go into the matter thoroughly." At this moment Robert again glanced from Arndt to the window, and Arndt saw that his face brightened at once, and he said airily, "Oh, well, there is no use wasting any more time in discussion. I gave you my ultimatum some time ago, and I will grant my father and you, say, half an hour to think it over. I don't imagine that you will leave the house before my return, as I see the officer who has a warrant for your arrest, on the charge I mentioned, standing at the door." His hearers made no reply, although he waited for one, and he said, "Goodbye, gentlemen. I look for compliance with my request," and he laughed as he left the room. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Recording Angel by Edwin Arnold BRENHOLTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 8 The Best Laid Plans of Mice and Men by One Who Knew. Neither of the men remaining in the room appeared to be in the least disturbed by Robert's threats, but went on smoking, and finally the elder man said, "Now I think that you can understand why I, who have been so bitterly opposed to strikes and all warfare in every shape and form, should consent to aid you at this time." Arndt looked inquiringly at him, and he continued, "It seems to me to be simply a choice of evils, for I am certain that unless someone with a very cool head and whose heart is full of the love of the race intervenes, this struggle will not end without the most dreadful civil war the world has ever seen." "My idea exactly," said Arndt, "only it will not be confined to this country, for the working men of the world have looked to America as the last chance for them to obtain justice, and they will help us rather than have their only asylum destroyed." "Worse and worse," sighed Mr. Endy. "We must prevent the breaking out of hostilities at all hazards. Now these young men who are running things, and who are responsible for all this trouble, seem to think they have all the foresight there is in the market. I wish that Robert had remained with us and kept on talking. He talks too much for the good of his cause, and entirely too often." Arndt smiled, but immediately looked very serious, and after a few moments, during which the old man scanned him narrowly as he paced nervously up and down the room, he said, as he paused in front of his friend, "Don't you think we might spare him the publicity which is sure to follow? He is your own son. Think of your own feelings." Mr. Endy took the young man's hand and said, "Thank you, my boy. Thank you for that thought. But as you see, he has forgotten that he is my son, and for the time I must forget it. The warrant he has sworn out says that you are a swindler, and implies that I am out of my mind, and this is only the first step towards declaring the will which I made in favor of the cause null and void on account of the incompetency of the testator. You, as a leader of the working men, have no right to let that will be upset, and I, as a sane man, am going to fight for an open declaration of my sanity. Besides all this, you must not let the mistake he has made be lost to the cause." "That's what made me hesitate," said Arndt. "He has played into our hands beyond all expectation, and I know that I ought not to let the chance slip, but I thought that I might make it up by getting him to go on a foreign trip for a while, until the strike is ended. President Craggie cannot afford to lose the services of men who profess the principles, in business matters, that Robert holds. I see, however, that you are right. We must take advantage of every slip made by our opponents, though I am sorry that this one was made by Robert, and in this way." "Well," said Mr. Endy, "I am more sorry than you can be, but I am not going to be considered an incompetent businessman, and an imbecile besides, if I can prevent it. And the last 10 years of comparative idleness have been spent largely among these books, where you will find every valuable suggestion ever printed on the labor question. That has been my hobby, and I have lost caste among my fellow millionaires because I so constantly insisted on and spoke in favor of giving the worker a fair share of the proceeds of his labor. I will allow that I did not say anything except among my own class, for there, it seemed to me, the work needed to be done. I feared that any encouragement would lead the men to rebellion against conditions which I constantly hoped would change for the better. But we will talk of this when we have more time. Angus MacDonald and I, as you know, have spent many an hour together in this room discussing this question, while you, I suppose, were at least as pleasantly employed talking to Nettie, but now he is gone, and we have work to do." There was a little silence, and then he roused himself and said very briskly, "Enough of dreaming. Please ring the bell for the stables," pointing to the switchboard in the corner of the room. As soon as the answering ring of the bell on the board was heard, Mr. Endy spoke into a telephone receiver which stood on the library table by his side, and told John to bring the double team and closed carriage to the door as soon as possible, and then turning to Arndt said, "I'm sorry for it, but I think that you will have to remain in prison tonight." "Of course," was the reply. "If we are going to fight this thing out, we could not afford to let that advantage slip. There is no disgrace in imprisonment for this cause, and I am more than willing to remain there for more than one night if necessary. But I can tell you that this would be a serious business if I had not you to fight for me. I could narrate some tales of what has been done in so-called free America, especially since the capitalists commenced holding secret sessions and sending out secret circular letters, tales which would put to the blush the injustice and cruelty practiced by any monarchical government in Europe, Russia not excepted." "I know," said his hearer, "probably more of those tales than you do, for I am on the inside, and that is one of the things that has determined me to fight till death the class division in America. We are today a republic only in name. The ballot, it is true, has been left in the hands of part of the people as the easiest way to govern all. But the will of the people, if it cannot be made to coincide with that of the real rulers of this country before election, and that is often done through a corrupt press and by other means, is deliberately set aside afterwards, and in ways the law does not seem able to reach or prevent. As for getting redress by putting another party in power, you know what that amounts to. The rich can always make the first years of the new administration disastrous years if they have the will to do it, and then the people themselves restore the old party to power again. Then the reform legislation, which never had any chance to produce satisfactory results, is repealed or becomes a dead letter. It never seems to make any difference to Mr. Craggie and men of his ilk which party is in power." "You are exactly right," said Arndt. "I have often thought when I heard or read the charge that my socialist friends are traitors, that the real traitors are those who deliberately thus wreck the prosperity of the country from time to time. And there have been occasions when I have seriously weighed the question as to whether the slaughter and suffering thus entailed on the poor was not, in the long run, worse in amount and quality than that brought about by any actual outbreak of revolution." "I had not thought of that," exclaimed Mr. Endy. "But there is the carriage at the door, and we will now see whether Robert has been playing a bluff on us. No, we will not wait to speak to him. I do not care to say anything further to him this day." As they passed Rollins in the hall, Mr. Endy gave him instructions, at a suggestion from Arndt, that he should go to the house on the river road and see that all was well there. "And also," said he, "tell Miss Annie that all is right with us, but that we are compelled to go to the city on business and cannot possibly return until tomorrow. And Rollins, you had better remain with them if there is no man in the house, and you might as well take some things for hardy people as well as sick ones with you." As they opened the front door they waited for the gentleman, who had been standing by the carriage ever since John drove up, to turn around. When he did so, Mr. Endy said to Arndt, "Good." Then, addressing the man as he advanced towards him, he said, "Mr. Sheriff, I thank you for this. I will not forget it." "Oh, that's all right, Mr. Endy," was the reply, as the offered hand was cordially shaken. "I thought I had better attend to this little matter myself. Some of the boys talk too much to the reporters. Mr. Arndt," turning as he spoke, I am sorry to have to ask you to consider yourself my prisoner. It's a formality I have to go through with, you know." "Very good. Thank you, sir," said Arndt, and again he smiled. "Now, Mr. Sheriff," said Mr. Endy, "I hope that you have no objection to going to the railroad in this carriage." "None whatever," was the reply. "In fact, I rather expected to do that very thing when I saw it drive up to the door, and I also expect that you are going with us to the city, Mr. Endy." "Well," said the other, "I had thought of doing so if you do not object to traveling in my company." The officer laughed heartily as he said, "Not likely, is it, Mr. Endy? But I thought I might as well mention that it will be too late to give bail tonight when we get to our destination, unless you have a special train and travel as Mr. Craggie does." Of course," was the reply. "But let us start, for I see Robert coming towards the house." After they were outside the grounds he asked to see the warrant, but that document did not give much more information than Robert already had imparted, and the three men chatted pleasantly until they reached the station. As they were about to enter the parlor car, the sheriff, in a low tone, said, "Mr. Arndt, I believe I will smoke. You will meet me at the station in Clyde, will you not?" As he spoke the last words, the two men looked straight at each other, and Arndt said, "Certainly, sir," and the sheriff left them. As the train rolled along smoothly and swiftly towards Clyde, Arndt said, "I am beginning to see and feel some of the direct advantages of being, if not rich, at least in the company of a rich man. I've seen too many men arrested by deputies and policemen not to realize the difference between this and riding in the smoking car with a uniformed officer beside me, and maybe handcuffs besides." "Yes," said Mr. Endy, "but this is Jones's way of doing business. He was elected by popular vote in spite of the opposition of the ring, as you know, and having come up from the ranks of the policemen through all the grades is, for once, the right man in the right place." Arndt laughed, and after a moment asked, "Do you know that we have the Socialists to thank for Jones?" Of course, but what could we do? Decent citizens simply could not vote for such undisguised rascals as the other parties nominated. A sheriff does not get any opportunity to put socialism in practice." Again Arndt laughed. "Yes, I know," he said, "but still he is a standing advertisement of what sort of men are in their ranks, and his administration of the office is making adherents for socialism daily. All the working men like and swear by Jones, for his success has not spoiled him. But if it had not been you and your son who were involved in this matter, Mr. Jones would not have been here." "I had not thought of that," said Mr. Endy. "Now," he continued, "we have a little time to arrange a program. I telegraphed Johnson to wait for me at his office, and as soon as I reach Clyde I am going there and have that codicil added to yesterday's will then and there. Then I am going to sever my business relations with Johnson. A man who allows private information and confidential affairs to become public is not running business to my satisfaction. And also he is counsel for the Iron and Steel Corporation and will be against us in this fight. Then I am going to employ your man Chandler, who is counsel for the Union, to do my work hereafter." "Good," said Arndt. "I am certainly glad of that. Harry Chandler is as smart a lawyer as any of them, and he will prove it if he gets his chance. But his siding with the working class has been against him thus far. He hasn't had any big cases yet, and the Union employs him mainly because he is an enthusiast in the cause of humanity." "I think that he will get his chance tomorrow, or maybe tonight," Mr. Endy replied. "I am going to see him as soon as I get through with Mr. Johnson, who I think will lose some more of his millionaire clients after all is told. For it was his own son who drew up that will, and I am inclined to believe that he at least connived at letting Robert know its contents. If I find Mr. Chandler, I am going to bring him around to the prison tonight to see you. We have too much to talk about to wait until the morning, and I never leave until tomorrow what can be attended to today." "I am afraid you will overtax yourself," said Arndt. "Never fear, my boy," was the reply. "I am all right. These white hairs do not count for anything. I am as sound as a dollar. I have not rested 10 years for nothing, and besides, a man is immortal until his work is done." When the train stopped in the depot at Clyde, they met the sheriff, who saluted them as if he were greeting them for the first time that day. Then Mr. Endy said, "Excuse us a moment, Mr. Arndt," and he took the arm of Jones and walked aside a few feet. Then he said, "Mr. Sheriff, the man you have in charge is going to marry the daughter of my old friend Angus MacDonald, whom we buried this morning. He is, therefore, if for no other reason, one of my personal friends, and I am going to ask you to see that he has every alleviation which prison discipline permits." Jones looked sharply at his companion and said, "I can easily keep him under my own care and take him to my own home for the night. Your word and his would be sufficient for me." "Thank you, sir, thank you," was the reply, "but he must go to prison. I would, however, thank you for a permit to visit him, together with his counsel." "Is that all?" asked the sheriff, as he handed his card on which he had written the desired permission. "That is all, I think," hesitatingly. Then he said, sharply, "No, sir, that is not all, not quite. I am of too much importance today and tomorrow to take any risks. I have just had an impression made on my mind which I cannot disregard. Mr. Sheriff, I want a man, one who can be depended upon, to not lose sight of me for 2 days, and perhaps longer." "Capital idea that," was the quiet reply, as he ran his eye over the throng of people who were hurrying this way and that along the platform, some leaving trains and others entering, until to an inexperienced eye it appeared impossible but that everybody must get into the wrong car, and that those who were leaving the depot seemed to be in constant danger of instant death from the baggage trucks which were being pushed around among the crowd. "Good idea," repeated the official to himself, "but I don't see our man here. Let us pass through the depot and along the front of the building. He was here when I left for Steelton." Then they rejoined Arndt, who in the meantime had been examining the faces of the people as they passed, and had exchanged greetings with several. To one of these he said briefly, "Strike is on. Telegraph President of the Union, in cipher, to meet me as early as possible tomorrow morning at the prison." "All right," said the man, who was dressed as an engineer, and his eye swept over the people until it stopped at the sheriff and Mr. Endy, and then his face lit up as he repeated very emphatically, "All right," and he shook hands with Arndt and went into the telegraph office. As our party passed through the building, the sheriff looked searchingly among the moving mass, but neither of the others saw him make a signal to anyone, although Mr. Endy was on the watch for something of the kind. But as they stopped on the outskirts of the crowd, he touched the latter on his shoulder, and when he turned around he said, "Mr. Endy, permit me to introduce you to my friend, Mr. Arthur, who will carry out your wishes." And he then stepped aside for a moment and spoke to the man. Afterwards Arndt and the sheriff entered a carriage and were driven to the prison, while Mr. Endy and his companion went to Mr. Johnson's office. Here Mr. Endy carried out his program to the letter, never intimating the least displeasure until the codicil was properly added, and then, as the clerks who had acted as witnesses withdrew from the room, for it was long after office hours, he said that he would take the will with him, and as he arose to go he remarked, "And, as I do not like to have everybody know all about my private affairs, I propose to transfer my business to other hands. So please, Mr. Johnson, send in the bill for what I owe you to date." Upon that gentleman professing astonishment and ignorance of what he could possibly mean, he received a very brief but pointed account of what had occurred, and, as he was himself a rich man and a corporation lawyer with a large practice, he said only that he regretted exceedingly that anything private should have leaked out of his office, and that he would sift the whole matter to the bottom, but he made no effort to persuade his client to change his mind, and immediately the two men took leave of each other. But Mr. Johnson went to the front window and looked out, and he said, "Cranky, sure enough," and he raised his eyebrows and whistled softly to himself as he saw who it was that had been waiting in the outer office, and now followed Mr. Endy into the carriage. "Arthur! By the Eternal!" he exclaimed. "I'd telegraphed that fact to Endy's son if he hadn't made such a fool of himself and got me into such a mess. Of course, I suspect who told him. Endy's all wrong. No one in this office was bribed to give information. That was simply a matter of friendship between my son and his. These young fellows hang together just as we old ones used to when we were young, and I protested plainly against that will. But if Robert hasn't enough sense to hold his tongue, he will have to fight his own battles without aid from me or mine." And then he turned away from the window and went to seek an interview with his son. From Johnson's office Mr. Endy rode swiftly to that of Chandler, for he was afraid that he might find the offices closed, as it was now after 5:30. Fortunately, they found the lawyer still at his desk, and upon introducing himself, Mr. Endy said briefly, "I wish you to take entire charge of my legal business, and in the first place, please put this will in your safe for tonight. We have a fight on our hands. First, to get Charles Arndt out of prison where he now is, on the charge of exercising undue influence, and so forth and so forth. And besides, you are going to have to prove, incidentally, that I am a sane man." Chandler had said little. He was watching and studying the old man, and he now irrelevantly observed, "I think we had better have something to eat, as we have a long night's work ahead of us." "Precisely so," said Mr. Endy, and to himself he added, "They won't fluster him much. Arndt knows a man when he sees one, and we have the right one now." At the restaurant, Arthur started to drop away from the others and leave them free to talk about their business, but Mr. Endy said, "Mr. Arthur, please give me the pleasure of your company while we eat. When I trust a man, I trust him entirely." After they had finished their meal, they returned to the lawyer's office and procured necessary books and papers, and then drove to the prison where, on presenting the sheriff's card, they were promptly admitted and were soon busily engaged on the necessary legal documents. It was nearly midnight when Chandler said, "That finishes it, I expect. There isn't an easier charge to make than undue influence, unless it be mental incompetence, and both are as difficult to disprove as they are easy to make. Most of us think that we are perfectly sane. Nevertheless, most of the things the sanest of us do look crazy to somebody or other, especially if it hits the somebody somewhere." But they had not been working on legal documents exclusively. Among other things that were accomplished during the rest that Chandler insisted on Mr. Endy taking at 9 o'clock was a paper which read, "Sequel to the great strike inaugurated at Steelton today. At 10 o'clock tonight we learn of an effort to prove the insanity of Robert Endy Sr. because he has made a will which devotes a large portion of his wealth to the aid of the strikers. Charles Arndt, one of the advisory committee that ordered the strike, has been imprisoned on a trumped-up charge. See editorial." The editorial was likewise prepared at the same time and place, but the editor that was fortunate enough to get this haul forgot to tell his readers of that fact. It read, "To the American people. We have a word to say, and especially to the rich. The time has now arrived when the business methods which were inaugurated by the fathers are being operated by the sons. These methods produced much evil, as every man knows, even when operated by men who, because of long and intimate association with the working men, had still a feeling of brotherhood for the masses. This feeling is totally absent in their sons. Reared in luxury, educated at select private schools, with leisure for any and every amusement, they have a feeling of contempt for every man who has not made what they call success in life, not realizing that under present conditions success is possible for the few only. They have lost every sentiment which should mark the difference between an American citizen and a member of the aristocratic classes of Europe. There are few rich men today in this country who do not know this to be true of their own sons. Mr. Endy has found it too true of his, to his sorrow, and tomorrow's session of court will see a hale and hearty man of undoubted sanity called to the witness stand to prove that he is able to make a testament that will hold in law. Who will be the next rich man to share his fate? The young men who are running business today are the ones that are insane, or at least mentally unbalanced. They stop at nothing in their mad effort to excel each other in the piling up of dollars which most of them do not need, forgetting that these dollars are often the price of blood. There are those among the people who suspect that this suit is only a secret method of striking at the working men, since it is Charles Arndt, a labor leader, who has been imprisoned. The Iron and Steel Company will have a chance to disavow all connection with the matter, and we expect them to do so promptly, as the people are deathly tired of such methods and have said so time and again." This was sent by telegraph to the paper having the largest circulation in the United States, the Plutocrat, and also the Clyde Daily Clarion, a socialist paper, that, of course, favored the strikers. The Plutocrat was assured that it would be the only paper in the East to get that matter, thus ensuring its publication. It was almost 1 o'clock when Mr. Endy and Arthur went to a hotel and secured adjoining rooms with a doorway between, and at least one of them slept soundly the remainder of the night. Arthur, however, had been up a long time before he called Mr. Endy at 8 o'clock, and those who know him will be certain that he would have been ready for any emergency at any moment. When the party assembled in the courtroom they found it crowded to the doors. The space set apart for the bar could not nearly hold the attorneys present, and Arndt looked anxiously at Chandler, fearing that his friend might be disconcerted. But Chandler seemed to be enjoying the best of spirits, and when Mr. Endy caught Arndt's expression he leaned over and said, "Chandler is all right. Never you fear for him. I tell you, when a man's heart is in his cause, the fear of man departs from him." "Amen," said Arndt. But in the end the people and the lawyers were cheated out of their expected legal battle, and Chandler lost his chance to make a speech which would certainly have made him famous for all time. For the magistrate, on calling the case, said briefly that the information lodged against the prisoner had been withdrawn with the consent of the state's attorney, and that Mr. Arndt was therefore at liberty. Chandler jumped to his feet and wanted to make a fight on certain legal informalities in the whole proceeding, and also advised Arndt that he could recover heavy damages from Robert Endy, the informant. But Arndt said emphatically, "We stop this case right here, Harry. Robert Endy will pay dearly enough for this if he has not already done so. That newspaper work of yours was a masterstroke. I don't think you need regret the loss of that speech. You can get it off some other day anyhow, for this fight has only begun." Now, the fact was that Robert's father had not fully realized the import of what was occurring until he found himself in the courtroom. Then the thought flashed across his mind in all its hideous reality that his child, his son Robert, was going to have to stand there before that multitude and appear to doubt the sanity of his old father. So, when the magistrate made his announcement and dismissed Arndt, a great wave of relief and thankfulness swept over him, only to be instantly checked by Chandler's words and advice to Arndt. It was characteristic of the man that he never gave a sign of what his wishes would be, for he knew that the advice was sound, and also just. But when he heard Arndt's emphatic words, he grasped the young man's hand and in a moment transferred his own to the arm of Arndt, and so the two went out of the courtroom arm in arm in the sight of all men. And as they passed from sight, the significance of the act dawned on the assembled people, and then a wave of feeling swept over them and broke through all restraints, and cheer followed cheer. There was no attempt made to stop the disturbance, for a judge who is amenable to reason does not always have to have his reason in the shape of dollars. Mr. Endy then went with Chandler to look over the will, and probably draw a new one. "For," said he, "I am obliged to confess that I have serious doubts whether a will that was drawn by a corporation lawyer, who openly said he did not like it, will hold together and do what I want it to." But there he was wrong, for the will and codicil were technically perfect, as Chandler assured him. "And," he continued, "I expected nothing else. The professional instinct is strong. Many lawyers do perfectly illegal and unjust things in the interest of their clients, but not against them. It was certainly not Mr. Johnson that betrayed you. Nevertheless, I advise that you have an entirely new will drawn at once. Every added codicil is just that much added weakness to the instrument." So Mr. Arthur had a chance to make up for some of his lost sleep while the two were engaged on the will, and they arrived at the station and met Arndt just in time to board the train. Upon their arrival at Steelton, they were met by John with the carriage, who reported that Rollins had instructed him to say that Miss Nettie had not been doing so well as the doctor had expected, owing to some anxiety about Arndt, which their assurances of his safety had not been able to quiet. Accordingly, Arndt was driven to the MacDonald House, where he found it necessary to make his home for the present, and Mr. Endy went to the mansion to meet his angry and disappointed son. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of The Recording Angel by Edwin Arnold BRENHOLTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Andru, Bemis. Do them, or they'll do you. Business version of the Golden Rule. The person who in the year 1900 traveled over the state of Missouri or looked on its map would not have found the city of Clyde or the smaller municipality of Steelton. With their usual foresight, the rich men who owned the different iron and steel plants had consolidated and consolidated again until at last further consolidation was impossible. The great improvement in the methods of rendering the ores and manufacturing the iron made it cheaper in the long run to abandon many of the plants in the Atlantic coast states, and new mills and furnaces with the latest improvements were erected, and always further west and south. The completion of the Panama Canal found the central plant of the Consolidated Iron and Steel Company located in the almost central state of Missouri, where an unexcelled amount and quality of ore and everything needed in the manufacture, and water as well as rail transportation for the finished product, gave them additional leverage for multiplying their vast wealth. Little cared they for the working men who by a lifetime of saving had purchased homes in the eastern states, and who now, in order to secure work, had to sacrifice everything and move west. The corporation made money even out of this. They located the works on the site of those previously owned and operated by Robert Endy Sr. He, seeing the uselessness of resistance, had made the best bargain he could with them and secured a promise that his old employees should be given employment. This promise was kept in the manner that we have seen. The company owns all the surrounding country that they could purchase. There was but little they wished for that they did not find some means to secure. The mineral resources and manufactures of the state were already, in 1900, well developed, and the country was then full of flourishing towns. As far as the towns are concerned, they, soon after the putting of Mr. Craggy's plans in operation, became a thing of the past. For those that found favor in the sight of the officers of the corporation soon swelled to the size of cities, and the others ceased to grow or died of stagnation. At the close of the last century, the hardship of the farmer's life was already having its effect in the same direction, and as the consolidation of great masses of humanity in the cities chimed in exactly with Mr. Craggy's plans, he facilitated the killing off of the small towns, regardless of the suffering and loss entailed on individuals. The company made more millions than even they would ever own up to in the founding of their new city, Clyde, situated on the banks of the Mississippi. The way for it had been silently prepared by the smart men who once in a while secured a personal interview with Mr. Craggy to report progress and receive new orders, and it was fully 15 years after he said the first word about it to any of them before the public or those who had formerly owned the land became aware of what was going on. Then, the scale on which the city was laid out, and the open announcement by Mr. Craggy that he intended to dwarf St. Louis, and in fact any other city in the world, was made public. And those who knew Mr. Craggy's record did not doubt either his intention or ability to do as he promised. So they bought. And it was these purchasers who really paid for the city. For every dollar they spent in improving their own property was only another excuse for increasing the price of the unsold lots, of which the company had retained, at the start, every other one. It is true that the charter of the I&S Company did not permit it to do anything but manufacture iron and steel. The stockholders did not get a penny of these profits. They all went into the pockets of the president of the company, the Honorable Gustavus Craggy, and a few of his pets. But the plans were made, and the executive work was largely done by the company's clerks and officers, and those bills and numerous others the company paid. No sooner was ground broken at Clyde than Mr. Craggy had a straight line of track laid over the 60-odd miles that separated Steelton from the metropolis, and the time he allowed for the trip was 40 minutes, if he was not in a hurry. He, with a few others, owned this road, and the company paid exorbitant freight charges on their product, ostensibly to crush out competition, but really to fill the coffers of the owners. The Honorable Gottlieb Voss was then elected president of this and several other roads, and he understood perfectly that he had to thank Mr. Craggy for the position. Therefore, Mr. Craggy carried in his pocket an order signed by Mr. Voss giving him the right-of-way at any and all times. So what could one expect but that regular trains would have to wait when Mr. Craggy received a certain telegram announcing the death of MacDonald and the circumstances attending it. He was at that instant at Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, inspecting the plant there, and he proposed to remain in that vicinity for at least a week longer. By his side when he received the telegram was his private secretary, Archibald Chambers, a remarkably fine-looking man with the quietest manner and the palest face imaginable. The way in which the heads of departments spoke to him convinced everyone at once that Chambers was no ordinary man. The president treated him as he did everyone, that is, in a curt, ungentlemanly way, and Chambers never paid the slightest attention to the tone or the words. His reply was always clear, concise, and courteous. After reading the telegram, Mr. Craggie handed it to Chambers with the remark, "What did that infernal fool send such a piece of information as this to me for? People have to die sometime, don't they?" Chambers met his angry glance and said quietly, "Shall I order the car to be ready to start at the earliest possible moment, sir? Say in half an hour? If you think well of it, I will send the man a check for $50. He has served you well." No one was within hearing, yet Mr. Craggie made a pretense of reading the telegram again. Then he said, Yes, you are right. There is apt to be trouble. There's really nothing to keep us here." So, although at the moment all was quiet, they started west. On the road home, he received another telegram announcing the beginning of the strike, and later one telling of the arrest of Arndt and giving the editorial in full. The special train had never, in all its fast runs, covered the miles in fewer seconds than it did during the darkness of that night after the receiving of that last telegram. They had just made a stop in order to lay in some provisions which had been ordered by wire. These were not on hand at the moment of their arrival, for they were away ahead of schedule time, a clear track having been secured for them. The cook left the car to attend to the matter. In the meantime, the last telegram arrived, and Mr. Craggie gave no further thought to eating. He was furious, and had to have someone on whom to lay the blame. The only person in the car, besides himself, since the cook had been left behind, was Chambers. He turned on him and fiercely said, "I can't for the life of me see why this important piece of news comes so late and has reached me in this way after it is too late to prevent its publication." Chambers looked up from his writing and very quietly replied, "Robert Endy evidently expected to have that man Arndt make some sort of compromise with him, and so he kept it quiet in the first place. I know Endy well, and that's just him. Then Jones made the arrest, that's plain, and we haven't got a hold on him, and he could prevent its getting into the evening papers. Moreover, 3 days ago, you gave me the orders not to open any mail or telegrams that came marked private. I always obey orders to the letter. Some operator may have sent you a notice that way. Here are some that came while you were sleeping. The operator at Steelton wouldn't send you notice of anything." "Wouldn't, eh? Well, we'll attend to his case by and by." "Yes, here's the telegram from that fool operator at Clyde. I think he's expecting a reward. He's taken special pains to bring himself to my notice. Well, I'll pay him. Have him discharged. News that don't get to me in time is worse than none. Blacklist the idiot." And so they sped on through the night, and as Chambers said to himself as he stepped from the car the next morning, "If there was a moment of the time that you weren't making this earth a hell for someone, mostly for me, old gentleman, I don't know of it." But we, however, must leave those two to finish their journey while we go back a few hours in order to account for the reason why Mr. Chandler did not get a chance to make the speech of his life, which speech would, in all probability, have cast most of the odium of the suit, at least in the popular mind, upon the Iron and Steel Company. When Robert saw his father go with Arndt and the sheriff, he supposed that it was with the intention to secure bail for Arndt, and so save him from prison. Robert's lawyer, who was none other than Eugene Johnson, had thought that it was his duty to inform his client of what was so manifestly against his interest. And so, as between the part of clerk in his father's office and a lawyer building up a practice of his own, his ideas of what was proper became mixed. He decided upon the course which he thought would soonest fill his own pockets. Therefore, he had informed Robert that the will could easily be broken when the time came, and advised the suit against Arndt as a preliminary measure, and every word he told his client was true. Many a man who has stood in the way of the money power in this country discovered their methods to his costs, and has been disposed of easily enough without killing him either. Sometimes he is ruined in business, sometimes this and other times that way is chosen, but the man who does not cringe and bow and scrape to the moneyed class in America today sooner or later finds the mailed hand. It was bad in 1900. It is much worse, infinitely worse now, and these proceedings against Arndt could easily enough have landed him high and dry out of the swim. But neither Eugene Johnson nor Robert Endy calculated on the genuine affection which had grown up between Arndt and Robert's father. Neither did they, nor anyone else, know of the slowly crystallizing resolution of 10 years' growth, which had become hard as diamond on the day when Robert Endy stood by the coffin of Angus MacDonald. As he realized that, but for his son's ambition, not to be rich, but to excel all other men at whatever cost, the man then lying still in death would be alive and talking to him as of old on the subjects which were of equal interest to both. And this lack of knowledge was the fatal flaw in the chain forged by the plotters. Mr. Endy, for the time, even forgot that the man he was fighting against was his son, for when Robert said that the officer was at the door waiting to arrest Arndt, every sense of hospitality in his father's being was shocked to its foundation, and that weighed with him even more than the implied threat or hint of his mental unsoundness. So Robert laughed as he saw them leaving the grounds, well knowing that no bail could be secured for Arndt that day, and fully intending that none should be accepted for him on the morrow, since Johnson had assured him that the magistrate was amenable to reason, whatever that may signify. He therefore went whistling into the house and decided to retire quite early, since there was nothing to be seen or done in Steelton, there being not even the works to interest him, they standing dark and silent for the first time since they had been erected. The company had always been prepared for previous strikes, and by doubling up the force had heretofore kept at least a part of the plant running. So, after sauntering around the grounds until dark, he went back to the library, and after smoking a cigar while he made a few more plans, he went to bed and soon fell asleep. But his last conscious thought was one of amusement as he imagined the disappointment he was sure had come to his father and Arndt. He arose early in order to take the first train to Clyde, where he would have to appear as prosecutor in the case against his former friend, and he now began to get nervous, as he realized, for the first time, that the suit implied a doubt as to the mental condition of his father. Oddly enough, this had never attracted his attention, although it was the first thought of his father and Arndt on the preceding day. He was now sorry for the part he was going to have to play. But he was so bitter against Arndt, whom he held personally responsible for the strike occurring at this time, since it upset all his plans and calculations, that he braced himself to face the matter to the end. For, he argued with himself, it's partly true anyhow. Father must be getting weak in his mind to have made such a will. Nevertheless, he did not feel quite comfortable about it, and it was while he was endeavoring to find some way out of this unpleasantness without releasing his hold on Arndt, and while still seated at the table trying to eat his early breakfast, that he was startled to hear the servant who was waiting on the table say, "Mr. Roberts, sir, Mr. Craggy is in the library, and he asks to see you at once." Robert did not go at once, but it did not take him long to finish the meal. The presence of the president of the largest corporation on the face of the earth was enough to spoil the appetite of any ordinary mortal, and Robert never realized until long afterwards that he had not asked Mr. Craggy to be seated. Mr. Craggy was evidently angry at the slight delay, and as Robert entered the library, he stopped his walk and promptly handed him the telegram containing the heading and editorial which we have seen prepared. The newspaper, or some member of its staff, served the corporation well, and had promptly notified Mr. Craggy of the blow which was preparing. This had been foreseen by Chandler, as was appreciated by all those who read carefully the last paragraph of the editorial. As a matter of fact, the very newspaper that contained this matter also contained, in letters twice as large, a so-called interview with Mr. Craggy, which was really dictated to Chambers as they traveled swiftly through the night. In this so-called interview, the president emphatically denied any responsibility for the arrest of Arndt and said that it was the last thing the company wished, which was true enough, and that he expected to find that it was all a trick of the strikers themselves, which he knew to be a lie. Robert, for a few moments, stood there perfectly dumbfounded at the unexpected turn events had taken, and all that Mr. Craggie said to him was, "Have you read that, Mr. Endy?" And then he resumed his walk as Robert started to reread the words that showed him that his chances for ever being president of the company were slipping away, and very fast at that. Therefore, when he looked at his guest, he was not surprised to have him stop directly in front of him and order, "Please sit down and say in writing over your own signature that the company has had nothing whatever to do with this matter, that it is entirely your own private affair, and also that the company's name has not even been mixed up in it in any manner, shape, or form, first or last." At the concluding sentence, Robert winced and then said, "I cannot say that, since I tried to serve the company at the same time as myself, by making it a condition of my proposed abandonment of the suit that Arndt should use all his influence to secure the return of the men to work at once." "Well, well, well!" stormed Mr. Craggie. "It is even worse than I expected. I would like to know on what authority you acted. I would like to know how you obtained the information that I desired the men to return to work at all. If the strikers don't win this time, I think that we will have them whipped forever, for they never had such another chance. And if they put you on the stand, you will have to swear to that?" Robert simply nodded his head. "Botheration!" said the president. "And so I've got your conscience to fool with, have I? I would not for $10,000 that this had happened. There isn't but one way out of it. They will have a good lawyer, they've learned that much, and you simply must not be put on the stand. You've got to let your private affairs go for the present and telegraph to your attorney to withdraw this suit at any cost. You can send the bill to me." "I am able to pay my own bills, sir," said Robert haughtily, "and I will gladly withdraw the suit, but not entirely on account of the company. I have made a blunder, and I will do my best to correct it at once." "Do so," was the ungracious reply of Mr. Craggie as he went towards the door, and then together they passed out of the house. As he stepped into his carriage, which awaited him at the door, he paused and said, "I forgot to mention that after today the company will have no further use for your services, Mr. Endy." "Precisely so," said Robert. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Recording Angel by Edwin Arnold BRENHOLTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Andru Bemis. It is the unexpected that happens. Old saying. When Arndt entered the familiar sitting room, Kennedy, who was seated at the center table preparing some medicines, looked up and said somewhat sharply, "See here, my friend, you are going to have to do better than this. The strike may be of vast importance to the universe in general, but I have an idea that the life and sanity of your sweetheart should be of more importance to you. Doctors and nurses can't do everything. We're compelled to have a little aid from outsiders once in a while, and I'll tell you plainly that 1 or 2 more such nights as Nettie has just passed through will be, well, I'll not be accountable for the result." Arndt said savagely, "Pile it on, Doctor, pile it on. You can't say too much on that subject, but, while you are at it, go and say it to the man who caused me to pass the night locked up in jail." "In prison?" said Kennedy incredulously. "Who?" "I," said Arndt shortly, "and put there by Robert Endy. And if any evil result comes to Nettie, now you go up and relieve her mind at once. Never a word of the prison to her. Blame it all on my lack of forethought, if you will, and as soon as Annie can be spared, bring her here, and I will tell all about it, so that once telling will do." Kennedy gathered up his medicines and hastened from the room, and Arndt stretched himself on the sofa, the same old high-backed sofa on which he had helped to lay the body of Angus MacDonald, and immediately fell asleep. He was utterly worn out, or perhaps he would have thought twice before resting there. But yet he might have chosen that place, for he had none but pleasant memories of his friend, and often the dead to him seemed more near than those we call alive. It was at least half an hour afterward when Kennedy and Arndt's sister entered the room. The sound of the opening door made him start up suddenly. Kennedy said, "That's a shame. We should have known that you would be resting." "Much obliged to you for waking me," said Arndt. "I've got an awful lot to attend to." Then he looked at his sister and got up and threw his arms about her and kissed her, saying, "I have had no chance to thank you properly for coming, dear heart. Let me look at you again. Why, it does my soul good just to look at that bright face. I declare, I believe you are getting sweeter and prettier every day, if nursing is what affects one so favorably." Annie put her hand over his mouth and laughed as she said, "That will do, Charlie. If you are going to credit it to nursing, you need say nothing more." "Well," Arndt retorted, "the last time I saw you it is very certain that you were looking sort of hopeless and woebegone. Never saw a greater change and improvement in so short a time in my life. Did you, Doctor?" Annie spoke up promptly. "Don't let him beguile you into paying me any compliments, Doctor. And as for you, Charlie, I say much obliged for the praise of my appearance. It is due to love, and I credit the improvement to the loved object." "Not in love at last, Annie!" exclaimed her brother. "Are you engaged?" She ignored his question and said, "Let us hear your story, and then I will tell you all about it." And then she turned to Kennedy and laughingly said, "Doctor, I'm going to ask you to remain and hear my confession." Kennedy said, "Miss Arndt, I shall be highly honored if you will so permit me. A good, whole-souled love story is to me a perpetual delight, even in books. Begin, Arndt, I beg of you, for I must leave in a little while, and I want to hear what your sister has to say." In as few words as possible, Arndt told them all, and both expressed great indignation at the conduct of Robert Endy, and Kennedy added a few contemptuous epithets as his opinion of the man himself. Annie checked him, saying, "You are wrong. The man is simply a product of the system. If you make thieves and murderers by the wholesale, you won't find all or nearly all of them among what are called the lower or middle classes. As I told Charlie in a letter some time ago, I have been nursing a rich man in Clyde who spends all his time, whenever he has the strength, in writing letters and books advocating socialism. And I also read a great deal to him, both letters from the leaders of the movement and their books. But it is the letters more than the books that has made a thorough convert of me. It seems to me that in those private letters, so full of high ideals and love of the race, devotion to principle, and tales of sacrifices for a despised cause, there is a record that if the world could read it as I have read, and could see or know of the life of the man I have been nursing, they would all love the principles and the cause as I love them. Yes, socialism is my love, and I will tell you that neither Charles, Mr. Endy, the strikers, nor anyone else is going to accomplish anything permanent until they align themselves with us. Love rules and has always ruled the universe, and so far as I know, we are the only set of people who truly love our cause. In that fact lies the assurance of ultimate victory. Arndt said, "A socialist? Well, well, and so young and sweet and pretty." Kennedy smiled at her enthusiasm and said kindly, "How dare I leave a patient that needs and must have absolute quiet in the charge of one who will never miss a chance to make a convert?" "Retain your peace of mind, sir," said Annie lightly. "I know my duties in the sick room, and a socialist is the very one to perform duty faithfully. And as for the sweet and pretty, Charlie, I'll tell you now that if you want sweet and pretty and hopeful girls, you are going to have to give us either socialism outright or the hope of it. There was nothing in this world the matter with me except sickness of heart at the sight of suffering, useless suffering in the world, and, as I then thought, the utterly hopeless outlook for the future. Socialism has made a new woman of me, for it has given me hope. All that I have or am belongs to the cause. It is not at all a case of sacrifice. I can never repay what it has already done for me. Moreover," she added laughingly, "I am going to convert both of you before I return to Clyde. I feel it in my nerves." "Well, well," said Kennedy, "wonders will never cease. It is the unexpected that happens. And therefore I will convert both of you," said Annie as she left the room and returned to her patient. While this was taking place, Robert Endy Sr. was riding along the quiet streets of Steelton, for on taking leave of Arndt, he instructed John to continue driving about until he told him to turn toward the mansion, the fact of the case being that he was in no hurry to meet his son. He was so busy with his thoughts, and so intensely dreading the interview, that he never once noticed the respectful greetings given him by the working men as he rode past them. In each case, it was only a respectful raising of the hat, for they had all read or heard of what had occurred, and they were truly sorry for him. Also, they were thinking of what he was doing for their cause, and that touched them more deeply than anything given to them personally could have done. At last, the sky became overcast with floating clouds, which from time to time obscured the sun, and the air became so chill that John looked anxiously at his employer and finally turned to Arthur, who was riding beside him, and said, "Don't you think it would be well to remind Mr. Endy of the weather? He is not in the habit of being much out of doors during the fall and winter." Arthur glanced at Mr. Endy, and seeing his preoccupation said, "You are right. Just drive home as fast as you can, and I will call his attention to it when we are almost there." In a short time, they were at one of the gates of the mansion grounds, and then Arthur said, "Mr. Endy, if you will excuse me for mentioning it, I am getting quite cool. The air feels as though we might have snow before morning." Recalled thus to his surroundings, Mr. Endy immediately told John to turn in, and then he thanked Arthur for the suggestion. But Arthur laughingly said, No, that was John's suggestion. I thought to have thought of it, but the fact is that I was thinking of other matters." As they stepped from the carriage, the door of the house opened, and as they entered the hall, Rollins said, "Mr. Endy, sir, here is a letter that Mr. Robert told me to hand you as soon as you returned." "Where is Robert?" was the reply. "I don't know, sir," said Rollins. "Mr. Robert left the house on foot soon after Mr. Craggie went away. He had a small hand satchel with him, and he left no other message with me than the letter I gave you." "Mr. Craggie?" said the old man. "When was Mr. Craggie here?" "At breakfast time, sir. He did not stay in the house half an hour." "Well, well," said Mr. Endy as he seated himself in his comfortable office chair, which they had by this time reached. "That is really very remarkable. I wonder what brought him here. But perhaps the letter will tell me. You may go, Rollins. I will ring if I need you." As he sat there, leaning back and apparently looking at the burning coals cheerfully blazing in the open grate, Mr. Endy made a pleasant picture to look at, and the background of dark wood of the office desk and shelves seemed a fitting frame for him. But when one looked closely at the picture, it could easily be seen that the man was not having an enjoyable time. The letter which he held unopened in his hand appeared to have been forgotten, but in reality he was thinking of nothing else. And he found that between facing his son and opening this letter there was small choice. His old habit of attending promptly to all business helped him at last, and with a quick movement he tilted the chair forward, reached to the desk, and picked up the silver paper knife which always lay there, and in another moment the knife and envelope were on the desk, and the opening words of the letter were staring him in the face. Then his brain took in the meaning of the words, "My dear father," and he said, "Thank God," and tears sprang to his eyes, and for a time blinded him so that he could not see to read what followed. But those tears did not fall, for to cry would have been to do a thing he had not done since friends, over 10 years before, had carried the bodies of his wife and daughter from that house. As he recovered himself, he took up the paper which had fallen to his knees and read. My dear father, I would say something about the cruelty of the method of the punishment you have inflicted on me if I did not, at this moment, realize that you have every reason to believe that the view of my action that is taken by the papers is the true one. So far as Arndt is concerned, I am free to say that I expected to get him out of the way and ruin him one way or the other. For this I express no regret. He is my enemy. I lay it to his account that you have looked upon my action as an attack upon your mental soundness. I am certain that he influenced you to this view. With this idea in your mind, I consider that the means you have taken to defend yourself from this imputation have not been harsher than were necessary. But I am going to pay the man who put that idea into your mind if it takes every dollar I have and every day of my life. My old ambition to excel others is still as strong as ever, and I also hold Arndt accountable for the fact that owing to the publicity of his case and the notoriety gained for me by it, I will be unable to gain another start in this country. For I have been discharged by President Craggy, who holds me responsible for having made a move that gives him trouble, since it has failed, for it does not suit his plans to have the labor leaders locked up at this time. I'd have done the same thing in his place, but in my judgment he is making a mistake, and he should have helped me to jail Arndt and all the rest of the leaders, and then have secured an injunction from the courts and compelled the men to return to their work by force of arms, if necessary. If he lives long enough, he will find that sooner or later he is going to have to give in to the demands of the men or adopt this or a similar measure, and this, I am sure, would have been the course advised at the present moment by all the younger men who are managing workers. It never pays to put off harsh measures. You can't control slaves except by force, and the socialists are perfectly right in this one thing. The workers are, to all effects and purposes, neither more nor less than our slaves. Craggy is an old fossil, or he would at this stage of the game, while he has a president he can control, use the full force of the army against these traitors. But Craggy thinks that money will buy or do anything and everything. But this is not what I started out to say. I want to assure you that I never for a moment realized that the view which you take of my action was the one even implied in the matter. It flashed on me for the first time this morning, and while I regretted it very much, it did not seem possible to stop matters then. I want you to give me your assurance that you believe this statement. For this purpose, I will send you my address in Europe as soon as I have settled. If you cannot believe this statement of your son, who, whatever his faults, has not made a practice of lying to you except when business demanded it, I assure you I will never touch a dollar of the money you so generously left me by the will which caused this trouble. I shall have to use an assumed name. We have also to thank Arndt for this. I shall use the name Walter Griggs, to which, since it was my grandfather's, I have a sort of right. I shall leave the country from a southern port, since I am too well known in the north to make it comfortable for me to travel there these days. You can tell Arndt what I say. I am his enemy as long as there is breath in me, and if possible, afterwards. He has ruined my life. My plans were all made. They were working out finely until he got in the road. With love to you, your affectionate son, Robert. As his father closed this remarkable document, he leaned back in his chair and said, "And that is the kind of men that our system of exclusive advantages for a select class is liable to turn out. I hope there are no more just like him. He was an average boy, neither more nor less, but the system made him believe he was extraordinary, and this is the result. He has never been the same since he came back from that select school. I am thankful, though, that his love for me survives, but he is blaming the wrong man, for it is certain that if anyone is to be held responsible today, it should be the man who yielded to the pressure brought to bear on him by his aristocratic associates, and took his son out of the public school in order to give him special advantages. and did not let him take his proper place in the world, and I will tell him so." He reached for pen and paper, and then realized that he could not communicate with his son by mail. He rang for Rollins and asked him to send Arthur to him. Arthur, who had been with Rollins inspecting the mansion and getting the lay of the land, as he said, came almost immediately. When he walked into the office, he found Mr. Endy in the act of burning the letter Robert had written, but the envelope was inside of the old man's pocket, nearest his heart, and enclosed in it were the first and last lines of the letter. "Mr. Arthur," said he, "I think that I am perfectly safe at this place, and I have a little business for you. It may take you as far south as Galveston or New Orleans. Here is a photograph of my son. He left this house carrying a small handbag this morning. Rollins will tell you how he was dressed. He has taken the publicity caused by this trial very hard and is going to leave the country for a time. For the present, I also think this advisable, but I wish to communicate with him before he sails. He probably left by the 8 o'clock train going south. His destination is Europe, but you need not follow further than our own ports. You will give him the letter which I will put in your hands within half an hour. After delivering it, please return to me." Arthur said, "Yes, sir, but excuse me, Mr. Endy. I've been reading the papers a little, and I think you had better send someone else." "Oh, I am perfectly safe here. Why, there has been newspaper notoriety enough to ensure my safety. You are the very man I need to attend to this other business. I do not wish to take anyone else into my confidence in regard to these matters, you understand. I thank you, however, for the suggestion." "As to that, Mr. Endy, I always take care of those whom I have in charge to the best of my ability. I also obey orders. I will start as soon as the letter is ready." So, half an hour afterwards, Arthur stepped from the side door of the mansion with the letter addressed to Mr. Walter Griggs in his pocket. As Arthur stepped to the ground, he was confronted by Arndt, who had left the inmates of the house he for the present called home, getting along as well as could be expected, to use the phrase the physicians love so well. Arndt had found that Rollins had made such complete arrangements for the comfort of all that there seemed to be nothing he could do for Nettie except to send her a little bunch of forget-me-nots, which he had purchased in the city. Now, as he grasped the hand of the detective, he noticed a few of the delicate flowers in the buttonhole of his coat, and he remembered that the sight of the box bearing the florist's name had caused Mr. Endy to say, "Charlie, you can get them much cheaper at my greenhouse." Arthur, noticing the direction of his gaze, had his thought diverted and said, "Yes, I've already been to the greenhouse and made friends with the Scotchmen. Exquisite, are they not? They are my favorite flower." A moment before, the impulse to speak to Arndt and give him a word of caution about guarding Mr. Endy had been strong upon him. But in this unimportant conversation he forgot it entirely, and after a moment's pause during which he asked after the welfare of Miss Nettie, he passed on. He regretted to the end of his life this momentary lapse. For the next day he handed to Robert Endy, Jr., whom he had traced southward a short distance and then back to Clyde, and had even seen at the window of his room, but so much changed in appearance by the shaving off of his beard and mustache that none but a skilled detective would have recognized him, the letter entrusted to his care, and at the same moment he said, with emphasis, "Mr. Endy, you are my prisoner. I arrest you for the attempted murder of your father." End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of The Recording Angel by Edwin Arnold BRENHOLTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 11. But when to mischief mortals bend their will, how soon they find instruments of ill. Pope. We must now return to Mr. Craggie, who, although not naturally a very bright man, was not a fool, even if Robert considered him one. He was aware that the strikers had gained 2 important advantages, and also knew that the time for taking those advantages away from them was fast slipping by. So, as soon as he had disposed of Robert, he called imperiously to the man on the box, "To the station as fast as possible!" When they reached the car, he stepped on board and said briskly, "Mr. Chambers, have we any news?" "Nothing, sir. Court will not open until 8:30, said the secretary quietly. "Have we a clear track?" was the next question, snapped out before the answer was finished. "Yes, sir, certainly." "Then let us be off at full speed. We must be in Clyde when that court meets. There must be no more blunders made." As Chambers was about to make a motion to the conductor, who was standing on the track outside the car window, Mr. Craggie said hastily, "Find out first, though, whether Endy has sent a message to his attorney in Clyde, and also what the message is. If he has obeyed my orders, there will be no need for us to hurry. His crazy old father won't have telephone connection with the world. Sticks to his old private telegraph, you know, which suits me just now precisely." Without a word, Chambers stepped from the car and walked leisurely to the telegraph office, and on the way he thought, "Yes, wanting peace and quiet is a sign of insanity." As he entered the room, he even took time to think as he heard the ticking of the instrument. Well, well, no improvement seemed to be able to permanently relegate the old key and sounder to the scrap pile, at least so far as railroad work is concerned. And he then passed around the corner of the desk and stood behind the operator, who was at that moment sending the message which he had just received by telegraph from Robert. When Chambers passed behind the desk, the man, without looking up, said emphatically, "No admittance," and when Chambers paused behind him he quickly threw his hand over the written message, but when he looked up and saw who it was, he flushed to the tips of his ears as he met the man's cool gaze, and then he reluctantly and slowly drew his hand away and went on sending. But he was cursing inwardly the conditions which made him such a slave that he did not dare to obey even the rules established by the very company that employed him. As Chambers passed out, the man at the instrument said bitterly, "If I didn't have a wife and children, I'd see whether you got private information out of this office. I'll pay you back for this degradation some day, sure." Chambers did not hear a word of this, but when he entered the car he repeated what he had read, and casually remarked, "The operator at Steelton doesn't give information to us very readily or very willingly, I am sorry to say. I mentioned his case before." "Make a note of it," said Mr. Craggie savagely. "I've a little influence on this road myself. We'll attend to his case and that one at Clyde at the same time." The result of which was that evening, as the operator, tired out with doing 3 men's work, was putting on his coat to go home, the man to whom he had turned over the key said to him, "Listen to this, Fred, old boy," and they both heard the words, "Superintendent of Telegraph, Steelton Division, discharge Paisley, day operator at Steelton, charge incompetence, blacklist, Banks, Superintendent Telegraph," ticked out letter by letter, and these lying and unjust and cruel words took from an honest man the means to earn his living. The president's car having in due time arrived at Clyde, it was immediately shifted to a side track, and it was not many minutes thereafter when Mr. Craggie and Lawyer Johnson, the elder, were talking behind closed doors. No sooner was the click of the latch heard than Mr. Craggie said, "Well, we are making a mess of things these days, and the trouble, most of it, seems to have originated in this office." This was an unexpected blow to the lawyer, who, if he could afford to be independent with men like Mr. Endy, did not like to think of the loss which the displeasure of such a man as Mr. Craggie was sure to cause him. So he hastened to assure that gentleman, with even greater obsequiousness than even he demanded from his clerks, that he certainly had been misinformed. "I am not usually misinformed, Mr. Johnson," was the curt reply. "Mr. Endy has taken no pains to keep back all the facts in this case. Quite the contrary, I can assure you, and I have been thinking as I came down the road that his decision to remove his business to an office that doesn't leak is a good one." This sentence finished up all the manhood that was left in the lawyer, and the spectacle that he made of himself disgusted even Mr. Craggie, to whom a certain amount of that kind of thing had become an absolute necessity. So he stopped him with the question, "No news yet from court?" "Oh, yes," said the lawyer. "Case is dismissed and defendant released." "Good. I blocked their little game that time." "You?" "Yes, I, and no one else." The two men stood looking at each other for a moment, and then the president said, "Now, I want to have a talk with you. We had better go on the car. This strike is altogether too important to have any more leakages." Mr. Johnson winced. So it was not very long before they arrived at the car, and then Chambers was very much surprised to be told to remain in Clyde and follow on the regular train until he overtook them. "Phew," said he below his breath as he busied himself with a few final preparations, such as putting the work he had been engaged on in a drawer of the table, etc. "Phew! Things are getting very secret indeed when I cannot hear them. I am afraid that you are getting too confident of your ability to manage things without suggestions from yours truly, Mr. President. Really, I think that you might as well have trusted me, Mr. Craggie." But he left the car promptly and gave his orders to the conductor, and then the private train of the president of the Iron and Steel Company was almost instantly in motion. Mr. Craggie stood looking from the door, and he watched Chambers until they were half a mile down the track, and then he closed and locked the door, and taking his seat at the side of the table he usually occupied, he turned suddenly to his visitor and said sharply, "Mr. Johnson, I don't think that many men in the United States appreciate the gravity of the situation. This is probably the final struggle of organized labor with capital. If we win this fight, we can give every working man, woman, and child a number, and they will have to work when we say the word, and for whatever wages we choose to give them, and for as many hours at a time as we care to demand. The man who can do all that can do anything else he wants to. The man who can do all that and anything else he wants to sits before you. You have known me a long time. I ask you to look backward and see whether, to your knowledge, I have ever ultimately failed to do anything I had set myself to accomplish." "You are right. You certainly have accomplished wonders," Johnson hastened to assent. "Very good, Mr. Johnson. Now, I do not intend to brag, but it is necessary for you to make a decision today, and I want you to have all the facts. There are many other men in this country who have millions. I have control of enough money, besides my own, which is more than any other individual's, to wipe their fortunes out of existence whenever I wish to do so. With the exception, perhaps, of those who hold government securities, they are all at my mercy through the stock exchange and the many other agencies I control. You are man of the world enough to know that my power is great, and I could demonstrate that every iota of my assertion is true, if we had time. Is it necessary?" "Scarcely. Please proceed," was the succinct reply. "Very good, then. Now, this strike must be defeated. We have been checkmated twice, and I want you to remember that this is the first time that a strike has even been inaugurated at a moment when we were not at least partially prepared for it, and most of the times we had nagged them into the striking. But this time, and you must fully understand this, we thought the men were fooled by the temporary increase of wages and had given up the fight about the numbers, and because of this delusion we had failed to sign the wage scale for this year, for the reason that, the election being over and those placed in power who will do as I direct, we did not intend to make any more contracts with the men singly or in a body. It will be to our advantage hereafter to hire and pay each man by the week, so as to be able to drop him at any time. Then, since there are almost as many unemployed as employed men these days, oh well, you know what that means to us. Therefore, we were on the point of extending the numbering system to all the other divisions of the company's works. Afterward, it would inevitably have been forced on every working man in the United States, and perhaps in the world, for I have a pretty good understanding with the continental rulers." Johnson interrupted. "Excuse me, you've forgotten the farmers." And then the president smiled, and Mr. Johnson laughed aloud, and Mr. Craggie said, "Poor fools! We don't need to number them. We already own them. They support the world and have to take anything we choose to give them and pay anything we please to charge them for everything they use. And also there are quite a number who owe us so much on mortgages on their property that if we foreclosed we could own absolutely a large portion of the best farms in the country. And we don't do it today because we get more as interest than we would get as rent. So long as a farmer thinks that he owns his home and farm, he will take better care of them than a renter would. Besides, in this we save the cost of agents to watch the properties. Oh, and then they both laughed outright. The farmers are the biggest fools of all. Then the lawyer said, I think that you have omitted the greatest reason for leaving them in their present condition. If we do not cause them trouble, directly and openly, they will not aid the other workers. At least, now they never do. Right, said Mr. Craggie. Chambers pointed that out to me years ago. Chambers is a smart man, but the heads that plan this strike are not empty by any manner of means, and it is my impression that those same men will not let the strikers make the usual mistake of destroying property either. So, now I think you can understand the seriousness of the situation. 300,000 workers in iron and steel are out today. They are obeying the commands of 3 men whom we cannot buy, for we've tried that. They are aided and advised by one of the wealthy men of the country. The old methods don't seem to fit now. Injunctions have had their day, if for no other reason than because the judges refuse to grant them on the usual grounds. They say plainly that it is not good law, but the fact is they are scared, and the worst of it is that they are not scared by the people, but by the growing wealth and power of a few men like myself. Now, you know that when I have an attorney, to state to him all the facts has always been my practice. This aid given by old Endy is the severest blow we have ever had. There are numbers of the holders of great wealth who have either become tender-hearted at what they call the suffering of the poor, or are scared for the same reason that weakens the judges. If Endy is allowed to go on, they will rally to his side and aid the strikers. And I will tell you another thing, Mr. Johnson. If you don't look to your laurels, that young man Chandler is going to make you take a back seat at the bar. Johnson laughed amusedly, and the other man went on as if he had not noticed the interruption. I've been watching him for some time, and if he could have been bought, he would be retained at this moment as your associate counsel. Yes, you need not start, as the lawyer drew himself up hastily. We must have the best brains and ability obtainable, but we must also be able to control them, and Mr. Chandler, while I think him a fool for his pains, is honestly working for the men for something besides money or fame. So that disposes of him. One can do nothing with these fanatics. But I can tell you, with the chance he had at you today, if he had had an opportunity to deliver the speech I am sure he would have made, you would now be second best man at the bar instead of first. Now, then, add to these facts the other one that we don't know how much they've got in their treasury, and I think that you and I will deserve the thanks of the public and some reward if we manage to end this strike without anybody being killed. These last words were spoken slowly and deliberately, and again Mr. Johnson winced. Every syllable of this talk had been spoken impressively and in a loud voice. After saying these ominously ambiguous words, Mr. Craggie paused and closely examined his companion's face, but as Mr. Johnson made no sign, he continued in a very low tone, "I have a plan about which I want your advice and your aid in its execution." At this point he spoke so low and leaned forward so close to the lawyer that a man 5 feet away from them could not have heard a word he said. At last he raised his voice and remarked, "And if things don't go smoothly and don't work out just as we want them to, we always have young Endy on hand to act as scapegoat for us. He deserves some punishment for the mess that he got us into anyway. That is my plan, and unless you have something better to advise, I think we will be compelled to use it." After waiting for a few moments, during which his companion seemed to be thinking deeply, Mr. Craggie said impatiently, "Have you nothing to suggest?" And then the attorney replied, "No, sir, I have not. I am accounted a good lawyer, and I always try to advise for the best interest of my client, and my advice to you today would be to give up the contest at this point, unless you think you can exhaust their treasury, or can nag them into open antagonism to the general government and then defeat them by force of arms. I myself think that they should be considered traitors and dealt with as such. They have no right to tamper with the prosperity of the country. Or it may be that their treasury will be soon exhausted, for I don't anticipate that many rich men will furnish them much but sympathy, and that, you know, doesn't fill empty stomachs. You might try shutting down all the other works which you control, and so cut off the aid the strikers are sure to get from them, and But the president stopped him. That was tried last time at Chicago, and there was such a howl even from those papers we thought we controlled at that and at my threat to remove our plant from any town or city that gave aid to the strikers that I won't try either of those moves again, unless virtually compelled to. For we must have the sympathy and moral support of the middle class, and those moves touch their pocketbooks. As I said, we must have the sympathy of the middle class. We used to have that permanently by their thinking that they would one day become rich men themselves. But since our methods have reduced so many of the well-to-do and rich to poverty, why, of course, they are not absolute fools, and they can no longer be depended on. Not on that ground. And then again, they always came over to our side as soon as some of their property was destroyed. But if the strikers are going to shoot to kill when they are acting as deputies, as I see by the posters sent out by the committee, it will not be so easy to manage that in the old way either. No, said Mr. Johnson. And I want to remark right here that, in my opinion, the very worst thing that could happen to the company today would be either the death or sudden disappearance of any of the labor leaders or Mr. Endy. And, personally, I would deplore it very much. This was said as slowly and deliberately as the president had previously spoken, and he, after looking at his companion for a full minute, said, "Certainly, certainly. No one could deplore that more than I. It would spell ruin for us, but I think my plan could be made to work, if carried out carefully, without either of those things happening. When I spoke of anybody being killed, I, of course, referred to the possibility of the strike ending in a civil war. If they rebel, we can crush them easily, and I was prepared to have them strike and to have something of the kind occur next spring, when we were going to extend the numbering system and reduce wages at the same moment. I was certain that that committee of 3, which they thought to keep me in ignorance of, was only waiting to collect funds. Their securing the aid of Endy is what upset my calculations. Next spring I would have been ready for them. Our contracts would have been filled, and as prices are already declining, we would then rather have closed down for, say, 6 months than not. There ought to be a law to string up men like Endy as a traitor to his class. Though, of course, I hope that nothing will happen to permanently injure him." "Oh, I understand, of course, that is quite another matter," said the lawyer. "It really looks to me as though Mr. Endy is certainly already not quite level-headed, or he would not want to aid those men who are working against the interest of his own class. I have absolutely no sympathy with him. And, by the way, I remember that Arthur was with him at my office yesterday." "Botheration!" said the president. "Well, Arthur must just be sent on other business. I've a little influence at his headquarters also, and anyhow you will need time to get the man I must have in communication with me." And then he added significantly, "I know that your side used him in the Hotchkiss will case last week." The lawyer turned pale as he met the other's look, who then said, "We will try this plan first. If we don't succeed in ending the strike our way, in 1 month we will try some way of dealing with the labor leaders. I am determined to win this fight. I have money, more than I can use. What I want is power. As president of these consolidated companies, these men have defied me and my power, and until the works are running again, and operated by men, every one of whom wears his number, there will be a power in the United States greater than I. The presidency of the United States, did you say, Mr. Johnson? Why, my dear sir, who is the greater, the man who orders or the man who carries out orders? What happened to Garfield when he refused to let others dictate to him, and to McKinley when he went back on protection, and to the Tsar of Russia when he was about to grant a constitution to his people? Remarkable coincidences, eh?" "No, no," expostulated the lawyer. "Those men were killed by crazy persons and anarchists." "Oh, yes, of course, the actual killing was," said Mr. Craggie hastily. "But I have a theory that when a man gets to be hated or even disliked hard enough by a large number or an influential enough crowd, it creates a moral atmosphere which is liable to affect the brains of some crank or other, and then the anarchists are always with us. Anyway, they don't provide nearly enough protection for a president to make me wish to do the bossing openly. I can always find some small caliber fellow who is more than willing to take the risk for the sake of being my mouthpiece. And I can assure you that there will be some other office at the head of this government when I want it. No, it suits me exactly as it is. We don't want to overturn the form of this government violently or any other way, not at present. That would cause trouble, and it is working to suit such men as you and I precisely as it is. There is no other country where they turn out rich men so fast, or make them quite so rich and powerful either." Here he looked out of the window, and seeing a station in the distance he pulled the bell cord, and as they slowed up he said, "Goodbye, Mr. Johnson. Send the man as soon as possible. We have no time to lose." "All right," said the lawyer as he stepped from the car. And then the president called after him, "No, it isn't goodbye yet. I must wait here for Chambers, and that express will be a good hour behind us. I am going on as soon as he arrives, and we may as well improve the time by having a good meal. I did not have a cook on board when we started last night, couldn't wait for him, but we can get a first-class lunch right here." So together the two men left the car and entered the railroad restaurant, where their conversation was on general topics exclusively. During the hour's delay, the express on which Chambers was following the president arrived, but as Mr. Johnson's train was behind time, Mr. Craggie remained with him, nor did he take leave of him until the train was in motion, and then Mr. Craggie hurried to his own car. As Johnson dropped wearily into his comfortable seat in the parlor car, he muttered below his breath and with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, "Who would have thought it? The man who has a world-wide reputation for taciturnity does become as voluble as a schoolgirl. But what can one expect? A man can't keep bottled up all the time. I suspect he has talked just that way to Chambers more than once." In the meantime, the secretary had entered the car and unlocked the drawer in the desk and removed a cylinder from the small machine and looked closely at it, and after a moment he said, "Cylinder's full, by Jove! I wonder what went wrong where that blank space is. I'll have to get this down in writing as soon as possible." He then placed the cylinder in a small box especially prepared for it, from which he took another cylinder which he carefully fitted in the machine, and this he then thoughtfully locked in the drawer. The box he placed in the handbag which he stood carefully down in a corner of the car where he could keep his eye upon it. He had just taken his seat again when he heard the president's step in the washroom, and when that gentleman entered the office apartment, Chambers was busily engaged at the typewriter, but stopped for a moment and said, "Operators at Steelton and Clyde are discharged." "Very good," said Mr. Craggie. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Recording Angel by Edwin Arnold BRENHOLTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 12. Beyond the infinite and boundless reach of mercy, if thou didst this deed of death, art thou damned. Shakespeare. As the detective took leave of him, Arndt stepped to the door which Rollins was still holding open for him, and as he shook hands with the faithful old servant, he gave him encouraging news in regard to Nettie. Instead of going with him, Rollins detained Arndt and said, "Mr. Endy left word that whenever you came you would find him in the office, and that I was to show you about the house before you went to him, but I told him that you knew this house as well as he did, having been all over it many times with Mr. Robert when you were boys together. He was pleased, but he said, 'Well, well, men in active business seem to know pretty much everything that is going on in the world except what is occurring in their own homes.' And I guess he is correct. He mostly is," concluded the old man musingly. Then recollecting himself, "Now you're free of this house, and I'm glad of it." "Thank you, Rollins. I will see Mr. Endy at once, as I have not long to stay." When he entered the office he heard his friend whistling, and the cheerful tone of his voice as he said, "Glad to see you, Charlie," convinced Arndt at once that the dreaded interview had turned out unexpectedly well, at least for the father. So he was not surprised at the news which the latter told him, and only said, in regard to the threats Robert had made and about which his father felt it his duty to inform Arndt, "He is your son, sir, and therefore not the man to resort to personal violence. He will probably try to ruin me financially or discredit me with the Union. But I hope that we can parry his blows, and if he is going to Europe we will have no trouble for a while. I hope he will know me better before he returns. I would like to remain in talk with you, but I am obliged to meet the Union this afternoon. They are entitled to know how matters are proceeding, and the 2 other members of the committee will be anxious to hear from me. We must devise some means of employment for the men. Whether there is anything in the idea about Satan, I, for one, doubt, but I know that the rest of the line that says, 'Satan still some mischief finds for idle hands to do,' has a good foundation in fact. President Trueman of the Union, whom I saw — oh yes, he was in Clyde, and Chandler and I parted from him only at the door of the courthouse," this in answer to a look from Mr. Endy, "said that while there had been no trouble anywhere yet, still the great work of the local branches must be put into this matter of employment and amusement, and he thinks if we can keep the men from getting into mischief or discontented we will win this strike, and he hopes that, if won, it will be the last strike, and it must be won by sheer force of public opinion. The way things have been going so far, he said, could not be bettered, and I think that we will have less trouble than usual, since even the youngest and most thoughtless members of the Union seem to realize the importance of keeping everything quiet. Chandler says we must have the laws on our side, that the laws are mostly right, and that we must not allow ourselves to be aggravated into breaking them. He is particularly emphatic about that point. He says he will guarantee us victory if we will keep down the destruction of property and hold out. My own idea is that a great many of the laws are all wrong, having been placed on the statute books by the power of money, but Chandler insists that the trouble all lies in the unjust interpretations placed on those laws by judges who are more often swayed by public opinion than by money. At any rate, we will have to keep wide awake almost all the time, day and night, to head off Mr. Craggie. He is apt to be on his mettle by this time, and he keeps the rails hot these days. They say that the time he made in coming from Pittsburgh to Clyde beat the world's record for fast traveling. "The way he goes about regardless of others' rights should not be permitted," said his hearer earnestly. "That will come to an end soon, I think. I was much pleased to hear quite a lot of kicking at Clyde about the way regular trains are delayed in order to give him the right of way. Even 20 years ago he could not have done that, and if we win it is certain that he nor any other private individual will hereafter be able to do it. But Mr. Voss is his creature, as he was practically elected to his position by Mr. Craggie. Well, I must be going." "All right," said Mr. Endy. "As soon as I get a little lunch I'm intending to run down and call on Nettie and your sister. Come to me tomorrow if you can find the time. I have some plans I want to discuss with you." "Very good, sir," said Arndt, and left the house. The remaining hours of this Friday evening and until almost midnight were spent by Arndt in the committee room of the Union. A strike involving what this one did takes thought and careful management, and it is not always easy for 3 men to agree as to what is best to be done, even in small matters. When Arndt left the room he said good night to his companions at the outside door of the building and walked briskly, for the night was cold, toward the river road. Now the shortest way to his destination lay right through the Endy grounds, and the gates of this place had not been closed in 10 years. But, of course, as these grounds were private property, the public did not pass through them. And so it was with a feeling of pleasure that he felt himself at liberty to walk along under those beautiful trees, which, although now bare of leaves, were still an ornament to the place, and as he strode swiftly over the smooth paths he thought, if it did not mean so much injustice and such deadening of manhood, it would certainly be nice to feel oneself the owner of such a place. Maybe, in time to come, when things are straightened out and each man is receiving his just share of the proceeds of his labor, many more may rightfully and with an easy mind possess such places. But of course in miniature, as the world is not large enough to give many of us such a slice as this, I'm going to suggest to Mr. Endy that he allow the public to walk through here. It will be good discipline for the public to learn to enjoy their privileges at the same time that they learn to respect his legal rights." Busy with these thoughts, he had taken the wrong turning at one of the numerous curves in the path, and when the moon came out he found himself on the road that led directly past the mansion. "Pshaw!" said he aloud. "Looks as if I will have to learn the place over again. I might as well have gone round the outside, been home just as quick. Well, I will go right on till I meet the main carriage drive, and that will take me straight home." The night was so dark, when the moon was behind the heavy snow-laden clouds, that he came opposite to the mansion without noticing where he was, but as he stepped from the gravel walk on the turf, in order to make a short cut to the carriage drive, he detected the sound of another footstep besides his own. It was close behind him, and instinctively he dodged, making a quick movement to one side, and probably in that movement saved his life, for the blow aimed at him from behind barely grazed the side of his head and did him no injury except to cause unconsciousness for the time and a very sore head for a great while longer. As he lay on the ground, only stunned for the moment, his assailant advanced towards him, saying, "I'll make sure of you anyhow, young fellow. You aren't going to order your men to shoot to kill without paying for it." The last half of the sentence was distinctly heard by Arndt, but in spite of the fact that his memory recorded the words, his brain did not take in their meaning until afterwards, and now only busied itself with repeating the sentence over and over again. The sense of his danger seemed swallowed up in the mental operation, and the assassin would undoubtedly have accomplished his purpose if there had not at this moment been heard a terrible cry of pain coming from the house, and Arndt's assailant paused. Then, as another man rushed from the house, out of the front door, close to where Arndt was lying, the person who had felled him turned and fled as fast as his feet would carry him. That cry restored Arndt to the full possession of his faculties, and he was instantly in the house, saying loudly, "Rollins! Rollins!" and feeling for the place to turn on the electric current. Stopping where he thought the knob ought to be, he groped about for a moment, and then as his hand touched it, the hall was flooded with light, and the servants rushed in. Nothing appeared to be wrong within sight, and they, Rollins and Arndt, hastened to the only room whose occupant had not already appeared. This room was on the second floor of the mansion, and outside the windows of the adjoining room, which was Mr. Endy's study, was an open balcony surrounded by a railing of ornamental ironwork, and the whole balcony was virtually surrounded by the limbs of the ancient oak that stood some distance from the main building, many of its limbs having been trimmed away to make place for the balcony. It was this fact that had caused Arthur's uneasiness, for he knew that a pane of plate glass is no protection, especially where access could be so readily gained to it. When Rollins and Arndt reached the bedroom, they found the door to it standing wide open, propped back with a chair, and within, lying insensible on the floor, they found Robert Endy Sr., and the blood was flowing from an ugly wound on his head. To quickly place the insensible man on his bed and dispatch a servant for Dr. Kennedy was the work of a moment. Rollins busied himself with the water and towels, and Arndt, who was still feeling shaky, sat down, and then thought to request the servants to not touch anything about the place until the detectives arrived. Then he himself looked about the room but found nothing until Rollins called him and showed him a small bunch of black hairs grasped tightly in the clenched fingers of the unconscious man. These he instructed Rollins to leave just where he found them. While waiting for the doctor and the detectives, Arndt had time to consider things a little, and as he smoked a cigar in the library he reviewed all that had occurred and finally said to himself, "Well, we all need to learn a whole lot yet. I never once thought of danger from that quarter. Yet what could be more natural? These men of the lowest class, whom I pity from the bottom of my heart, for they, as well as the rest of us, are the product of the times in which we live and are the direct result of hereditary influences and their environment. These men are more the foe of the middle class than they are of the rich. A rich man's house or bank or store is rarely burglarized, for they are able to pay for protection. Moreover, I believe that we would find the majority of the victims of the murderer among the poor and not among the rich, and that also out of all proportion to the difference in numbers between the rich and the poor. Why, when I come to think of it, it is a fact that a thug would probably get more out of my pocketbook at this moment than he would out of Mr. Craggie's, for Craggie rarely pays for anything at the time he buys it. His credit is unlimited, and he handles almost no cash at all. And besides, if the thug knocked me down and robbed me, there would not be much of a row. But if it were Mr. Craggie, the earth wouldn't have a hole secret or deep enough to hide the man in. Why, this is the reason the rich are not scared at the terrible increase of the class that refuses to work. They don't prey upon the rich, but upon the working man and the man of moderate means. Now, in the history of every strike in the past, one can clearly read that this class, together with the less intelligent among our own men, have always been the indirect cause of our defeat. They are our natural enemy, and since that order to shoot to kill, why, of course, they see that we are beginning to realize it, and, as the big corporations will have to bear the blame for any murders that take place during the strike, they can't shift the blame onto us. These fellows expect for a certainty to go free without even a shadow of suspicion. Well, I'll not say anything about this except to our own leaders, and so these men will not be put on their guard. I'm sorry for them, but we will be more certain now than ever to shoot to kill." At this point Dr. Kennedy arrived, and Arndt went with him to Mr. Endy's room. As soon as the physician saw his patient, he said to Arndt, "Send for King and arrange for a special to bring him out at once. This is serious. The shock alone is enough to kill a man of his age." After he had given the necessary orders to Rollins, and while he was assisting Kennedy to the best of his ability, Arndt thought, "They talk about the equality of the rich and poor, but I don't see it. Now, I am thankful that Nettie and Mr. Endy will be able to get the benefit of Dr. King's great ability, but it is no merit of theirs that secures them this advantage. It is money that does it. I see no reason why the poor should have to put up with the services of inferior men or be practiced on for the benefit of students while learning. Equality! Pshaw! We haven't a speck of it." Shortly after this, the first detective arrived on the ground and asked to see Arndt. Arndt's first question was, "Did you bring the hounds?" "Not a bit of use," said the man shortly. "Snow is 6 inches deep. Perfect blizzard raging out there ever since midnight or so. Dogs ain't in it in this case. Will you please tell me all you know about it?" Arndt told everything except the attack on himself, and then took the man to Mr. Endy's room and showed him all there was to see there, including those incriminating hairs. No sooner did he see them than he said, "Black, of course. Color of his son's hair. Been having a row with his father. Afraid another will might be made that would cut him off entirely. Case is as plain as a clay pipe stem. Piece cut out of the pane of glass in the study is just a blind. Front door in this one found wide open and propped back just so. He came in that way and he had a key. Robert Endy, Jr. is my man." He had made up his mind and would listen to nothing Arndt had to say on the other side, and so Arndt was powerless to prevent him leaving and swearing out a warrant for Robert's arrest. When King arrived, another detective, from Clyde, came. This one took things more leisurely and asked a great many more questions, and he soon discovered that there was something Arndt was not saying anything about. He was a much shrewder man than the first, and finally said, "Now, Mr. Arndt, I want to say this to you. I think from the facts Goodenough discovered that he is right enough as to his conclusions. But you are not telling me all. I am perfectly sure that there is no labor leader in this land but would die in defense of Mr. Endy. So far as I know, he is not an enemy or ill wisher on the face of the earth, unless it be his son or Mr. Craggie. Now, I have often worked with Arthur and am a great friend of his. You know Arthur. Would you tell him everything?" "Certainly," said Arndt. "It is my intention to do so. If you are a personal friend of his, I have no objection whatever to telling you all, and my reasons for wishing to keep my portion of the adventure quiet for the present." Then he told, and together they went out and hunted around in the snow for evidence to corroborate his statements. The snow was not over 3 inches deep, even then, and they found a bunch of keys and his hat, which he had not missed till they started out, and the club with which he had been struck. It was a sandbag. After they had returned to the house, Wellington, the detective, said to him, "Mr. Arndt, you were wise to say nothing about this other matter. Of course your hair is very light and the other is jet black, but you were the first on the scene. You are suffering from an injury on the head, and in a certain way the strikers would be benefited by the death of Mr. Endy, provided they could saddle the blame on the corporation. That you are entirely innocent is clear to me, but there are a lot of fool detectives like Goodenough who would be very willing to make things quite unpleasant for you. I shall say nothing whatever about the attack on you unless you need my testimony to help clear you." Arndt thought to himself, "My God, and what would even he suspect if he knew that by that last will the strikers actually derive more benefit from Mr. Endy's death than life?" But he thanked the detective and prepared to return home. In the hall he met Kenedy, who noticed that he was suffering, and to him he confided all the facts, for on Kenedy he could implicitly rely, and then Kenedy examined his head and shoulder and applied some remedies which he said would soon make him as good as new. "But," he added, "you had a narrow escape. You can't do that twice without being killed." And then Arndt, who could do nothing more, went home and took the rest he so much needed. At least he took part of it. In the meantime, Goodenough was hot on the trail of Robert and went south after him with a rush, but he could not resist the temptation to pocket $100 bill which a wily newspaper man, reporter for the Clyde Daily Clarion, offered him when he found him puffed up with self-importance. And so, as Arthur was eating breakfast in Clyde, whither he had traced Robert when he doubled back the preceding day, it was but natural that the big and staring headlines announcing the attack on his employer and the additional fact that Robert was the suspected man should meet his glance, and it was then the work of but a few moments to swear out a warrant and drive to Robert's apartments, with the result we have seen. And then Arthur heartily said, "Amen," in answer to Robert's emphatic words. "I am innocent, sir. May that man who touched a hair of my old father's head be everlastingly damned." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Recording Angel by Edwin Arnold BRENHOLTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 13. Why the world are all thinking about it, and as for myself I can swear if I fancied that heaven were without it I'd scarce feel a wish to go there. Moore. The clock in the hallway of the mansion was striking 2 as Arndt closed the door behind him. With aching head and nerves all unstrung by the rush of events, which had, as it seemed to him, crowded the occurrences and sensations of a lifetime into less than a week, as he looked back over the last few days it seemed as if he had been living outside of himself, living another man's life. Where were the days of hard labor of body and brain which he had so much enjoyed gone to? He realized at this moment as never before that every one of those days during his courtship and engagement had been sweetened by the thought of the evening which was sure to follow, evenings when there would be Nettie listening as he and Angus talked, or Nettie singing or playing the music he loved, or Nettie listening to him read the poems of her choice, or, best of all, Nettie to himself, either at an occasional concert or entertainment, or at times all to himself on the nights when Angus went to the Endy mansion and there was no one but the hired woman and Nettie and he in the house. Thinking thus, he walked slowly towards home, for his thoughts occupied him so that he forgot to hurry as was his custom, And notwithstanding the snow, which was still falling, he walked even slower as he thought how they had on those nights talked of the future, a future which to them seemed to have only sunshine in store, for with Nettie beside him he always forgot that some days must be dark and dreary. Now, in the stillness of the night, as he mechanically followed the windings of the river road to the place where she was lying, sick and suffering, it seemed as if a lifetime had passed since she had pressed her sweet lips to his, and he found himself, in thought, again standing with her arms about him, and heard her loved voice saying, "I will never give you up unless you wish it." Those other words of hers, which had been ringing through his brain every moment since he heard them, and which had caused him to feel so bitter towards young Endy that it had been only after a great struggle with himself that he had in each case succeeded in doing the just and merciful thing, were now, for the first time since he had heard them, forgotten. They were crowded out of his mind by sweet memories. His thoughts flew back over the years when they had been children together and played as children do, and as all the intervening years swept by there was joy and happiness in every one of them, in every moment of the time passed in company with these recollections. For the little misunderstandings of childish days had always been cleared away, and even the lovers' quarrels which had come as their lives were adjusting themselves to each other, after the long years of separation while she was away at school, had never lasted over the next time of meeting. Arndt was at least as just as most men, and he this night realized that whatever of decision and hatred of injustice there was in his character were due to the influence exerted silently on him by his old friend, who had taken him up and made a companion of him while Nettie was away, and his little sweetheart. And as he came back into the present he found his mind filled with the picture of her beautiful face, and his brain was ringing softly with the words, "Nettie, Nettie, Nettie," even as he, time and again, had found himself listening to those same words as they seemed to be pounded out by the great hammers of the foundry, or sung by the birds, or whispered by the leaves of the trees as the wind passed through the branches. He came to himself with a start as he stepped on the porch and walked towards the door, which opened suddenly. He found himself face to face with his sister, who threw her arms about his neck and kissed him, and in a low voice said, "Are you all right, dear? I'm more nervous than I ever before was in all my life. What in this world has kept you so long, Charlie? That poor girl has been almost beside herself tonight. She seemed to think that you were in some danger. At one time we could hardly keep her in bed, and I sent for Dr. Kennedy, but he could not be found. This excitement and worry is the very worst possible for her." "Now, please go and tell her that I'm all right, Annie," said Arndt quietly, "and then, if you can be spared, I will tell you all about it." Upon her return, Annie said, "It's no use. You will just have to go up and reassure her. The anodynes don't take effect, and I've already given the limit allowed by Dr. King. We simply must get her to sleep." So, instead of retiring, as he had intended, Arndt passed into the room where the silence was broken only by the soothing voice of the nurse and the restless movement of the white hands on the cover, and taking the soft hand in his firm, close grasp, he leaned over and kissed her on the lips, which murmured softly, "Charlie, Charlie," and then he said in a voice which was clear and slow and quieting, "I'm all right. No harm has come to me. Go to sleep, little sweetheart." Without another word he seated himself in the chair which the nurse pushed towards him, and for a few moments allowed himself to return that loving gaze, and then, without relaxing his hold on her hand, he said, "The day is done and the darkness falls from the wings of night, as a feather is wafted downward from an eagle in his flight." The eyes, which had refused to close, still rested upon him lovingly, questioningly, wonderingly, as he went on with the beautiful poem which has itself done so much to quiet the restless pulse of care. The wondering and questioning died out, and at last only love was left, and then, as the closing words died away, the love was hidden from mortal sight, for consciousness had gone with the Arabs as they silently folded their tents and stole away. When Dr. Kennedy arrived, at 5 o'clock in the morning, he found Arndt sitting as motionless as a statue, still holding the little hand and gazing at the pale, thin face, and the doctor, coming noiselessly to his side, said, "You can lay her hand down and come away. She will not rouse for hours." Arndt's arm was so cramped and stiff that it required quite an effort to move it, and when he left his chair his sister took his place. Kenedy shook hands heartily with him and said, "Just as I told you, we have to have the help of outsiders once in a while. If only we could always get hold of the right one, we might do away with a lot of the drugs. She will probably get well fast now. The trouble has been to get her to sleep. I have come here straight from Endy's. King and I have been working with him all this time. King is still there. The blow would not be a dangerous one for a young man to sustain, but his age is against him. However, his constitution is good, and he will probably pull through. But we fear for the effect on the brain. He is only partially conscious now, does not speak coherently. We will hope for the best. It may leave no evil effect, at least on his physical health." Arndt's head and shoulder, where the glancing blow had taken most effect, had been throbbing almost unbearably during the hours of his vigil. He now made an involuntary motion with his hand, and Kenedy said, "Here, you'd better let me fix that. It was a narrow escape, and then you go to sleep." So at 5:30 a.m. Arndt was sleeping, but at 7 his sister called him, though very reluctantly. She said the man who was waiting at the door would take no refusal, insisting that it was of the utmost importance, and demanding to see him in the name of the Union. With eyes only half open, Arndt walked to the door, but when he saw Baker, his colleague of the strike committee, standing there, he reached to the table in the hallway and took his hat. At the gate they found a horse and sleigh, and without a word both got in. After they were started, Baker used the whip freely and swore under his breath as he said, "We have had too much good luck. Things are going to go against us if we don't make good time. The men have heard of the assault on Mr. Endy, and they charge it up to Craggie, who they have just learned spent the night in his car at the station. The men are boiling over. There will be one less millionaire if they get their hands on him this day." "Drive faster," said Arndt sharply, and his friend plied the whip. "Where is Savage? Why did you have to come so far out of your way for me?" Arndt shouted to his companion, for they were now going at a terrific rate over the sleet-covered snow, and the wind cut their faces sharply. "Savage just said that the men could kill Craggie as soon as they wished for all of him. You ought to have known that from your experience with him on the committee," said Baker. "Savage is a good man, but he is mightily tired of Craggie and his methods." "Can't blame him. Nevertheless, we must save Craggie." "My idea exactly," said Baker, and then they gave up trying to talk. In less than 10 minutes they were at the station, and as he stepped from the sleigh, Arndt said to his companion slowly and emphatically, "Drive back along the main street and post one of the men at each corner with instructions to stop every striker from coming this way by telling them that the evidence all points to the guilt of Mr. Endy's own son, whom the detectives have already sworn out warrants for." "Great God!" said Baker, and drove furiously away. So Arndt was left alone with the fast-gathering crowd of working men. Many of the men distrusted him on account of his taking the part of the rich when he considered them unjustly abused. His talk to Mr. Endy and with Dr. Kenedy was of an altogether different tone from that which he used when arguing with his fellow workers. It was as if he spoke fearlessly to the face of the rich what he would not say behind their backs, and the men, hearing only such statements from him as would tend to make them bear up under the unjust conditions that hemmed them in, had little use for him. In fact, he owed his position on the strike committee solely to the circumstance that President Trueman knew his man, and when the question was up in the main committee to leave the entire matter in the hands of a subcommittee of 3, he stated positively that he would not consent and would use all his influence against the measure unless the decision of the subcommittee had to be unanimous and Arndt be one of the number. A large portion of the crowd now here were, of course, of the more violent class, and Arndt knew when he looked at them that whatever he did to aid Mr. Craggie must be done without their assistance. He passed quickly through the crowd with a word of good morning for all, and approached the conductor, who was standing alone on one corner of the platform, and asked, "Mr. Jennings, are you ready to move out?" "All ready, Mr. Arndt. But the old man hasn't made his appearance, and I can't start a wheel without orders from him or Chambers, who hasn't come down from the hotel yet. There he comes now, though." "Good," said Arndt. Go to the switch and watch for his signal. Give the word to the engineer as you pass." The strikers had been watching Arndt, but when he came quietly walking back towards them, they fell to talking again, and so the words he spoke to Chambers were not noticed. And as the switch was on the far side of the car, the first intimation they had of any movement was hearing the voice of Chambers as he called to the conductor. He, in his excitement, almost spoiled Arndt's plans, but the engine and car pulled away from the station at a speed that defied pursuit. Some bullets and a shower of rocks and other missiles struck the car. As soon as it was beyond their reach, some of them were sent in Arndt's direction, and as he was then standing looking after the retreating car, one of the rocks struck him squarely on the back, and he dropped to the platform like a log. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Recording Angel by Edwin Arnold BRENHOLTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 14. There are several ways to kill a cat. Old saying. Being possessed of only the usual powers of created beings, we cannot be in more than one place at a time, and so we must return to Robert Endy, who stood perfectly still for several moments after proclaiming his innocence and curse on the guilty, saying to himself, "Not dead, not dead, he cannot be dead." And then he pulled himself together and sighed deeply and said in his old sharp businesslike manner, "Who are you, sir? And when did this happen, and where did you get this letter?" The detective smiled as he curtly said, "My name is Arthur. 2 members of the city police force are outside the door. You probably don't need any answer to the second question. I received the letter from the hands of your father on Friday afternoon. We must be going now. You will have plenty of time in jail to read it before the examining trial takes place. My instructions from your father were to follow you south. As you know, I did not have to go far in that direction. I left the others outside in order to say to you that I am sorry for you, for your father's sake, if you are innocent or guilty, for I have been learned to esteem him highly in the short time I have been in his company, and if he dies, and you are guilty, I will do my best to have you electrocuted for it. But I will say this much to you. On the supposition that being your father's son, you are therefore innocent, things look black for you. Therefore, don't talk." "Thank you, sir," said Robert, who, when his mind ran back over the last few days, saw that there were many things which would naturally appear against him. "Thank you, sir. My word to you or to any man who is not working for me is that I am innocent. That is my only word." "Good," replied Arthur, but he smiled as he said further, "They all say that same, Mr. Endy." Since he was a rich man's son and wealthy himself, and also because there were 3 to 1, Robert did not have to wear bracelets, although one of the officers insisted on the formality being observed, saying that what was good enough for a poor man was, in his opinion, good enough for a rich one. But his companion said, "You'd better go slow. The strikers are on top now, but the strike is not ended, and we have not heard from Craigie yet, you know." His assistant sullenly said, "Maybe you're right, but I wish that we never hear from him. A man daren't say his soul's his own the way he runs things these days." "Oh, I'm not much struck on Craigie," was the reply. "Not me. But that's because he hasn't found out yet that I'm here. He takes mighty good care of the men who do work to suit him. Anyway, it's Craigie, or maybe a worse one, and I'm not helping to topple one master over until I've examined the build of his successor. See?" "Maybe you're right," was the reply, and then they were silent until the vehicle in which they were driving stopped at the same door that not so long before had opened for Arndt, and it was the genial voice of the sheriff which greeted them and said, "Good morning, gentlemen. I'm truly sorry to see you here, Mr. Endy." As soon as he was in the building, and while waiting for the necessary formalities, Robert read the letter Arthur had delivered to him, and there were tears in his eyes as he handed it to the detective, saying, "Read it, please." And that word "please" marked the beginning of the transformation of the man. Many utter the word, but not in the way he said it. Then Arthur read, My dear son, I was, upon opening your letter, greatly relieved to find that your affection for your father had not been lost in the whirl of events of the last few days. The actions I have taken have all been carried out through a sense of duty to humanity, although I am obliged to confess that some of them were begun under the sting of wounded personal feelings. The publicity which has attended the performance has not been a result of any wish of mine, and the notoriety can hardly be more unpleasant to you than it is to me. It is contrary to the habit of my whole life, but it is a part of the price that is necessary to be paid by any one who would aid the working class. The value of my name and influence to the cause of equal justice is as great as or greater than the money I can bestow, so I must give up my quiet life, as well as my money. I want you to be immediately assured that I implicitly believe every word you say in regard to your intentions in the suit you brought against Arndt, and I am more relieved than I am able to tell you at your disavowal, since an attempt of the kind that seemed to be indicated by the evidence before me was capable of but one interpretation, and that was that you had lost all respect and love for me. I so interpreted it, and acted accordingly. We owe Mr. Craggie a debt of gratitude, which I will seek an early opportunity to pay, for having caused you to abandon that action against Arndt. It is true he thus prevented us gaining an important advantage in favor of the strikers, but he, at the same time, saved my feelings as a father. You are entirely wrong in regard to Charles Arndt. I myself sought him out, and asked his aid in the distribution of the money I had dedicated to the working men's cause. He even advised me to await your return to the house in order to give you another chance, even though he would have lost the advantage to the cause which your hasty action had given us, and also he refused to prosecute you for false imprisonment. But, my son, I know you well enough to be fully aware that no evidence to the contrary will make you see Arndt in the proper light, for, according to your own confession, you do not believe that any disinterested motive can actuate a man in this life. There was never a greater mistake of judgment than that. The history of the world is full of such cases, and it can never be read aright, nor can conduct be properly ordered by a mind distorted by such a bias. Unselfishness is the key which will inevitably unlock all the problems that are now closed doors between man, and it will eventually solve all the vexed questions of society. Hoping for the day when you will realize this, I am now, as always, your loving father, Robert Endy. As Arthur quietly stood reading the letter, Robert sat with his head buried in his hands, and when he had finished, the detective said, "I would keep that if I were you. It will help you a whole lot with the jury if your lawyer can get it before them. But I'm very sorry now that I did not deliver it to you last night." Robert gazed at him in astonishment. "I saw you look from the window of your front room precisely at 9:32, Mr. Endy, and I immediately entered the building to hand you the letter." Robert started to ask what made you change your mind, but he never said more than what. "I was on the way to your door when I saw you open it and admit the princess, and then I concluded to wait until morning," continued Arthur significantly. Robert did not reply, and sat thinking deeply until Mr. Bertram, the lawyer he had sent for, arrived. They immediately had a conference, and as a result Arthur was called to their assistance, and in reply to a question of Mr. Bertram's he said, "I have severed my connection with the agency. This I did willingly at the request of Mr. Endy's father, as I am pretty tired of being hauled off of one case after another simply because Mr. Craggie doesn't want it investigated. I am now employed by Mr. Endy, and can serve no one but him for the present." Then Robert said to him, "You can serve my father better no other way than by hunting up his assailant, and when you find that man you will clear me. I have nothing to conceal from you, so you had better remain while I state my case to Mr. Bertram, as it will save you a lot of time and trouble to know exactly every move I made and the reasons for them since I left home." "Certainly, if you are willing, nothing could suit me better," said Arthur, and after hearing him to the end without interruption he continued, "It may be possible that she will be willing for a good round sum to testify to the truth, but I doubt it. Moreover, the testimony of women of her class goes for very little with even the average jury." The lawyer interrupted, And worst of all, you positively cannot afford to use her testimony, even if she is willing to give it. We must think of your future. Of course, if things come to the worst, we must prove our alibi with whatever testimony we can get. But for the present, I see nothing for it but to waive an examining trial and let Arthur put all his skill into finding the guilty man. The janitor will of course swear that you were here all last night, but he might also swear to more than that." "Don't you depend on the janitor. I think he positively hates me. He will tell nothing to my advantage." Arthur and Bertram exchanged significant glances, for they both knew about Robert's way of treating workers, and both doubted whether he had a single friend or well-wisher among them. Robert's thoughts passed on to the woman, and he exclaimed, "May perdition seize the princess! If it had not been for her, I would not even be subject to suspicion. God knows I have been sick to death of her for over a year. But when I remembered the appointment I had made for last night, I also recollected that I could not afford to break with her and complicate matters at this time. I would not have my old father know that I had even spoken to her, or such as her, for the world. I tell you, Mr. Arthur, you must just find that guilty man, for I'll die before I'll have her name connected with mine." Arthur said, "You may depend on it, I will do my very best. But I get on the case rather late, and you may have to use both the janitor's and the princess's testimony. I will go to them directly, for although I don't like to remind you of it, your father may not survive, and—" But he left the room without finishing his sentence. And thus it happened that when Mr. Craggie received the reply to the telegram which he sent after his talk with Mr. Johnson, asking to have Arthur detailed to work for him, the answer he received caused him to use violent language, which was a very unusual indulgence for him. The answer read, "Arthur has left us. Present whereabouts unknown." This was received just as he entered his private car after his dinner at a station 75 miles beyond Steelton. Mr. Craggie had distinctly stated to the lawyer that he intended to go on further up the road, and so Mr. Johnson had returned to Clyde on the regular train. But when Mr. Craggie sat down on the opposite side of the table, at which he left the secretary so busily writing, he said, good evening, Mr. Chambers. I trust that you enjoyed your little rest. Beautiful day, is it not? Anything new?" "Yes, sir, several things." "Well, just tell the conductor to run us back to Steelton. Any time he can get a clear track. There's no hurry, and I don't want to get Voss into any more trouble than is necessary. I hear that there is a good deal of muttering about our going over the roads whenever we please and as fast as we please. Eh, Mr. Chambers?" "A good deal of grumbling, sir," was the reply as the young man went out to give the necessary orders, but he thought as he hunted up the conductor, "I wonder what makes Craggie in such a good humour today, and the strike going dead against him, too." After the return of Chambers, the president dictated a few articles for the daily newspapers, which were very carefully worded, but were intended to convey the impression that after all Mr. Endy's son had not been entirely wrong, and that a young man who found himself on the point of losing a fortune, which he considered almost his own, was justified in feeling very sore about the matter, and was almost, perhaps, warranted in doing something to the man he considered responsible for the loss he was about to sustain, and that, maybe, he was even justified in thinking that his father's mind was unbalanced, slightly at least, when he made so monstrous a will. As to the method by which the son came into possession of the knowledge of the contents of the will, that, of course, was indefensible for all parties concerned, if it were true as told. But, the article concluded, but it is never safe to believe all we hear in these cases. We have even heard outsiders remarking on the intellectual decline of Mr. Endy Sr. And the president smiled benignly as he said to Chambers, "And the thing the dear people won't believe is the story told by old Endy as to the affair at Johnson's." "You ought to dictate our foreign correspondence, sir. The diplomatic corps has needed you for a long time," said Chambers. "Oh, that's all right, Mr. Chambers, that's all right." and Mr. Craggie laughed at his own cleverness and the compliment that had been paid him, and then he settled back in his chair in a way that Chambers knew, from long experience, meant lighting a cigar and talking about himself. For the great man had to have some one to unburden himself to, and the talk with Johnson was the only one during his whole life in which he had been perfectly open with one on his own social plane. Chambers had made himself indispensable by never refusing to carry out a single order, by his discreetness, by the perfection of his work, and by paying delicate little compliments at the proper time. And so, the cigar being lighted, Mr. Craggie repeated, "That's all right, Mr. Chambers. They appear every once in a while to be getting things into a terrible mess, but it all works our way in the end, if you have noticed. I drop them a bit of advice about once in so often, as you know, and they mostly pay considerable attention to what we suggest, eh?" Chambers knew that he was not expected to reply, so he said nothing, but he still had the same appreciative smile on his face that invariably took its place there when he reached under the drawer and touched a little spring which worked very easily from much use. And he smiled, and smiled even more appreciatively as he said to himself, "Whenever Mr. Craggie says us or our, he means only himself, just like a good many people." There were quite a number of these so-called editorials written, differing in wording, but all intended to break down the growing sympathy of the middle class for the strikers. They were models in their way, and the carefulness displayed in selecting the proper editorial for each leading paper was also a good lesson to anyone that needed it. But that one was certainly not Mr. Chambers, to whom the president knew he could safely entrust the matter. So he sat back, quietly smoking in his revolving chair, and he even thought, as he watched the secretary swiftly reducing the pile of stenographic notes to clear and absolutely accurate typewritten sheets, "Chambers is a valuable man, in fact an invaluable man. I will find something suited to his ability some day, but I can't spare him now, and it won't do to raise his salary at present. He might get the big head. Really, his unconsciousness of his value makes him quite a companionable fellow. It would never do to spoil that." The result of this reflection was that he soon interrupted Chambers by the remark, "Well, I'm not altogether sorry that we had those reverses at first. Those easy victories will make the labor leaders careless. And besides, I enjoy a good fight anyhow. The victories over organized labor in the past have been hardly worthwhile. Injunctions, intimidated judges, purchased leaders, and men persuaded to turn traitor to their fellows all used to answer very well, but they came cheap, and the men paid for them every time, for we always added the sum total to necessary running expense account and took it out of the men's wages sooner or later. And when our property has been destroyed, the strikers suffered the odium and lost the sympathy of the property owners everywhere. We lately have succeeded in collecting our losses of this kind out of the whole people in the shape of taxes, for we made the states pay us, on the plea that it was the duty of the state to protect our property. Though if an incendiary burns up a private individual's house or store or factory, the owner can get nothing out of the state. What a pack of fools the people are, that they do not insist that the application of that law must extend to the losses of all the people. But it would be a sorry day for the rich if they did, and I am not apt to put them up to it. The people are really utterly unfit to govern themselves." And then there was silence, and the secretary resumed his work. But after a little while the president laughed heartily and said, "Really, this is the best joke of all." And the thought was so funny that he had to confide it to Chambers, who again touched the little spring, this time with his knee. "There was one fool editor who actually twitted the corporations because, as he said, under this plan the people had found a means of making the rich help pay for their own losses. And when I saw that article, I laughed until I would have presented the fellow with $10 for the enjoyment he had given me, but the fool would not accept it." "Yes," in reply to a look from Chambers, "that was the fellow who sent back the $10 with a note saying that he could not receive money for which he had rendered no equivalent. That told all about him. There are not many of his kind. He ought to have lived in some other world than this. I watched to see what would happen, and I did not interfere at all, for that would have spoiled the value of the experiment, and that man went to the wall inside a year, and he is this day setting type for a patent outside paper that I control absolutely. The world doesn't want that kind of man so far as I can see. But I'm hindering you, though there is no particular hurry about those editorials. We don't want them to appear too near together. You will just pay out of your fund whatever is necessary to ensure their insertion as editorials. In fact, I think that we may have to increase that fund shortly. But I would send out only the ones to the 2 nearest papers today, and you might telegraph them. The rest we will hold until we see the effect of these. When the president's car was safe on its siding at Steelton, he told Chambers that he would not need him during the night, as he proposed to make up for the rest and sleep he had lost by turning in as soon as he had eaten the supper which the secretary was instructed to have sent to the car from the railroad station restaurant. And, by the way, what has become of that cook? It doesn't always suit to stop for meals. "Oh," said Chambers, "I forgot to tell you that he telegraphed to know whether he should follow us with those provisions, and I told him to wait where he is until he got orders from you, as I didn't know where to tell him to meet us." "Very good. Tell him to come on to Clyde at once. We are apt to be around here for several days." Chambers then said that he would go up to the hotel for the night, where he could be found if needed, but that he would have to finish the 2 articles as he had deferred them until last because they had less distance to travel. Mr. Craggie thereupon said he would order his own meal and get some fresh air and a little exercise. No sooner had he disappeared within the building than Chambers carefully removed the little machine, of which he seemed to think so much, and placed it by the side of the box, which was lying in the handbag. He then speedily finished his work, and with the telegrams in one hand and the handbag in the other, he left the car, after first seeing that the windows were all tightly closed. And as he shut the door behind him, he carefully locked it. Then, after leaving the telegrams at the office with the remark, "Send them at once," he went to the hotel, where a good part of the night was spent in listening to the assertive voice of the president as he conspired with Mr. Johnson. When the machine stopped talking, and then after a pause went on again, Chambers said emphatically, "Damn!" After a few words more, the talking came to an abrupt end, but this time there was a very faint click, which told the listener that the cylinder was full. "Botheration, as Craggie says!" he exclaimed. Then after a moment, "I guess there's enough of it after all. I am powerful glad that there is not another machine like you in the world." And he patted the marvelous little instrument, which was small enough to be a child's toy, and as he carefully wiped and oiled every part of it, he remarked, "You certainly did cost me a pretty penny. Lots of hard thinking and plenty of trouble, but you are worth every bit of it." Then he set the machine going again at the beginning and went busily to work putting down in shorthand the whole conversation that was on that cylinder. Afterwards he put on some other cylinders and took notes from them. It was in the small hours of the morning when he finished, and the machine was kept steadily going until he blew out the light and went to bed. He had done a hard night's work, and so he slept soundly, and it was rather late when he stepped on the station platform, for he intended to eat his breakfast where he could see the car. He was in such a rush that he did not see the angry looks which were cast upon him as he hurried past the men, who also were hastening to the station. As he stepped on the platform he was confronted by Arndt, whom he knew well, who said, without a word of greeting, "Chambers, order that conductor of yours to pull out of here at once. The men will not be held in much longer. They will kill Craggie if they see him today." And as Chambers hesitated, he added emphatically, "Move, man! Robert Endy was almost murdered last night." At that word, Chambers sprang to the car, and disregarding Arndt's warning to not let the men know what he was about, cried aloud to the conductor, who was standing at the switch with his hand on the lever, "To Clyde, at full speed!" And this time they went without asking for the right-of-way, but since it was a double-track road, they had only to keep a lookout ahead. The conductor did not have time to lock the switch, and barely succeeded in catching the rail of the car's steps and swinging himself aboard, followed by the execrations of the men and several harder things. Chambers, who had stood where he could give a helping hand to the conductor, then stepped into the car and found Mr. Craggie at the washbowl, holding on to its side as the car swung with a lurch onto the main track. He motioned to the conductor, who was close behind him, to pass on to his place in the cab opposite to the engineer. The conductor glanced at Mr. Craggie's wrath-swollen face and made all possible haste. "What does this mean, sir?" cried the president. "I gave no orders to start." There was a new and thrilling tone in the voice of Mr. Chambers as he quietly said, "But I did, sir. Mr. Endy was murdered in his bed last night." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15, Part 1 of The Recording Angel by Edwin Arnold BRENHOLTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 15. A consistent liar is the devil incarnate. Homely truth. When Mr. Craggie heard the words of his secretary, he turned pale and stepped to the door as if to get air. As he did so, he caught sight of the men at the same moment that they discovered him, and the sounds which reached his ears were not calculated to steady any man's nerves. By this time the train was flying along the straight track at a rate which promised to cover the distance between Steelton and Clyde in considerably less time than it had ever before been attempted, and the car was swaying violently. Before they passed out of sight, Mr. Craggie noticed that the anger of the men seemed to be turned toward a single individual who stood by himself on the platform and who appeared to be paying no attention to them but was looking after the retreating car. "Who is that man, Chambers?" he demanded. "That is Charles Arndt, labor leader, and you probably owe your life to him at this moment," was the emphatic reply. Now, even a Mr. Craggie loses some of his dignity when he is standing with the water dripping off a half-washed face and with his shirt sleeves rolled up, and he felt that he needed every aid he could secure. So he said abruptly, "Ring to slow down. There's no need for such reckless traveling. Everyone would think to see the way we go that we were running away." Chambers, without a word, pulled the bell cord. The president speedily completed his toilet, and in the meantime Chambers carefully deposited his hand satchel in a corner where he could keep his eye on it, and then went to work sorting the letters which had been written the previous afternoon. And when Mr. Craggie took his seat at the opposite side of the table, the secretary smiled into his face as he coolly took up a lot of the letters and threw them into the wastebasket. "What are you doing, sir?" Mr. Craggie stormed. Chambers hesitated a moment until he placed the last letter on one of the other piles, and then he looked the president square in the eye as he asserted, very calmly, "You know those editorials will not be needed now, and might better be destroyed. It is too late for you to try that trick. Moreover, they are rather incriminating themselves in view of what took place last night." Mr. Craggie took a full minute to look into the calm face of the secretary, and then his jaws closed with a snap, and he said, in a tone of voice that usually had a bad effect on the nerves of those who heard it, "I think that you and I will part company at Clyde, Mr. Chambers. You are a valuable man, and have been with me for many years, and I owe you something for a good turn the other night, but I never allow a man to address me in that manner, because a few hundred crazy strikers choose to howl and throw rocks and violate the law by firing on this car, is no reason why you should forget who I am." "Oh, you are right enough there, Mr. Craggie," was the prompt reply. "That is not sufficient reason. Certainly not. We may part company at Clyde. That will be for you to say after you have heard the reason which I do consider to be quite sufficient to justify my manner." This was said by Chambers in such a quiet, level tone that Mr. Craggie became impressed with the idea that he at least better hear what this fool had to say. That was what the president was mentally calling Chambers, for he thought that the chance for that fellow to earn a living in the United States after that day would be very slim. So he said, "Say your say, Mr. Chambers. We have nothing to do until we reach Clyde." Chambers coolly took a cigar from his pocket and lit it, and the insubordination of this disregard of one of Craggie's strictest rules told the president that he had a dangerous man to deal with. He pushed his own box of cigars over to Chambers, saying, "I don't like the kind you use, sir. Mine are better." "Naturally," replied the other, "naturally. I'm happy to be able to agree with you. What's good enough for you is good enough for me." And he took a cigar from the box and lit it from his own, which he then threw away. Then he leaned back in his chair and placed his feet on the table, in exact imitation of the president's style, and said, "At the snail's pace that we are now traveling, there will be plenty of time to tell you everything in minute detail before we have to say goodbye to each other, for which last I, for one, will be sincerely sorry." As Mr. Craggie did not audibly reciprocate this sentiment, Chambers continued, "It is quite as interesting a story as any I ever read. I wish that I had the literary ability to do it justice." Here the patience of his hearer came to an end, and he glared at Chambers savagely and cried, "Have you anything to say? If so, say it." The secretary smiled, straightened up in his chair, threw the newly lighted 50-cent cigar into the cuspidor, and briskly said, "Last night, after I retired to my room, a friend of mine called on me. He said that he had been concealed in the cook's room ever since the night we started so suddenly on this trip and left the cook behind us. Says that he slipped in to beg a bite to eat from the cook, knowing that he'd be sure to get it if he said he was my friend. But the cook was out, and suddenly the car started, and he kept quiet. At first because he did not want me to discover him in his dirty condition, for he had got low down sure enough, thinking that he would slip out at the next stopping place. Afterwards he stayed for other reasons. Says that he found our conversations so very interesting that he could not tear himself away. Says that he has heard every word that either you or I or Mr. Johnson spoke." He paused. Mr. Craggie started up, exclaiming, "Impossible! It is a lie!" But as his thoughts flew backwards, he knew that it was not impossible. So he sank back into his chair and said nothing. "Impossible is the very word I used," continued Chambers, "and when my friend said that he had heard every word that was spoken by us, I called him a liar. But when I remembered that we had rolled this table down to this end of the car because the cook was absent and it gave us more room, I knew that it was not impossible, but highly probable. When I called him a liar, he said, 'Go slow, young fellow. I don't take any harsh talk from Craggie or any of his men since I left that car. But I did stretch the truth a little, just a trifle. There were some words said by Mr. Craggie in the conversation between himself and Johnson that I didn't catch.'" Chambers, from under his half-closed lids, watched the man before him as a cat watches a mouse, and he was sure that he saw a look of relief on the face of the man. Then he said to himself, as he reached over and took another cigar from the box and lit it, "Risky shot, that, but reached the mark." After this he talked slowly and puffed gently at the cigar, and between the sentences he blew smoke rings above his head and watched them float away and dissolve. "Still," said he, "I did not pay much attention to the man, for I told him that if he stuck to the truth there was nothing that you or I had said that would be a cause for us to give him $1 to hold his tongue. For I know that a clever lawyer like Johnson can bother any man so badly on the witness stand when he comes to tell a story about a 2 or 3 days old occurrence that I just laughed at him and told him that I was sorry for the inconvenience he had been put to, and that I hoped the good grub he had eaten at your expense, and the pleasure he had derived from listening to our unadulterated opinions of the world in general, was sufficient to compensate him, for that was all he would ever get out of them. But then he laughed at me and called me a fool, and said that I could judge better about that after he had given me a sample of his wares. And then he insisted on reading from his stenographic notes a specimen here and there. At this point Mr. Craggie got up and took a drink of water, and then restlessly walked about the car during the remainder of the story. Chambers continued to talk and did not seem to care whether the president was in front of him or behind him. This sense of perfect security struck the president very unpleasantly. "I found," concluded Chambers, "that my friend was a very expert stenographer indeed, and that he had every important bit of conversation that has been uttered in this car on this trip since that night. I took down at his dictation as a test of the accuracy of the rest of his notes a few parts where I knew all the facts, and finding them correct to the letter, I then took down the conversation between you and Mr. Johnson yesterday morning. I myself had a little curiosity to know what you were unwilling to have me hear, and I must say that I don't wonder that one for an audience was sufficient." Here Mr. Craggie interrupted him, saying bitterly, "There's the weak spot. I've always known it. There's the single and only weak point. If a man did not have to take a human being into his confidence, he might be lord of the earth in a year. They all betray you when it pays them to do it. How much do you want to hold your tongue?" "Now," said Chambers coolly, "that is not kind. I don't see where the talk about betrayal comes in. I never yet betrayed anything that any man trusted me with. You have not trusted too much, but too little. It is good advice to trust all or not at all. And you've not been betrayed. Who was there to betray you but Mr. Johnson? You surely do not suspect him. You never trusted my friend, yet he has not betrayed you, for it is all still in your own hands, though of course he must be paid. But suppose that what you say is so. We will try to imagine it for the sake of the argument. You look on me as an accomplice. I deny it. But supposing it were anybody but Archibald Chambers, and that he had been working for a man for 15 years, and that he could not remember a single instance in all those years where the slightest thought had been taken for his welfare, but could without any difficulty remember times without number when he had had to work to the point of exhaustion, when he had had to smile and say nothing, when he was made the butt of his employer's ill temper, when he had had to demean himself by carrying out orders which an honest man and a gentleman should never have conceived. Add to that, if you please, that the employee is in all respects, save only wealth, at least the equal of the employer, and that for all the harsh treatment, injustice, supercilious tones and manner, there has been no offset in the shape of a single holiday or any increase in wages, and that there can in reality never be any offset or recompense for such things. Then suppose that such a secret as has been confided to me were confided to him, and I ask you, what have you a right to expect?" Mr. Craggie made no reply, and after a few moments Chambers continued, "You know very well what you would have done under the circumstances. Now see what I did. Mr. Craggie, I did just what you would have done. I became possessor of that secret, and at a terrible price, the price of being looked upon as an accomplice in the dirtiest piece of rascality known to the world, blackmail. What do I want with so dangerous a secret? The same thing that you are working for, power. I hold a secret that makes the most powerful man in the United States tremble, but not I alone, and therein lies my safety." "What do you propose to do with your power, sir?" demanded Mr. Craggie. "I propose, in the first place, to talk to you as an equal and without reservation until we arrive at Clyde. I have been with you for over 15 years. I've never been spared, day or night, in all that time. After you have dictated until exhausted, you go to bed, and I work until the letters are ready for the next mail, no matter what time in the morning that may be. I've been your slave. I have done 2 men's work, and have received slightly more than the market price for a stenographer of my ability." "You never asked for an increase of salary." "That is perfectly correct. I never did. And therein, and in all other respects, I am totally different from our supposititious man. I have been amply compensated, though, perhaps, in ways you have not contemplated and cannot imagine. Let us take the matter of cash remuneration. I have brought up the salary to a figure perfectly satisfactory to me by using almost the full allowance which you set aside to purchase the silence or compliance of other men. I think you have had better service in that direction since I took charge than ever before. So there, I have not defrauded you. You paid for the article and got it. I will tell you this much right here. It is useless for a rich man to play the game you are all playing and think of winning by bribery. Fear is a much more powerful lever. I'm a pretty rich man myself today, entirely too rich to risk losing it by blackmailing anyone, owing to those so-called presents. I call it that corruption fund. You expected me to steal part of it, you know. I never stole a cent of it, for I gave you full value for every dollar. But I did not waste those dollars on other people. It takes time and energy, which I couldn't spare from my life work, to bribe people, and it always gives me a nasty feeling to try it. Moreover, it is not invariably successful either, and then you have an insulted man on your hands. So I simply used the power of your name and the power of your position, and there isn't a man in the country today who refuses to obey the orders I give in your name. Or if he does, he may as well hunt for a comfortable existence in heaven or in hell. He will not find a chance to earn it on the earth. And I don't have to use your name very often, either." "You are certainly candid, sir. Would you object to stating your other compensation?" said Mr. Craggie sneeringly. "At the proper time I shall take pleasure in doing so, but at present I find neither the time nor the inclination to state more than that none of the things which would influence our supposititious man to purchase the secret have power to move me. I find my joy and my life in the sense of power which the faithful performance of my daily work brings me. For this reason I wish to continue as your private secretary. Moreover, because the money you are to pay to my friend must pass through my hands, it will be necessary for me to so remain, at least until the payment is completed. He is working for himself, and says that 1,000,000 in greenbacks, gold certificates, or national bank notes will do for him the remainder of his life. He refuses to personally deal with you, as he says he would not give a pinch of snuff for his life if you could lay hands on him. I told him that he does not know you, that you would not do such a thing. For one reason, because you have not the courage to plan such a thing, much less execute it. But he pointed out the blank space in the stenographic notes and retorted, what was he saying to Johnson when I, who had my ear not 10 feet away from his head, couldn't hear a word for several minutes? There was more than one risky assertion in this last, but Chambers was pretty sure of the habits of Mr. Craggie by this time, and he saw at once that he had scored again. "How did your man get out of the car?" demanded Mr. Craggie. "The door was locked when I returned from the restaurant, for I had to use my key. I remember that very distinctly, and also that all the windows were tightly fastened on the inside, for I looked at them before I retired." "Oh," said Chambers, "I almost forgot to give you the key I made him surrender to me." And here he handed to the president a key, plainly a duplicate made to order. "That key," said he, "is, you know, the one we had made for the cook. He always hangs it in his room behind the door when he is in the car." "I'll have those locks changed tomorrow," said the president. "It will scarcely be necessary, sir. My friend will certainly not trust himself in this car again. There is no necessity for him to know more than at present." During this whole conversation Chambers had not once shown the slightest sign of being in a hurry, nor had he raised his voice. And while his words were impudent, his tone was not, the thought in his mind being, "I'll tell you today all that I want to say. Tomorrow's mighty uncertain." The effect on Mr. Craggie was to impress on him how absolutely sure this man must be of his position, that he dared to sit there and talk in this manner to him. Chambers had started suddenly when asked about the key, but his subsequent words accounted for that. But he said to himself, even while handing the key, "Narrow shave that. Good I thought about that key while he was washing." "Here," said he, "is the translation, and I may be mistaken, but it seems to me that that blank space on the paper is about the worst feature of the whole business, in view of the attempted murder of Mr. Endy." "I thought you said he was dead," said Mr. Craggie sharply. "You must have been excited," said Chambers with a smile. "Arndt said only nearly murdered, or something similar. I had not a moment to waste in asking him particulars. It was a case of getting this train moving, but it makes very little difference either way. The man may be dead now for all we know, and if not, here is the situation in a few words." "Oh, you need not repeat it," said his hearer impatiently. "Well, I'm glad that you grasp it," said Chambers coolly. "Only you must add to it several other things, one of which is the corroborating testimony which I would have to give if put on the stand. And I've never perjured myself yet for any man, and don't propose to do so, even for you. I feel perfectly safe in serving my friend in this way because, even if you should fail to see that I am in reality serving you more than I am serving him, you will not fail to understand that the man who had the nerve to take those notes isn't going to let anything happen to me without handing over the whole evidence to the labor leaders, even if he doesn't get a cent besides what I have already given him, which, by the way, I'll thank you to give me a check for right now." "This is simply blackmail. What did you give the fellow money for?" stormed Mr. Craggie. "To keep him from handing over the evidence of your guilt to the strikers," said Chambers. "If you regret or disavow my action, you can openly repudiate it now, and everything is as it was, except that I am out the money. And as for the blackmail, why, of course, it is that, neither more nor less, on his part. But I have heard you say very often that hard names break no bones, and the man is pursuing your own methods so closely that I asked him whether he had not taken lessons from you. But he only laughed at me and said that there are plenty more rich men built on your plan in this country to take lessons from. As for the money I paid him," here he took another cigar from the box and lit it, "you can do as you please about that. It was only $1,000 bill. A special canal completion commemorative gold certificate, one of the issue with the Craggie portrait medallion, you know, that I have fallen into the habit of carrying about with me, and I would willingly lose several times that amount to prevent the strikers from knowing what my friend and I know." Without saying a word in reply, Mr. Craggie drew out his checkbook and filled out a check for the amount. For although he had that same little habit of carrying about $1,000 bill in order, as he said, to never be caught without change, he did not give the bill to Chambers. As he handed the paper to the secretary, he said, "This purchases those lying notes, I think." "Certainly, if you wish them. I can get as many duplicates as are necessary, though, of course, the others might not agree with this word for word." And he handed the papers to Mr. Craggie, who, as he took in the accuracy of the work, involuntarily exclaimed, "I'd like to hire that man. He's a better stenographer than you." "Much better," was the quiet reply. "I thought I said that he is the best I have ever seen. Nothing escapes his ear, and his notes, where he has anything on which to rest his book, are almost like copper plate if one does not dictate over 185 words a minute. That translation of the notes is, of course, in my hand, as you see, and so far as penmanship goes there is nothing to be said for it, for he was in a great rush to get away and in hiding. I am glad that you acknowledge the general accuracy of the work. The President winced. And I think you will agree with me as to his ability when I hand the original notes to you, as I hope soon to be able to do. At present they are not in my possession, and will not be until the last cent has been paid. I don't, however, think that he will trust himself any closer to you than he at this moment is during this life, if he can help it. After Mr. Craggie had finished reading, he asked, "Why is not the remainder of the conversation here? I think that what followed would have convinced even you that there was no intention of anything more than a slight inconvenience to Mr. Endy intended by either Mr. Johnson or myself. You know that neither the company nor I could have received a worse blow than that any injury should befall Mr. Endy or any of the labor leaders at this time." "I know nothing about any more of the conversation," interrupted Chambers. "I assure you, on my honor as a gentleman, that there is every word he let me hear. My informant said that while the rest would be likely to be of great interest to me or to the court or to the public, yet he proposed to stop right there. And he further remarked that he did not intend that there should be any more of it, and so he made a hiatus of the remainder of that conversation, and said that Johnson and you could try to recollect the other part, so as to be able to tell it on the witness stand, together with the portion he could not hear, if you wanted to do so, and thought that anybody would believe you if it happened to contradict his testimony, backed up by his good character and evidence." "Good character of a common sneak, thief, and blackmailer. I like that," said Mr. Craggie. "Of all the gall that ever I heard, that is the most unadulterated." Chambers shook his head in disapproval of the sentiment and said, "If you knew him you would not think so. I will say to you that my friend, up to this time, has led a perfectly blameless life, and that his testimony on the stand would be simply unimpeachable. He could even deny, truthfully, that he had even attempted to blackmail you, for I have not a bit of authority to do more than hand you those papers and see whether you wish to show them to the strikers. The $1,000,000 I mention is simply the amount he named as his price to them." "Why, he must be the devil incarnate," said Mr. Craggie. "Oh no, I think not. He is no worse than several men I have met, not a bit worse, simply following your own practice and living up to the motto of all rich men, which runs ego, ego, ego. Well, here we are at Clyde," concluded the secretary, after waiting in vain for some reply to his last impertinence. "I will leave you to think the matter over. If you wish to deliver me to the police, there is one on the platform, or if you wish me to still act as your secretary, I will telephone to Johnson to come down and talk with you immediately. I have no wish that you should decide this matter at once or without his advice. It may be that he can discover some means to save you without silencing my friend. If he does, he is even smarter than I think he is, for I see but the one way out, and I must have a decisive answer before 5 o'clock this afternoon. I expect to return before that time, but I may be detained, as I have several matters besides the cashing of this check to attend to. Shall I telephone or call the policeman?" "Telephone," was the reply of the badgered man, but to himself he said, "I'll pay you for every moment of this morning some day, young fellow." End of chapter 15, part 1 of 2. Chapter 15, part 2 of The Recording Angel by Edwin Arnold BRENHOLTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 15. A Consistent Liar is the Devil Incarnate. Homely Truths. As soon as Chambers left the car, with the little satchel in his hand, Mr. Craggie walked to the partition of the cook's room and examined it minutely. And at the height of an average-sized man, he found a hole bored through the partition at a place where it would not be noticed unless carefully looked for. Chambers knew it was there, for he had caught the cook listening at it, and that gave him his hold on the cook. Now, this corroborated Chambers' story to such an extent that the president only walked to the telegraph office and sent a cipher message to his confidential agent in Steelton, saying, "Find out whether anyone visited Chambers in his room at the hotel last night." The reply came while he was ordering breakfast. No one seen to enter or leave the room, but a man was seen leaving the hallway, and servant says that someone was heard speaking in the room during a great portion of the night, and at times a conversation was carried on. Servant says there would be no trouble in going in or out without being detected. That finished the investigation by Mr. Craggie. An able man might have seen further and done more, but men of the world all knew that if Mr. Craggie had been born poor, he would never have been heard of outside of his own family. Indeed, shrewd financiers often openly expressed their wonder and astonishment at the success of such a man. But the chiefs of departments, who occasionally, though rarely, had personal audiences with him, for it was his policy to make himself almost inaccessible, spoke secretly of the amazing ability of the private secretary; and Martinvale, the most bitter opponent of Craggie once, after such an interview in which he came off defeated, owing to a low-voiced suggestion of Chambers, sat down and wrote to Chambers saying, "Multiply your present salary by 5 and come to me, or if that is not sufficient, set your own figure." But Chambers seemed to be perfectly satisfied and contented, and courteously refused all such offers, stating simply that he expected to remain with President Craggie until the day of his death, unless Mr. Craggie should intimate that he no longer desired his services. And this was truly the first day since Chambers entered his employ that the idea of doing without him had presented itself to the rich man. And after he returned to the car, to which he ordered the breakfast brought, he thought gloomily of the future and called Mr. Endy very uncomplimentary names for having by his folly made of himself a shining mark for someone to strike at, thus involving him, Mr. Craggie, in trouble. Then, on the platform of the station, he saw a detective who had often worked for him, and he signaled for the man. As soon as he approached the side of the car, Mr. Craggie said, "Follow Chambers, First National Bank. Notice whom he speaks to and report to me." The man touched his hat and went at once. Chambers, on leaving the car, first of all telephoned for Mr. Johnson, who did not seem anxious to obey orders that morning, for the news of the attack upon Mr. Endy the night before was, of course, the one thing talked about. Hourly bulletins were being posted as to his condition. Moreover, when Mr. Johnson learned from Chambers that the president had followed him back towards Clyde as far as Steelton, immediately on their saying goodbye on the preceding day, he put several things together in his mind, as is the habit of lawyers, and they did not, in this instance, make a very pleasant total to look at. So it took quite an emphatic word from Chambers to make him say that he would see Mr. Craggie at once, and his carriage passed that of Chambers, who was then on his way to the bank. Now, on coming out of the bank, Chambers became aware that he was being followed, but as secrecy was no part of his plans at this stage of the game, he took no measures to evade the detective, but stopped his carriage a number of times and went to the sidewalk to speak to 4 different persons. One of these he talked to very earnestly for several minutes. On re-entering the carriage this last time, he called out loudly to the driver, "To the Safe Deposit and Trust Company's building. and as he already had a private box, there was no time was wasted after his arrival, and soon he had placed within the box everything his hand satchel had contained. Then he returned to the office and said to the clerk, whom he knew very well, "Freddie, old man, I may have to go abroad on business for Craggie, and these ocean voyages in winter time are not always pleasant. I guess I had better fix up some papers so that there will be no trouble for my heirs to get things out of my box, eh?" "It is a good plan, even if you stay at home," was the reply. "Better make out a power of attorney at once. Here are some blanks." "All right, thanks. I'll do so, and leave it in the hands of my attorney, as I have no direct heirs, haven't any wife or children, you know." Every word of this conversation was carried on slowly and earnestly, as if he desired to make an impression on the mind of his hearer. After he left the deposit building, he instructed the driver to carry him quickly to the office of Harry Chandler, Esquire. Before entering the carriage he stood with his foot on the step, and waited for the detective who was shadowing him, and who was passing the building. "Howdy, Johnny," he said. "Better come along. What's the use of following? It'll be much easier and considerably cheaper to find out all about me and my doings if we travel together." "Follow nothing!" exclaimed the man as he shook hands with him. "What's got into your head?" But then he laughed and said, "All right, good idea of yours. No objection if you ain't." And he stepped into the carriage after Chambers. As soon as they were started, he said in a low tone to Chambers, "What's the matter with the old man that he's telegraphing cipher all over the country about your doings and setting me on you at this end?" "Oh, that's just like him," said Chambers. "He got up that cipher himself and thinks that no one but the initiated can read it. He's just wild to use it. Never misses a chance. There is nothing the matter. Nothing unusual. I simply told him that I had a little private business of my own to attend to today, and as I didn't think it necessary to tell him all about it, he is trying to find out on his own account. You see, he is only at his usual business of trying to keep up with all that's going on in the universe in order to run it his way, and as I am not able to help him today, he's making a mess of it. Things will move along a trifle smoother when I take hold again. Now, I have a little business to attend to right here, and I think you might as well remain in the cab until I come out. But of course you'll not do it." "Couldn't think of it," was the laughing reply. They entered Chandler's office together. As soon as the clerks saw who the two men were, there was a little stir of commotion, and then Chambers said to the chief clerk, "Private business with Mr. Chandler." In a few moments the door of the private office opened, and Chambers smiled as he said, in a low tone to the detective, "I'll leave you here, and I understand that that room does not leak. Now go and tell Craggie that I am in consultation with the striker's attorney." "Had to come as far as possible," was the reply. "That's all right, Johnny. Didn't expect anything else of you." And he waved his hand pleasantly to him as he stepped into the room where Chandler at his desk had been watching this little byplay, and then he shut the door behind him. He went close to Chandler and said, in a low tone of voice, "You know me?" Chandler nodded. "Well," he continued, "I want you to draw up a power of attorney for me, giving Arndt and yourself, or either of you, the authority to take possession of my box number 1005 in the deposit vault 30 days after you fail to receive through the mail a daily letter from me, which will say only, 'I am well.'" Without a word the lawyer drew up the brief form necessary, and then pressed the button on his desk, and to the clerk who opened the door he said quietly and very kindly, "A notary and 2 witnesses, please." The notary was in an adjoining office, and the 2 clerks served as the witnesses, and the whole business was completed in a few minutes. Chandler had left the room while the notary was doing his work, and on his return he said, "Gentlemen, this is entirely private." "Certainly, sir," was the reply from all. When they were again alone, Chambers said, In order to impress upon you the importance of that paper, I will say that it is of immense value to the cause of the working men the world over. I have no love for the men or their cause. If I had, I should hand the box and its contents over to you at once. But there are certain contingencies which may arise which would cause me to wish them to succeed in their fight with Craggie, and I have taken this method to ensure that result. You will understand that a man who has occupied the position I have filled for 15 years will hold so many secrets in his head that some day that head may not rest very securely on his shoulders. If that time should ever come to me, I will be all the better off if I am able to point to the fact that you hold this document. For the present, I want you to acknowledge the receipt of those daily letters until I tell you to stop. Acknowledge them by the next mail and use a plain envelope. This is very important. I've got Mr. Craggie to deal with. Please remember, I want to remain as private secretary for a while longer." Chandler said, "All right," and placed the paper in his private compartment of the safe, and then made the remark that Chambers was showing a good bit of confidence in the honor of Arndt and himself. "Oh, that's all right. I know my men. One has to trust somebody in this world all the time. It's only a question of choosing the right men. I would not trust any man who had associated with Craggie, any more than I would trust him." "Why, that lets you yourself out." "I suppose so, but I can't make any exceptions," said Chambers, and laughed heartily. He then placed 5 $100 bills on the table with the remark, "Put that to my credit. It will give you a lot of trouble to attend to those letters, for you must attend to them personally, and I cannot tell how long I may be compelled to keep in touch with someone who has an interest in me in this way. Remember, no clerk must even post those letters. Money must not be spared to keep my affairs secret. Say the word when you want more." Chandler remarked as he entered the amount in a book, "It does not take so much money as you seem to think. This will go a long way. I simply pay my clerks exactly what their services are worth to me. Of course, that is much above the market rates, but I have never had to change clerks, and secrets do not leave this office. And simply because I treat the clerks like men, their interests and mine are identical. But I will attend to all this personally, if you wish it." "Do so. Maybe you are right. Years ago I thought as you do. But it isn't Craggie's way, any more than it now is mine. I use fear mostly." Then he went to the door, and after standing for a minute or longer with his hand on the knob, he came back and seated himself again, saying, "Chandler, you are a man who, if my life had not been spoiled, would have been my choice as a comrade. At present and in the future I must stand alone. But I am going to give you a proof that I appreciate your not asking me for any information that could aid the strikers, although I have as good as told you that I have it in my power to defeat Craggie. Now listen. Keep the men from doing anything that will give the general government even a shadow of an excuse for bringing the regular army against them, and use all the power and influence of your organization to prevent the President of the United States from entangling us in a war with any foreign nation, at least until this strike is over. Let me emphasize that last. The men will be compelled by force of arms to run the works if war is declared, or they will be executed as traitors if they refuse. I know what I am saying. Craggie's plans include that, and much more for the strike he expected to force the men into on the 1st of April next. I am betraying no secrets of my office. This information I have from outside sources." Then Chandler got up and shook hands with him, saying, "I believe you care more for the men and their cause than you are willing to allow." But Chambers indignantly repudiated the idea. "No, no," he exclaimed. "I tell you the mass are not to be trusted. If it were not for their playing the traitor to their fellows and acting as slave drivers for such men as Craggie, Craggie's would never be. What I have said is not for them or their cause. I spoke, perhaps foolishly, solely for and to Harry Chandler. When the men are ready for and wish equality, they can and will get it within 24 hours. Goodbye." When Chambers went into the public office he was not surprised to find that Johnny had departed, and he saw him just coming from a telephone office on the corner of the street as he rode past. He stopped his team and called to the man, and when he was seated beside him and they were once more on the way to the station, he said, "Through with that job for Craggy?" And as soon as he received an affirmative reply, he continued, "Well, I want you to work for me now. You must find out everything about this Endy case, where Robert was, what he did, whether he is guilty or not, everything, and don't let them discover what you are up to as easily as I did today." "There's not another Chambers in the bunch," said the detective, "and even you would not have found out so much if I had been able to forget who it was that helped me out of the tightest place in my life." And he grasped Chambers' hand and shook it heartily. There was a genuinely pleasant smile on the pale face of Chambers as he returned the hand clasp, but it immediately died away, and he said, "That's all right, and we are soon going to be more than even, for this is my tight place, and I am needing you." "Till death," said his companion, and left him at once. When Chambers arrived at the depot, he saw that the private car was still on its siding, and he seemed to be in no hurry to know what decision had been reached, for he spent a full hour in eating the dinner he ordered at the restaurant. But he seated himself near the window, where he could see if anyone entered or left the car. Then he leisurely went across the tracks. And as he entered the car he heard Mr. Craggy say petulantly, "Well, if that is all you can suggest, Mr. Johnson, I have no option but to pay." There was great significance in the haste with which the lawyer arose and allowed Chambers to take his usual place at the desk, and Mr. Craggy took note of it. Chambers said coolly as he dropped into the chair, "If it were not for the fact that sooner or later Mr. Johnson would get it all back from you, I would suggest that you ask him to help bear the expense, as he is in it pretty deep himself." "I can prove an alibi easily enough," was the quick retort. "Certainly, said Chambers. "You were not there, and Mr. Craggy insists that he was not. But still, there is the crime committed, and there is my friend with his damning testimony. And I will ask you, how much difference does the law make between an accessory before the fact and a principal, Mr. Johnson?" To this he received no reply, and he said, speaking to the two men, "I have just had a conference with my friend, and—" "You have just had a conference with Chandler," said the president. "Which is what I was immediately going to tell you," said Chambers. "My friend does not at all like the risks he will have to run, and he upbraids me with putting him in the position of a blackmailer, and he insisted on my seeing Chandler to ascertain whether the strikers were willing and able to pay for information of a certain character. I think you know me well enough to be certain that I found out all I want to know, and that without telling Chandler more than I wished him to know. My friend agrees to wait till midnight before going to the strike leaders. I told him I had promised you that much time. I thought that you might wish to leave the country if you decided not to pay. Or, on the other hand, his plan is that I shall be furnished with a sum in notes every morning for the ensuing 10 days, commencing on Monday next, each package to contain $100,000. Mr. Johnson had been thinking earnestly, and he now suggested, "Why not have Mr. Craggy and me get the first installment today and pay it at once?" But Chambers only smiled at him and said, "No, thank you, Mr. Johnson. I neither could nor would receive a cent today. The money must not remain in my hands overnight at any time, and it is necessary that I receive a communication from my friend before I shall know where to deliver to him even the first payment. And besides, you will need time to make arrangements for the bank to have the money ready for you. My friend is in no particular hurry. If you want a little more time to start payment, it might, I suppose, be arranged. But once started, it must be continued punctually. My friend insists on this, and makes it a condition of his not handing over the evidence in his hands at once to the strikers. He also insists that the notes be in various denominations, none larger than $1,000, and at the end of the payments I am to receive from him and hand over to you the stenographic notes which, together with my own personal pledge that there have been no copies taken, will be sufficient to end the matter. If you persist in regarding me as an accomplice, you won't, perhaps, think much of the value of that assurance. But it is the best I can do, and as I propose to remain right here as long as Mr. Craggie can find use for my services, I think I can guarantee that good faith will be kept. Mr. Craggie can look back over our years of intimate association and answer as to whether I have been trustworthy or not. I assure you on my word of honor as a gentleman that I will not profit by this transaction, not one penny." The president here said, as if struck with an idea, "Can't we deal with you and leave your friend out? I'll make it $1.5 million if you will surrender your friend to us together with his notes. I'll not draw a free breath while that fellow is running around loose. I must have been delirious the other day when I talked as I did. You know that I would not have him harmed. But he should not be permitted to imperil the safety of the country by talk which would in all probability end in a revolution preceded by a civil war. For it will take that, and nothing less, to overthrow me or prevent my defeating these miserable strikers." "Can't be done," said Chambers promptly and emphatically. "He is my friend. I never go back on a friend. 10 millions would not tempt me to do it. And besides, the other party controls the whole situation until we get those notes. After that is all finished, you and I can deal." "What!" exclaimed the president. "Is there to be no end to the demands? We might as well fight it out now as any time if that is the way this thing is to go. Eh, Mr. Johnson?" "Just what I told you," was the reply, very emphatically. "Oh, I was merely trying to be perfectly open and above board. I am not hard to satisfy," said Chambers. "I merely wish to hold down this secretaryship and to have a slight increase in salary, say double what I am now getting. I am perfectly willing to leave it to Mr. Johnson's decision as to whether I am not worth at least that much. If you will look at this letter from Martinvale, who, by the way, is aiding the strikers both financially and by molding public opinion against us, simply because he wishes to rule in your stead, you will see that he tells me to set my own price and come over to him." After Mr. Craggie had read and returned the letter, Chambers continued, "That should convince you that I am not the man to blackmail you. I could get more the other way in a short time. Martinvale is a very liberal man to his employees, I am told." "What did you reply to that letter?" "I thanked him for his kind offer and told him that I expected to remain with you till the day of my death, if you wished me to." "And you have had that letter 5 years and never made it the basis of a demand for an increase of salary?" "Certainly. And there are others. But I regret having to show you even that one. You don't seem at all grateful for the trouble I took to keep my friend from carrying his notes straight to the labor leaders. And if I had then known of the attack on Mr. Endy, I can assure you, gentlemen, I would have let him go straight to headquarters with his information, for I liked the old gentleman very much. And, as my friend said, there could be no criminal prosecution if he took that course, and that you know to be true. It is no crime for a man to overhear things not intended for his ears, or to tell it afterwards, and the labor leaders will pay liberally and no questions asked, I know." but I hoped to head off the result of yesterday's conspiracy, and so bought his silence. And when I arrived at the station I heard that the deed had been already accomplished. Then, in the excitement of the moment, I ordered the train to start, and so, in a manner, helped to save your life. Now pay particular attention to me. I am not at all pleased that you forget that I am trying to escape giving a lot of damaging corroborative testimony against you, and that you persist on looking on me as an accessory to blackmail. It is true that my friend, I must still consider him that, as I am under great obligations to him for past services, proposed to give and insisted that I accept $200,000 for acting as a go-between. At once I thought to just get him to reduce his demand that much, but now I am glad I hit on this other plan, since it enables me to prove to you that I will not benefit 1 cent's worth in the matter. I intend to hand over that amount at once by refusing to receive the 5th and 10th day's payments, which he said were to be mine." "What do you think of that, Mr. Johnson?" asked Mr. Craggie. "He certainly makes out a good case for himself, and if it were not for the impression with which you yourself filled my mind in stating his manner to you—" "Of course," interrupted Chambers hastily, "you object to my manner of addressing you, Mr. Craggie, but that is due partly to excitement. Also, a man who holds such a secret cannot be very deferential in private. I will assure you, however, that my manner in public will be as usual. I hope that you will see that I have acted solely for your interest in this matter. If you do not wish to retain me at the end of the 9th day, why, of course I will resign. But if you buy the silence of my friend, for 10 days we will be together, and it might as well be made as comfortable for all of us as possible. At present there seems to be nothing to do but keep the strikers from learning that any attack on anyone had ever been contemplated by any of the company's officials. At least that is the way it looks to me, and that I have thus far succeeded in accomplishing. That my friend has it in his power to place both of you in an unfortunate position, and probably give the strikers the victory, I presume you realize. As I have already benefited you, I think that you will have to admit the reasonableness of trusting to my good faith." Mr. Craggie looked at the lawyer, who made no motion, and then said, "Oh, that sounds reasonable enough. And, while emphatically denying being directly or indirectly concerned in the attack on Mr. Endy, I think that we must agree to commence payment, for I see no other way out at present. If the popular mind were not so prejudiced against us, I would defy your friend as Mr. Johnson advises, and during the next 10 days I may find it expedient to do so. I warn you of that, and I will try to discover him and punish him so long as breath is in me. And if we are to continue together, you will certainly have to alter your tone in addressing me, Mr. Chambers. I'd rather pay $1 million than have a man around me acting and speaking as you today have done." "Certainly, sir," said Chambers. "The excitement is already beginning to wear off, and I think you will have nothing further to complain of. I have a little information, Mr. President." And the old manner was perfectly resumed. "Robert Endy, Jr. was committed this morning for the attempted murder of his father, and no one else is even suspected." And it was this piece of information, which he had received from one of the men he had stopped to talk to on the street, that was the immediate cause of the change of tone of Chambers. Mr. Craggie and Mr. Johnson then started to the bank to make arrangements about the money, and as soon as they were on their way, the president said, "Why didn't you tell me about the arrest of young Endy? I've been dreading to hear that I was suspected all this day." "Thought you knew it. And anyway, after your saying, and that fellow hearing you say it, that young Endy would do for a scapegoat, I don't see that it helps much." To this Mr. Craggie did not reply, but after a little while he said, "Johnson, I am yielding against your advice, and I am not altogether convinced about this business. But I am yielding for the present largely because of that fellow's confidence in his safety. Did you ever see anything like it?"
"No, it seemed to me that he had other cards up his sleeve."
"That's just it. I must keep him where I can watch him, for I simply cannot make blackmailing fit with his years of faithful service, or with those offers of better positions."
Just before they arrived at the bank, the lawyer asked suddenly,
"What made you start and wince so violently when he asserted that he never went back on a friend, and again when he named 10 million as not sufficient to make him deliver his friend into your hands?"
And then Mr. Craggie lied, saying hastily,
"That was only your imagination. You must be getting nervous about this business. Those remarks meant nothing to me. Did they to you?"
But although Mr. Johnson did not know the why, he knew that Mr. Craggie was lying, and he dropped the subject. But he thought, if you lie to me about one thing, it may be that Chambers is right. Maybe you know more about the attack on Mr. Endy than you have told. And that was the reason for the lawyer's lukewarmness throughout the strike. To all parties this strenuous day had been the most trying of their lives, but there was still one little act in the drama, for when the president returned to his car, he found Chambers calmly reading an account of the attack on Mr. Endy, which appeared to interest him greatly, and when he laid it down, Mr. Craggie eagerly picked up the paper and turned to the same article and read it. And Mr. Chambers smiled with his eyes, though not a muscle of his face moved, when he noticed that in reading about the finding of the hair, the president's hand involuntarily went to the top of his head, and that after a moment he hastily entered the washroom and was absent quite a while. Chambers was busily writing when the president re-entered the working compartment of the car and said nothing, but he noticed that Mr. Craggie had turned very pale, and after a few moments the president said, "Your friend can depend on the payments being made promptly." End of chapter 15, part 2 of 2. Chapter 16 of The Recording Angel by Edwin Arnold BRENHOLTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 16. I cannot tell what you and other men think of this life, but for myself I had as lief not be as live to be in awe of such a thing as I myself. Shakespeare. The speed with which that crowd of ultra-strenuous strikers vanished from sight when they saw Arndt fall would have been a valuable lesson to those who believe in the courage of the violent class of men. A moment before they had been cursing Arndt and Craggie and shouting, "Kill the traitor! Kill the man that aided Craggie to escape! Stand up for your rights!" etc. But only half a dozen of them had the courage to face the result of their action, and even they started to run when they saw the freight agent and the telegraph operator raise Arndt and carry him within the building. But these last ran right into the arms of Baker, who was just returning from performing the mission on which Arndt had sent him. Baker had thoughtfully brought with him a detachment of the city police, and they caught every one of the rioters after a short and sharp tussle. Among them was one ragged specimen of humanity, who, when he found himself actually in custody, boldly corroborated the testimony of the others, and asserted that he was the man who had the honor of having downed the traitor, as he persisted in calling Arndt. In the meantime, the station agent had telephoned for Kennedy. He promptly responded and examined Arndt, who was perfectly conscious when the doctor arrived, the cold water applications of the agent having done their work. But he still felt too weak to rise, and it was only the word of Kennedy, "Brace up, Arndt, brace up. There are no bones broken. Don't you get down now and give Nettie another shock," that sent the blood bounding through his veins and enabled him to control the quivering of his relaxed muscles. When he was confronted with the fellow who was still loudly bragging of his exploit, Arndt seemed dazed, for there were notes in the man's voice that made him think that he had met him somewhere, but for the life of him, for the time being, he could not place the man. This bothered Arndt very much, and all the way to the police station he was trying to recollect, and at last he said, "I do not believe that I have ever seen his face before. I never forget either a face or a voice." And then he had a very important thought which caused him to say to the lieutenant in charge of the force, "Officer, I wish you would be particularly careful in guarding that man with the sandy hair and beard. I may have a more serious charge to bring against him than rioting." "He will not get away from me," was the reply, as he handcuffed the man to two of the officers. "There are several of his class up here from Clyde and St. Louis and other big cities just now, and they are keeping us much too busy to suit me." He soon saw the fellow behind the bars, and to the questions of the officer in charge the man gave the highly original information that his maiden name was John Smith, and that he came from the town of Nowhere and was going to return there to the best of his knowledge and belief, and that all he regretted was that he had not succeeded in sending Craggie and Arndt there ahead of him. The strikers who had been arrested with him were left to suffer the results of their action, and the refusal of the Union to interfere in this and other cases in which a few turbulent men violated the law had an excellent effect. For, as Chandler once said to Arndt, "We cannot make much of a fight against the rich man's breaking the laws while we are doing the same thing." As soon as they were committed for trial, Arndt took the electric car that passed closest to the river road and was quickly at the door of his present home. He was afraid that some report of his recent danger might have reached them, and indeed Kenedy had taken the precaution to pass that way and tell Annie. Arndt found that Nettie was still sleeping soundly. After telling his sister all about the occurrences of the past night and morning, she looked carefully at his pale face and compelled him to admit that he was feeling very badly, but he still insisted that he must go to the mansion to find out about Mr. Endy and see whether he could be of use there. "Well, you may think you are going to do that. Thinking won't hurt you a bit, but I know that you are going to bed, and that right now," said Annie very emphatically. And then she added, "Those are Dr. Kennedy's instructions, and here is the medicine he left for you." And then Arndt obeyed orders, and when he awoke after dark, when the excitement under which he had been working had passed away, he found himself unable to get up. In fact, when Arthur arrived on the noon train on Sunday, he learned all that he could at the mansion, and then came to see Arndt and found him still in bed. To Arthur, Arndt related the minutest detail of what had occurred, not omitting even his thoughts in connection with the events. And then Arthur said, "Well, when I saw that hair, which was such damning evidence in the mind of Goodenough, I just smiled serenely. Now, I'm going to tell you that there is not the slightest doubt of the innocence of Robert Endy. He is as guiltless of that crime as either you or I. Fortunately for him, I was on his trail within a short time after he started, although he doubled on me and I thus lost track of him for a while. But he has told me all about his doings, and I find that every statement of his is corroborated. Still, there are reasons why he must remain in jail until I can lay my hands on the guilty man. Among those reasons are, first, the controllable magistrates put in office by the rich are now being controlled by popular clamor. The testimony I can produce will not now be given a fair hearing. Secondly, he is safer in jail at present. There might even be some rich man who would be willing to discredit the working man's cause by having him killed and putting the blame on the strikers. Thirdly, as long as Endy is in jail, the really guilty person will be off his guard, and this is an advantage I cannot forego.
In order to bring him through with his name unsmirched, I must lay my hand on the guilty party. And I tell you now that I haven't the slightest clue today. I am worse off than I ever was before in my life. I thought it might be the man who attacked you when I heard about that. But since he was coming after you at the same moment you heard the cry, that lets him out. There must have been another man. I thought of Craggie's secretary, though I ought to be ashamed to say it. He is a real nice fellow. Simply because Craggie has a motive for wishing Mr. Endy put out of the way, if only he could throw the blame on someone else. For I have found out that Johnson did not tell him about the change in the will, by which the strikers are to benefit in case of Mr. Endy's death. I went to see Mr. Johnson as soon as Robert was committed. He had just heard of the attack on Mr. Endy, and talked pretty freely. Something must have got him down on Craggie. And so far as the secretary is concerned, I find that he was talking to someone in his room in the hotel almost all night, and certainly at the time of the attack, for both his voice and that of the other party were heard at that hour, and that lets him out. And besides, apart from doing Craggie's work, Chambers lacks a motive, and he would scarcely be likely to put his head in a noose for the president's dollars. I have known for some time that Chambers is financially well fixed. And as to Craggie, why, I don't think that he has the courage to do it, though otherwise I would not put it beyond him. I tell you, a man that will deliberately ruin his best friend because he has the opportunity to add 10 millions to his pile, and then never shows the least sign of remorse or does one thing to right the wrong when his friend takes his poverty to heart and blows out his brains, is simply a murderer at heart, and is only restrained by fear of the law from killing all those who stand in his way. And that's Craggie, though few people know it. But in this instance, he could not have struck a worse blow to his cause than this one, and he has not usually acted like a fool. Still, I will continue to watch him, and I am going to pump him dry if I can secure an interview with him. But Arthur said not one word to Arndt about the princess, even though she had totally surprised him by promising at once that she would willingly and without pay testify to the truth, if her testimony were needed. Arndt then insisted that he was able to go with Arthur to the police station in order to try to identify his assailant at the depot as the man that had attacked him by night. On the way there, he remarked, "The newspapers today must be very unpleasant reading to President Craggie." "Pshaw!" said Arthur. "They disgust me. After being bought for years with his money or by fear of him, to turn as they have done in a day is enough to make one lose faith in human nature." "You must expect just that result," said Arndt. "If you take a man's manhood away, no matter by what means, you haven't a thing left to rely on." "Right you are!" cried Arthur. "That's what's the matter with the whole infernal system. It isn't empty stomachs and bare backs that is the chief grievance. It is simply degraded manhood and lost freedom." Then they were both lost in thought until they reached the station, and when they saw the man again, although Arndt felt sure after hearing his voice again that it was the same person, still he would not make a charge on so slight a ground, and he was preparing to come away when the fellow himself helped him out by exclaiming, as Arndt rested his aching head on his hand, "Ha ha! Head's pretty sore, ain't it? I sure would have finished you if you hadn't dodged." But when he saw that Arthur, who until this moment had been listening a little further down the corridor, had heard, he would not be induced to say another word. Then Arndt lodged information against him, and the newspapers had another day of big headlines and sensational editorials. As he parted from the detective, Arndt promised to run down to Clyde on the next day and convey Arthur's assurance to Robert Endy that all would be well in the end, since the testimony necessary to corroborate the detective's knowledge of his being in Clyde on the night of the crime had been secured. So Robert heard the words that assured him of ultimate freedom from the lips of the man whom he had vowed to pursue with his vengeance through this life and afterwards if possible.
Arndt had undertaken this mission very unwillingly, and had only consented when Arthur assured him that he himself positively could not spare the time from the case either to write or go personally to report. And the cool reception Robert gave him made him regret very much that he had yielded. But Robert had been studying his own and other men's lives by the light of the letter his father had written, which he had read and reread since his incarceration, and his brusque manner to Arndt was in reality only a mask to hide his softened feelings. So when Arndt turned to leave the cell, after asking him if there was anything he could do for him, Robert spoke up promptly. "My father insists that I have grossly misjudged you and your motives, and that you are a truthful and disinterested man. I want you to answer me one question. Have you ever doubted my innocence of the charge brought against me?" Arndt looked him steadily in the eye and replied, "Never for an instant. I protested and protested against Goodenough's interpretation of the evidence and against his swearing out a warrant for you. Although I have not the slightest idea who is the guilty man, I knew that it was never your hand that struck that blow." And then for the first time Robert broke down and had to turn away to hide his feelings. Of the remainder of that interview there is not a word to record. At the sight of the distress of his boyhood's friend, all the hard feeling died out of the heart of Arndt, and he even forgot Nettie's vow for the time. They remained together, talking earnestly for several hours, and when Arndt left the prison he knew all that Arthur had not felt free to communicate. And the old turnkey smiled as he overheard Robert call after Arndt, "Goodbye, old fellow. Bring me news of father and Nettie as often as you can." And Arndt's whole-souled reply, "Goodbye, old man. I will be sure to do so. Keep a hopeful heart in you. Better days are almost in sight." Now, this was the same Monday morning on which the first installment of the $1,000,000 was to be paid to Chambers for his friend. If the secretary felt any doubt as to its being promptly on hand, he certainly showed none. Mr. Craggie was very nervous and could scarcely attend to business until the express package from the bank arrived and had been handed to Chambers. Then he brightened up and readily granted the respectfully asked permission of the secretary for time to count the money and examine the bills to see that none of them had been marked, that being contrary to stipulations. Chambers then retired to his apartment in the car and was absent about half an hour, and when he came out he brought with him the package done up precisely as before and placed it on the table in front of him where both he and the president could see it constantly. Mr. Craggie objected emphatically to this arrangement and stated plainly that he did not wish to be reminded every moment of the day that he was the victim of a blackmailer. Chambers said in his usual quiet tone that he regretted the necessity, but that, since he was responsible for the money until he delivered it to his friend, he could not put his mind on the usual work of his secretaryship unless the package were where he could see it, and he then suggested that in the future they should have it sent to them at Steelton by the late afternoon express, so as to leave him free to attend properly to his work. And Mr. Craggie was only too glad to agree to this. Thus it came to pass that every afternoon, except the 5th and 10th, the payments were promptly made to Chambers, and in the mail received at that same hour he always found a letter for him without marks on the outside. This he would then proceed to read and destroy in the president's sight, and would then immediately name a station, sometimes up and sometimes down the road. Even then, the president and his detectives never knew where the money was to be delivered, since they sometimes stopped short of the station and twice went far beyond it. Their starting from Steelton as a base suited Mr. Craggie perfectly, as he was obliged to be on the spot to attend to the strike. Chambers and the train crew lost a lot of sleep, as the stopping place often was not reached until the night was far gone. But as the car stood almost all day on the side track at Steelton, and as Chambers thought that some of the corruption fund could be profitably used on the crew, there was no grumbling heard. Mr. Craggie had immediately set his detectives to work on the case, But since he would not tell them all he knew, although they carried out their instructions to the letter and watched every motion of Chambers whenever he could be kept in sight, and although they shadowed every man, woman, and child to whom the secretary addressed a single word, and even went to the extent of opening some of the letters he wrote, they found out only continual evidences of the innumerable acts of benevolence that Chambers was performing, and they one and all ended in concluding that Chambers was the best man they had ever met, and that Craggie had certainly gone crazy to put them to watching him. Mr. Craggie daily reminded Chambers that he would stop the payments the instant he could catch the blackmailer, but as he did not even find a clue, and as Mr. Endy continued in a very precarious condition for many weeks, day after day found one more payment made, and Mr. Craggie less and less likely to take the only method of protecting himself, namely, by defying Chambers to do his worst. This he dared not even think of doing, and Chambers knew it. In fact, he practically gave up all attempts to catch Chambers' accomplice after the 4th day, for on the morning of the 5th the secretary said, "Now, Mr. Craggie, you were complaining yesterday that the circumstance of your drawing such large sums of ready cash from the bank was being bruited abroad, and that it was hurting our cause. I will explain that. My friend is very much displeased at the unnecessary trouble you are giving him, and he has probably taken this method of warning you to stick to your bargain. The truth is, your man came very near to running on my friend the other night, and he was very angry, and said that if the violation of the spirit of the agreement was not stopped, he would take some means of showing you that he could damage you, even if he was bound not to carry the notes to the strikers. For, you see, I did not tell him of your threat to try to catch him, as he had made it a sine qua non that all efforts to trace him be discontinued until the last payment was made. And I knew that he would immediately throw you overboard if I reported your determination. Anyway, I will ask it as a personal favor that my old friend, the conductor, be restored to his place, and the detective conductor you put on yesterday be sent about his business. I am not a blackmailer. I am simply doing a certain work in the only way it can be done." So the detectives were called off, the payments were promptly made, and on the 10th morning Mr. Craggie was handed the stenographic notes. These included the Johnson interview and several other important conversations which had occurred during the trip at moments when the president had unburdened himself to Chambers. Referring to these, Chambers said, "Those are the ones I tested him on, and of course these notes are not at all like his ordinary style, for they were written in a very cramped position." "How am I to know that they are what you say they are?" asked Mr. Craggie petulantly. "I cannot read a word of this style of stenography." "I had not thought of that, but I am perfectly familiar with light line stenography, although I do not write it. You take the paper and I'll see what I can make out of the notes," said Chambers. And then he read them off so fluently, and they agreed so perfectly with the longhand copy before the president, that he was thoroughly satisfied, and immediately proceeded to burn both the notes and the translation. And when there was nothing but a pile of ashes left, he said with a great sigh, "That's over. Now I'm going to get even with Johnson for not standing by me in this matter." "In regard to the rest of my friend's stenographic notes, which you don't seem to have thought about," said Chambers, "especially the remainder of the one with Mr. Johnson, I can assure you that they are today but a memory. My friend, as well as I, saw that these were all he needed." "So I should think," said Mr. Craggie. Not once during these days had there been a recurrence of the impertinent words of Chambers. He was a constant wonder and study to Mr. Craggie. His old manner of deferential consideration and unobtrusive suggestion of valuable points never failed, and if it had not been for the daily evidence of the payments, the president would at times have been in doubt as to whether he had not in reality dreamed that day's interview with his secretary. At first he had attempted to administer the Secret Service Fund himself, but he found it too entirely foreign to his exclusive habits to come into direct contact with the man or men he wished to purchase or control. And as Chambers was right at hand and doing his other work faithfully, he soon entrusted the matter to him again. So he was quite prepared to answer the question, "Have you a man ready to take my place?" which Chambers asked as soon as the last midnight trip had been made and the last installment been safely delivered to the unknown friend. "No, sir," replied the president slowly. "I have not, and I think that I will make no change so long as this strike lasts, or perhaps as long as your conduct and work are as satisfactory as at present." To himself he said, "I think it will be best to keep you right where I can watch you, sir." Chambers immediately replied, "Thank you, sir," and Mr. Craggie added, "Your salary will, of course, remain doubled. If you desire more, say so. I want to know that the fund is being spent as I direct." Chambers smiled as he replied, "Every penny is leaving my hands, but, of course, in thus changing methods I cannot be answerable that results shall be satisfactory. If you will pardon me, I will say that I believe fully in the efficacy of the doctrine of fear. All the promises of heaven have not, in all the centuries, produced the results that half a dozen thoroughly earnest sermons on a red-hot hell can show, so far as making the mass pliable to the will of the ruling class is concerned. Of course, if one is working for a moral change in the subject, there is little choice between rewards or punishments, but we are not taking any concern for that, and by purchasing instead of driving, we simply deplete our treasury. Nevertheless, I will carry out your instructions to the letter." Mr. Craggie looked at Chambers in astonishment, but he did not offer to change his methods, and simply said, "We start for Washington at daybreak. Let us make the trip as speedily as this new freak of Voss's will permit. I'll give him a lesson at the next election of officers of the road." Again Chambers smiled, for he knew that President Voss had just issued an order as president of the Consolidated Railroads of the United States, forbidding the delay of regular trains for any person for any cause except upon the request of the President of the United States, who should say that it was on government business. So Chambers said, "That is an instance of what I was just asserting. You made Voss, what was he before you took him up? Simply a third-rate lawyer in a county town. Now he thinks you cannot advance him any further, and immediately the element of fear proves to be the stronger, for he is now afraid of public opinion, and it rules him, even to the extent of sending you a letter in which he openly avows that because public sentiment is so emphatically in favor of the order, he has been obliged to sign it, and will not dare to violate it." "Damn the public and their sentiment," said Mr. Craggie. "It is the most unreliable thing in the world, and no one ever knows what it will operate on next. Did you notice the account of that woman who had the impudence to say to a rich man when he presented his pass on the road, 'I, even as poor as I am, have helped to pay your way, sir. A rich man should not take favors from such as I am.' And don't you know that the headlines those rascally papers gave to the affair are going to make any one with any fine feeling in his make-up refuse to travel on passes hereafter?" Chambers said, "I think you are right in your estimate of the importance of that apparently small affair," for the papers reported that she was so vigorously applauded in the car that not another pass was shown, and the thing has spread like wildfire over the land. Now there are hundreds of thousands of people in this country whom I could neither bribe nor drive, and yet who thankfully accepted every pass I had sent to them, and then found themselves unable to account, even to themselves, why they continued to support a system which is clearly working in the interest of the rich. How am I to reach such people in the future?" But Mr. Craggie gave him no answer and retired to sleep soundly for the first time since the night of the attack on Mr. Endy, and on the next day they went to Washington to set certain already prepared wheels in motion, for in spite of all his efforts the strike had continued to go against him, and the funds of the strikers seemed in no danger of exhaustion, and so Mr. Craggie decided to not wait for the expiration of the month's time he had named before asking the President of the United States to remember certain obligations he had incurred and certain promises he had made before he received the nomination. From the very commencement of the strike, the burden on Trueman and the strike committee and the various subcommittees was very great, and it was made harder to bear during the first 6 weeks by the knowledge that if they had been able to consult with Mr. Endy and have his active cooperation as promised, many of their difficulties would never have shown themselves. During all these anxious days Arndt spent every minute that he could spare from his duties either with Robert in the prison or by the bedside of Mr. Endy, or in doing what could be done to cheer and comfort Nettie MacDonald. It was a happy day for all when at last Mr. Endy was pronounced out of danger, and then King told Arndt that he might answer questions when they were asked, but not before. So that even then it was weeks before he was able to tell his friend about Robert and of the need of the strikers for financial aid. In the meantime he had drawn on the fund he had set aside for going to housekeeping until the fund was exhausted. He had spent every dollar he received for his services to the union in relieving cases of sickness or distress that came to his notice, and he was actually poorer than ever before in his life. He had been acting as secretary for Mr. Endy by Robert's instruction, and although Arndt said nothing of his own financial condition, Mr. Endy, as soon as he was able to think on business matters at all, requested him to continue in that capacity and named a liberal amount as his salary. So Arndt, as well as the rest of the strikers, had pecuniary cause to be thankful for his friend's recovery. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Recording Angel by Edwin Arnold BRENHOLTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 17. It's an ill wind that blows no one any good. Old saying. What happened when Mr. Craggie, after a tedious trip of 2 days, arrived in Washington and had his historic interview with the President, whom he thought he owned, will never be known. The interview was entirely private and lasted from shortly after midnight till 3 a.m., but all the world knows that the evening papers of the next day all over the country had significant telegrams from their Washington correspondents, which hinted, rather broadly, at strained relations between Germany and England and the United States. Chambers was not at all surprised that Mr. Craggie was in an exceptionally good humor when he came down to the car the next morning and announced, "Well, Mr. Secretary, I think that we deserve a little holiday. What do you say to a trip of inspection of all the plants immediately? There is no telling how soon we may be called upon by the government to start them without delay." Of course he expected no reply. It was only his most pleasant way of ordering Chambers to have all things in readiness to start at the earliest possible moment, and before night they were well on their way. For a week after this, Chambers read the papers very carefully, but could find no indication that the warning he had given Chandler had been acted upon. They were again at Pittsburgh when his face lighted up for an instant as he took in at a glance the startling headlines which announced that every labor organization had ordered its members to remember that they had no quarrel with their brother workmen across the ocean or anywhere else, that the Monroe Doctrine was simply a piece of unpardonable selfishness which had never caused us anything but trouble, and which, in these days of fast travel, had become perfectly ridiculous as a means of defense, and then directed them to refuse to perform military service unless to repel foreign invasion,
And when he read the telegraphic dispatches from all over the world showing that like action had been taken by the workers everywhere, he simply handed the paper to the president without remark. It was while Mr. Craggie was reading this that the telegram from the president announcing that all difficulties with each and every foreign power had been satisfactorily adjusted arrived. The rage of Mr. Craggie was somewhat terrific. Forgetting his recent experience with Chambers, he vented his anger on him. But if he had taken time to notice the expression on the face of the secretary, he certainly would have said less. Chambers made no reply until the abuse was turned on old Mr. Endy as a traitor to his country for advising such a move, and as a traitor to his class for giving aid to the strikers. And then Chambers, with a face whiter even than its habitual deathly whiteness, said slowly, clearly, and calmly, "I request you, sir, to remember that that gentleman is still suffering as the result of an unknown party's murderous blow." "Well, to the devil with them all!" roared the president. "They may win in this strike, but it will be only because that white-livered traitor now in the White House went back on his pledges and refuses to use the Army and Navy against them. He has had just as many pretexts furnished him as ever were needed before, but he has become wonderfully in favor of the working class since his election. He thinks he is a mighty shrewd politician. He's a fool. He hopes that the laboring class and the socialists will unite and make him their nominee and re-elect him. But he will find that I will have so many of them disfranchised by that time in all the doubtful states that they won't cut any figure." The control over himself exercised by the secretary was, he thought, amply recompensed, for this was the first really confidential talk that he had listened to since the demand for the $1,000,000 had been made. He laughed aloud. "What are you laughing at?" demanded Craggie fiercely. "Just laughing to think how the political economists and newspapers have puzzled their brains and failed to find the reason for the startling increase of the uncast and purchasable vote." "Ha ha!" he laughed again, and the president forgot his anger and joined in. And then they resumed their tour of inspection and let the strike drag on its weary way, for Mr. Craggie's sole hope from that day was to starve the strikers back to work. And it is shown by the books of the strike committee that it was at this very time that contributions in sums varying from $1 to $100,000 began to come in from different parts of the country, sent through the ordinary mail, and with no clue to the sender. Mr. Endy also secured many large contributions from rich men who feared or disliked Mr. Craggie, and some from those who gave in order to strike at the system, and because of this, although there was considerable suffering, it was not as severe as in many previous and smaller strikes. And so New Year's Day came and passed with the strikers still resolute, Mr. Craggie still on his tour of inspection and more determined and obstinate than ever, the supply of iron and steel almost exhausted, and the stock of the corporation down to 60, fallen from 210. Above all, the board of directors of the Iron and Steel Company were becoming somewhat restless, for many of them depended on the dividends of the company for their income, and they now began to realize that there would be no dividends for 3 months more, even if the works should start at once. But they thought they were helpless, since Mr. Craggie and his retainers held a majority of the stock. It was at this time, when Nettie seemed fully recovered and Mr. Endy was able to see company, that invitations for a meeting to take place in his library were sent out to certain gentlemen. He had not been convinced by any or all of Annie Arndt's socialist arguments, but clung tenaciously to his long-cherished plan.
He delighted in the young girl's society and conversation, for she was as wise and witty as she was beautiful, and she listened with untiring patience to his unfolding of his plan and his reasons for thinking that it would do the work he intended. And she had fallen into the habit of taking her daily outing by walking over to the mansion and talking to him. She was wise. She made no attempt to argue with her brother, and when Kennedy, whom she never missed a chance to converse with on the subject, demanded the reason, she plainly stated that she never wasted her breath, that Mr. Craggie's methods of trying to defeat the workers would inevitably convert her brother before the strike was over. These invitations were to be mailed on the 14th of January, and for the purpose of attending to it, Arndt arrived at the mansion early in the morning. This was the second day after Nettie appeared downstairs, and no sooner did Mr. Endy see Arndt's face than he exclaimed, "What is the matter, Charles? Nothing wrong with the strike or the folks?" "No, sir. The matter is entirely personal, and I want to speak to you about it." "Before you say another word, Charlie, I want you to look at the envelope on the desk." As he picked it up, Arndt saw that the handwriting on it was Mr. Endy's own, and the letter said simply, "I beg the man who has been more than a son to me in these trying days to give me the pleasure of seeing him use the enclosed sum in fitting up a proper home for his sweetheart, or in any way that he may prefer. Robert Endy." And the check was for $10,000. Arndt, who was a very proud man, drew back a step and was silent for a moment, and then he said, "I do not think, sir, that I have deserved that you should think that I am serving you for gain. I cannot." But Mr. Endy stopped him with a gesture of the hand as he replied kindly, "Neither do I think that I have deserved to have you say that I think so. Money, to any sane man, means only the ability to purchase a certain amount of pleasure, or, if you prefer, happiness. With each man this happiness takes a different form. Mine consists, largely, in seeing other people happy. I have a son who, today, is unable to be happy, and I am correspondingly miserable. Money does not seem able to help him. You will not deny me this pleasure, my boy. Now, it is Robert's wish, as much as mine, that you should accept this small token of the affection we both feel for you. Put it in your pocket, and do not even say thank you. I would have given Nettie a like amount, but she does not need it. She is quite a rich woman today." Upon an exclamation of surprise from Arndt, he said, "Yes, I cannot tell how it has escaped my mind so long, but I never once thought about the estate left by Angus MacDonald until yesterday, when Kennedy made some remark about it. Then it flashed upon me that I had MacDonald's will in the safe, and we got it out, and Kennedy took it up to Clyde and proved it. The lapse of time will do no harm, owing to the nature of the will. It was made immediately after Kennedy told him of his actual condition. Like the canny Scotchman that he was, Mac had put off parting with $1 of his hard earnings and accumulated interest until the last moment, and even I, who had made many of his investments for him, was completely surprised to find what his estate totals. He wasn't very hard in his judgment of us millionaires, if you remember. Had a sort of fellow feeling for us, you know. He had a little nest egg when he first came to this country, and I always paid him good wages, which more than sufficed for their simple way of living. He leaves the tract of woodland on the edge of Steelton to the city for a public park and pleasure ground, and he says in the will nothing to you personally, since you are to get it and everything that he loves, after all. The entire estate, with that exception, goes to Nettie, encumbered only with the remark that she knows all the charities which he would like to aid, and that he leaves to her the pleasure of the distribution of as much as she wishes to give. He goes on to state the absolute truth, that heredity had been too much for him, that he had not been able to part with the money in his lifetime. The will is in his handwriting, and is characteristic of the man, honest, even to giving to the world to see plainly the one defect in his character. Nothing whatever was said by Arndt about the check which he still held in his hand, but to those who know the man it will be no surprise that the paper published in Steelton the next day contained a statement that the Board of Managers of the public hospital greatly acknowledged the receipt of $10,000, which they would use, first, in paying off the present debt, and second, in extending their building according to the expressed wishes of the giver, whose name they were not at liberty to mention. In regard to the will, Arndt said, "I am glad that he finally gave the land for the park himself. We talked it over often. It was the only property that I knew he possessed except the small home place on the river road. Of course, Nettie would have done it in his name, but I am glad he did it himself. As for my getting Nettie, I am not so sure about that, as you know. She has never said a word about what occurred on the night of her father's death, but she may some day remember it all. And indeed I would long ago have mentioned it to her so as to know just where we stand, had not Kennedy expressly warned me against doing so. And now I am thankful that I did not." Mr. Endy looked inquiringly at him, but Arndt gave him not a word of explanation and simply folded the check and placed it in his pocket. Then he took the hand which was extended to him as his friend said, "Thank you, my boy, thank you." And after a moment Arndt said, "But that was not at all what I wanted to talk about. I am in trouble as to what is best to do with Nettie and Annie. Nettie is now well enough to come downstairs. The nurse has to return to the hospital tomorrow to take charge of another case, and it will not do for the two women to be alone in that house. And you know that Mr. Endy laughed heartily at him and said, "You might have trusted the ladies to avoid any unpleasantness, my boy. As soon as I heard from your sister that Nettie would soon be able to be about, I made arrangements to carry out a cherished plan of mine. Your sister has ably seconded me in the matter, and I hope that you will not oppose me. Here is a letter from Robert, which I think explains it all and says some things about you that I wish you to see." So Arndt read: "In Prison Clyde, January 13th, 1900. My dear Father, the letters you have sent me since your partial recovery have almost reconciled me to the enforced idleness which would otherwise have eaten out my life. I hope that the day of release will come soon. In fact, I am seriously considering having my attorneys have the case tried at the next sitting of the court. For though Arthur assured me some time ago that he had evidence enough to clear me and would thereafter spend all his energies on finding the real criminal, so as to make a trial of my case unnecessary, he seems to be no nearer attaining that than he was on the first day, and certainly the public clamor has now quieted to the point where my witnesses would be given an impartial hearing. But I will candidly confess that I dread the whole business, and while in this place I have spent my time in studying the methods of our courts and juries, and have about concluded that an absolutely fair and unbiased verdict is rarely rendered. Oh, for some method or system by which we would cease the cutthroat competitive system which makes us criminals. My views of life are changed. Arndt has faithfully told me all your plans. I thoroughly believe in the views you hold, and I feel sure that hereafter you and I can work hand in hand for the good of all. In regard to your last, I have only to say that I approve of every detail of your proposition except as to the amount you propose to give Arndt. I would double that or quadruple it. You certainly cannot realize what his visits to this prison have meant to me when you mention $10,000. In the first days of my confinement, his was the voice that brought me the assurance of ultimate freedom, although I had but a moment before refused his outstretched hand, and his words of cheer came to me when I stood with my back toward him. These visits of every other day during these soul-crushing weeks have a value for which our united fortunes would be too small to pay. So please change the amount.
The rest of your plan is perfect, and may I soon be released to enjoy its consummation with you. Nettie has always seemed like a daughter to you, I know, and I am rejoiced that she has agreed to your plan and will soon be living with you. Of course Arndt's sister will be with her. I do not remember her at all, for their home was broken up when his father failed, and after that she lived, so Arndt informs me, with her grandmother in St. Louis. But I suppose you already know more about her than I do, judging by your letters. Being Arndt's sister, she is sure to be all right, and since Miss Nettie will need a companion in that big house, you must persuade Miss Annie to give up the nursing of the public for as long as you possibly can. As for Arndt continuing as your private secretary, that, I am sure, would be very pleasant for you and agreeable to all of us. But I am almost certain that when once those works start again, he, as well as I, would not be content anywhere except within hearing of the roar of the furnaces and the crashing of the forges and hammers. You know, the rush of active life gets into the blood, and at nights I dream only of standing where the hammers are ringing and the locomotive is going together piece by piece. An idle life to him who wants it. I have had vacation enough for many a year. Take care of yourself for my sake. It will require many years of happiness on your part to make up for the time I neglected you and did not know the value of a father's love. My constant prayer to the eternal powers is that I may be able to avoid giving you cause for suffering or unhappiness in the future. Be sure to persuade Arndt to live in the mansion with you. I will hold him responsible for the welfare of all of you. Lovingly, your son, Robert. As he folded the letter and handed it back to the father, the latter took his hands from before his eyes and said, "It is a good letter. There was never a truer saying than it's an ill wind that blows no one any good. I have been a lonely old man, but from this day I shall be lonely no more." And he was right, for Kenedy decided that they had better take advantage of the mildness of the air and the bright sunshine, and so Nettie and Annie arrived in the closed carriage about the middle of the afternoon, and the mansion seemed to be made bright and homelike by their very presence. And after that, what joy and happiness the days and evenings held! No matter how vexatious and arduous the duties of the day, there was always the memory of the preceding evening and the anticipation of the one to come. And those evenings in the long disused drawing room, surely, as Rollin said, surely no one will ever forget such music as the ladies make. And he was even heard to whistle, which made Mr. Endy laugh heartily as he jokingly threatened to discharge him on the repetition of the offense. But the happiness was not complete, for Robert announced that he had decided to not come to trial at once, provided his attorneys could secure a continuance of the case. Of course, court would not be in session until the 1st of March, and in the meantime Arthur might succeed in his search. Robert confided to Arndt that upon his directing Arthur to have his witnesses ready, he was astonished at being informed that they had disappeared, and that the detective had in reality been employing almost all his skill and time for weeks in an endeavor to trace them. It was evident that someone had been using both money and influence against Robert. And from this moment they were compelled to recognize the fact that Robert's position was really dangerous, and that of his friends became painful. Other detectives were put to work looking for the missing witnesses, without stating what they were wanted for. This was done through Arthur, and he devoted himself entirely to seeking for the would-be assassin, and money and effort was not spared. The actual state of the matter was, by the orders of Dr. King, carefully kept from the knowledge of Mr. Endy, and he accepted their statement that Arthur was on the trail of the criminal, who would be scared into taking flight if Robert presented the evidence of his innocence. So it came to pass that the 23rd of February, the day for the meeting called by Mr. Endy,
found the mansion lively enough. The presence of 2 such women in any house would be certain to have that effect. The invitations had been sent to every rich man holding stock in the corporation who was known to be in any degree favorable to the cause of the workers, and it explained that they were asked to come to Mr. Endy's residence, since it was important that he should be present, and his state of health would not permit him to be exposed to the weather. As many as were within reasonable distance responded personally, and there were some who said by letter that they would stand by anything that might be decided upon. Old friends of Mr. Endy commenced to arrive early in the day, and from then on until 1 o'clock, the hour named for the meeting, each train brought others, till it became doubtful whether even the large library would comfortably hold them all. They were well entertained, and Mr. Endy enjoyed it all thoroughly, though he admitted to Arndt that he was a trifle anxious as to whether they could all be brought to look on the plan, his cherished plan, favourably. Arndt reassured him, saying, "Their only alternative. They will accept. It is your plan or none for them, so far as I can see." But by the time they were all seated, Mr. Endy found that it would be too much for his strength to address them himself. In reality, the anxiety as to what they might do in regard to his proposition had made him very nervous. For this reason, when he was wheeled into the room in his big office chair, he was obliged to say, "Gentlemen, although I had intended to state my case to you personally, and did not address you by letter or circular for that reason, more than for the sake of secrecy, I find that I will be compelled to ask Mr. Arndt to speak in my stead. He is thoroughly conversant with my views and plan." Arndt, as he arose, attracted the attention of every man. Many had already met him, and all knew of him as a strike leader. He had always been a notable man, both in appearance and manner, and the months of daily association with his friend had added to him those indescribable touches of refinement we sometimes find in the possessors of wealth. He addressed them easily and naturally. "Gentlemen, it is very difficult to speak for another and keep one's own opinions out of sight, yet this is just what Mr. Endy desires me to do. My task might, possibly, be easier were I to simply state the plan proposed, but Mr. Endy desires that although you are called together for a strictly business meeting, you be made acquainted with the line of thought which causes him to adopt the method he has chosen as the one most applicable under present circumstances. He has here a collection of books, unrivaled in the world, on the subject of the solving of the problem which has confronted mankind ever since one man found himself possessed of more property than his fellow. Here on these shelves are as many solutions or attempted solutions as a 10 years' search has been able to bring together. You, of course, are familiar with many, if not most, of those plans, and I shall only state that Mr. Endy has studied each and all of them thoroughly, and has ended by rejecting many of them absolutely, and combining the best features of others into a system which he thinks will, at least, fully meet the present situation. Here Arndt proceeded to give a very fair and clear presentation of the plan, and then continued. Now, Mr. Endy, in order to put that plan into actual operation, has already acquired control of almost a majority of the stock, either by purchase or by proxies. But he wishes to have more than the financial support of the stockholders. He wants their moral support. For this reason he has fully stated all this. If you approve of the plan, the first step will be to secure the remainder of the proxies needed, and then to retire President Craggie and his board of managers at the meeting which takes place on the 1st of March. Here Arndt sat down, and there ensued much discussion and figuring, and for a time it appeared that there was great uncertainty as to the result. But after asking Mr. Endy personally a few questions, Mr. Martinvale, known to all as Mr. Craggie's rival, arose and said,
I'm going to stand by Mr. Endy in this matter. I have no love for anything which contains the elements of the proposed plan, namely, profit-sharing and issuing stock in small denominations with inducements to the workers to buy. I make no pretensions to anything of the kind. But I see clearly that we had better take less in the shape of dividends than to have the men striking on our hands every once in a while, as they have done ever since Mr. Craggie has been in control. It is either that or a glutted market all the time. I am not going to let him remain in power if I can help it. If he is allowed to run things in his grab-it-all style much longer, he will make socialists enough to let them elect a president and Congress, and then we would have to fight. For I say candidly that I would never stand by idly and see a socialist government instituted in this country. I, and all of my class, I am sure, will fight first."
He was interrupted by several, saying that they were not discussing that point at all.
"Neither am I discussing it. I am simply stating my reasons for the action I am going to take. I am going to support the movement with all the stock I now have and all that I can buy. If any of you gentlemen do not feel constrained to go in with us, I will purchase his stock at an advance of 5 points over the market this afternoon. Does anyone wish to sell?"
As he looked around the room, man after man said, not I, sir," until he turned to his host with a genial smile and said,
"I think you ought to be satisfied with the verdict. Even though we don't profess to love your plan does not go far enough. If the contention of the socialists is right, then the full product of the men's work belongs to them. But if I am right, then, while I may make more concessions to them, it is poor business to give them more than I must. Now, I see that we must do something, and you are in a position to set the workers at producing things again. And I am tired of this no profit, which is what we always get when they quit work. I desire to express to you, both for myself and the assembled company, our complete confidence in you and our perfect willingness, under the circumstances, to give your plan a fair trial. And when I state that there were 3,000 shares of stock offered in New York this morning that found no taker, even at a decline of 50% from par, I think you will be able to better grasp the significance of the fact that not one of your guests will part with his holdings. You certainly should be satisfied."
Thank you," said Mr. Endy, but there was a tone of bitter disappointment in his voice, and he appeared very weary. Arndt noticed this at once and asked them all to excuse his friend and wheeled him to his room, where he left him under the care of Rollins while he went down to assist in the departure of the guests. When he re-entered the library he found most of the gentlemen waiting to hear of Mr. Endy's condition, and Mr. Martinvale seemed much relieved when Arndt stated that he seemed to be resting comfortably and that he expected no serious results. Then he added, "But I must inform you that his attending to this matter personally at this time was against the wishes of his physicians, and it was deferred until the last moment by their express orders. His life is bound up in his plan. He has thought and studied on nothing else for years. His sole aim is to benefit humanity and prevent what many think inevitable." Martinvale replied,
I see. I should not have spoken my mind so plainly. I am glad to know, Mr. Arndt, that you have stood out steadfastly against the socialists in the Union. You may rest assured that when the works are set running and the present management replaced by men who will never ask a workman to tag himself like a chattel, we will not forget your services and—"
Arndt interrupted him. "Gentlemen, I speak to all because none of you repudiated the sentiments expressed a short time ago by Mr. Martinvale. I have stood out against my socialist friends for many years. I have, since this strike commenced, been making a thorough study of their position for the first time. I have had enough experiences during this strike in heading off the utterly lawless methods of Mr. Craggie to make a socialist of any thinking man.
Doubtless I would have numbered myself with them had it not been for the arguments and entreaties of Mr. Endy, for he assured me that the rich, as a class, did not and would not approve of anything directly unlawful. I, however, have this day heard the second most influential and wealthy man in the United States openly and candidly avow that in the event of the Socialist Party succeeding legally in electing a president and Congress, he and his class intend to start a civil war to prevent that legally elected president and those legally elected officials from taking their seats. I thank God that you are Mr. Endy's guests and not mine. Otherwise, I would not be privileged to tell you that within the last hour I have found out who are the traitors in this country. I will never again work for you, gentlemen. When those mills start, I shall use all my time, strength, and money in fighting the system that breeds, rewards, and protects rich men. My only regret is that having heard that expression of sentiments in a private meeting in my employer's home, I shall not be at liberty to publish it broadcast." And without offering to assist any of them in their departure, he turned and left the room. He was, in fact, much more anxious about his friend's condition than he had stated, but he did not wish to appear as an alarmist, and so made as light of it as possible. He felt certain that King was already almost at Steelton, for when Mr. Endy was compelled to request him to speak in his stead, he at once telegraphed to Clyde, stating the situation. He had also sent for Kenedy, but Kenedy, at the time the message reached him, had just started a surgical operation at the hospital. It was therefore with a sense of great foreboding that he went to the front door to look down the avenue to see whether King was in sight. Instead of King, he noticed in the distance the messenger from the telegraph office coming at full speed, and so he waited at the open door as the guests, one after another, passed him without a word. The telegram was for him, and as his eyes took in the news, he exclaimed, "Thank God!" and hastened toward Mr. Endy's room. For all that Arthur said was, "Got my man. Robert released. Prepare Mr. Endy." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Recording Angel by Edwin Arnold BRENHOLTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 18. The Devil Incarnate would still be partly human. Homely Truths. Mr. Craggie, although he had been, on the day preceding the commencement of this strike, the most powerful personage in America, was in reality a very ordinary man. The men who accumulated the beginnings of the vast fortunes during the last century would not have been weak enough to have fallen victims to a Chambers. They had come out from the working class. Craggie's one special boast was that he was a successful businessman, but in reality it would have taken even a worse manager than he to have prevented the millions handed down to him by his father from rolling up daily and hourly into the fortune which, by the time he was able to take complete control of it, was so great that no dozen families could possibly have spent or squandered the daily income. And Craggie made a boast that he never gave away anything. Still, he was shrewd enough to realize that he had better not antagonize a man who held so many weighty secrets in his head as did Chambers, and after hearing the secretary express himself as he did about Mr. Endy, he constrained himself for several days to pretty decent treatment of that man, and vented his ever-increasing rage at the way the strike was going against him on whoever else came handy. Chambers smiled sardonically when he noticed this, and from that moment, although in presence of others he was the same deferential, low-voiced, courteous factotum, he, in ways utterly indescribable, made the life of the president when they were in private what Craggie himself called a hell on earth. 100 times each day he resolved to discharge Chambers, but he did not dare trust the fellow out of his reach. And yet the daily sight of him, the daily contact with this man who had proved, even to his satisfaction, that in brains, in the management of men, and in most other things he was vastly Craggie's superior, had become so galling to the president that it seemed impossible to be endured. But how to get rid of him without murdering him he did not know. He never seriously entertained the thought of murder, but there was one moment of special exasperation when Chambers coolly reminded him of some bitterly disagreeable truth that the idea did flash across his mind. But then there was the undiscovered friend. And the Secret Service Fund? What a mint of money it was eating up, and how utterly fruitless was the expenditure! He one day insisted on making another attempt to bribe a member of the strike committee. Chambers told him plainly that it could not be done. The next day he had the mortification of having the thanks of Baker printed in the paper, and there, right below it, was the statement that the amount had been turned over to the strikers' treasury. This was too much. He forgot himself and commenced to abuse Chambers. Among other pieces of information he stated that he wished that his secretary was in the infernal regions. "Why, of course you do," was the taunting reply, "but don't be too impatient. I'll get there, all in good time. I expect, though, that I would have been there before now if it had not been for a certain friend of mine who is discreetly absent. You haven't discovered him yet, not yet, let me reassure you. Some day you will, and then—" This last reflection pleased Chambers so much that he reached over the desk and took a cigar out of the president's box, lit and smoked it. Usually he said he preferred his own brand, and besides, he once in a while remarked to the president that he was rather afraid that Mr. Craggie's cigars might not eventually agree with him. But this morning he was so well pleased with his words, or with his thoughts, that he said, as he mixed the cigars before selecting a second one, as he closed his eyes and picked it from the box, "I always did like gambling in every shape and form, and this time I am staking my life on a single draw." Mr. Craggie left the car. The next day 2 detectives were set to work again, and this time Chambers made no protest. But during the course of the week Mr. Craggie called them into the car and gave them a scoring for having accepted money from Chambers. He was too angry to notice that Chambers, who was apparently paying no attention to the affair, once in a while glanced up from his writing and winked to the men over the president's shoulders. They did not attempt to defend themselves and were promptly discharged, and after they had left the car, Chambers soothingly remarked, "Now that was sensible. We will be ever so much more comfortable without them. It never seems quite pleasant or homelike with spies around. A detective seems very like a snake to me, and besides, they were so expensive. They insisted that you were paying them very liberally, and so I had to be even more generous." By this time Chambers showed openly that he was enjoying the situation. Mr. Craggie's conduct, words, and appearance indicated clearly that the enjoyment was confined strictly to one man, but that one evidently got enough pleasure out of it to have satisfied a regiment. In reality, it was only the next week that he felt impelled to state that fact to the president. He worked around to it by saying that at first he had thought that he had paid too dear for his secretaryship, a situation which he was permitted, by the blessing of Providence and the kindness of his hearer, to occupy solely because of his merits. "But I will tell you candidly," he continued when the president glared at him, "that it is cheap at the price. The $200,000 I gave up was a lot of money,
But what with the pleasure of your society and the increase in salary, I figure that I am pretty near even, and if it be permitted me to add the delight I find in stating truths and unadulterated opinions to the most powerful man in the world, without a sentiment of fear or the trembling of an eyelash, I am uncountably ahead." Although the inspection was not nearly complete, Mr. Craggie ordered a return to Clyde, where, by assuming personal management of the strike, he would be able to fill the day with conferences with his superintendents and managers, and thus would be able to prevent having to listen to such things. But when he heard that order given, Chambers smiled even more sardonically than before, knowing how greatly his chief detested coming in personal contact with his underlings. From that moment Chambers seemed to be repentant, and took no advantage of the hours while they were on the homeward trip. Even after their arrival at Clyde his good conduct continued, until Mr. Craggie, being heartily sick of going into details with his lieutenants, remarked that the air of Clyde never had agreed with him, and that he proposed to finish the inspection, and gave Chambers orders to have all things in readiness the next day. Chambers laid down his pen and looked squarely into the president's eyes as he remarked significantly, "The trip was the most delightfully enjoyable that any mortal ever took, but I am rather tired of traveling now, and I would like to rest." Now, this was the very day the public became aware that Mr. Craggie was selling iron and steel stock, and it was this fact that sent it down to 60. The telegram which was handed to the president at this moment informed him that the bottom was out of the market. This, together with the insubordination, was the proverbial last straw. Mr. Craggie cursed Chambers to his face. He did it only once. Chambers made no reply, but quietly arose and put on his hat and coat and walked towards the door. He came back to the desk and mixed the cigars in the box, picked one at random and lit it. "Where are you going, Chambers?" the president demanded. "That work must be—" "Mr. Chambers, if you please, sir. I have no objection, none whatever, to informing you that I am going to hunt up my friend who took down your exceedingly interesting conversation with Johnson. I merely wish to ascertain whether he can reproduce that conversation from memory. He has a most remarkable memory, Mr. Craggie, almost a phenomenal memory, in fact. Once let him hear a word or sentence, and I've never known him to forget a syllable of it." Here he walked to the door and stood with his hand on the knob, waiting for the president's reply. At the mention of those fatal stenographic notes, Mr. Craggie fairly boiled over. As Chambers looked he became thoroughly convinced that he had stirred up the final eruption, but he seemed to be well pleased with the situation. The president paced up and down the car with rapid strides and said furiously, "That's exactly what I've been expecting all along. There is said to be honor among thieves, but one need not expect it from you. I wish to God that I had followed Johnson's advice the first day, and dared you and your infamous friend to do your worst. Johnson warned me of this very thing, and if it had not been for that cursed fool, whoever he was, who attacked Endy that night and so almost put a halter about my neck, I would have defied you quick enough." Here the secretary took advantage of the president's being out of breath and having to pause, and remarked soothingly as he resumed his chair, "We, most of us, have spilled considerable milk in our time, but I believe it is universally conceded to be unwise and wasteful to cry over it. Never do it myself. Every one of your remarks is true. I remember an old saying which goes something like this: if Cleopatra's nose had been shorter, the face of the whole world would have been changed. Now, if it had not been for your little afternoon's enjoyment as you bragged to Johnson of your achievements and intentions, and if you hadn't dropped your voice and put your head so close to Johnson's at a point that didn't amount to a hill of beans anyhow, according to the statement of both of you, and if my friend hadn't been so unkind as to stop his interesting narrative at the very point which you and Johnson insist would have cleared you, and if you hadn't fooled Johnson by letting him go back in an ordinary train while you coolly traveled over the same route as far as Steelton in style, and if you had not been such a fool, to use your own words, as to have slept that night of all nights at Steelton, and if you had been able to prove an alibi, and if, let me tell you, Mr. President, if is pretty nearly as small a word as well could be, but it's the only thing in the entire universe I am afraid of. It makes the difference at last between heaven above and hell beneath. I once took an afternoon stroll with one whom I loved, as I never before or since have loved, and we planned a beautiful and useful and pleasant existence together for years to come. We forgot if, inside of half an hour after our return, that one had died a suicide's dishonored death. No, it will not do to forget if. And the secretary threw down his cigar, took off his hat and coat, and resumed his writing where he had left off, just as if nothing out of the usual had occurred. There was silence in the car until he finished his work, and all this time he looked very solemn. Never once in all these months had Chambers neglected the duties of his office. His work as private secretary had been excellent in all the preceding years. Now it became perfection. His stenographic notes were taken at a speed which even Mr. Craggie, who from long practice had become an expert dictator, could not keep ahead of, and his work was so clear and easily read that once the president, in spite of his dread of the man, made the remark that if he kept on improving he would soon surpass the sneak thief, as he spitefully called the secretary's friend. As Mr. Craggie sat there looking at him this morning, he could not but recall the answer. "Yes, sir, thank you. I don't think he today is much more expert than I, but then he's entirely out of practice. I saw him the other day, and he assured me that he had not taken down a single word since the last one he took of yours before leaving the car. Don't have to, you know. He is well able to take a prolonged rest. In fact, may never do anything more difficult than talk in future. I myself might have been able to go abroad, as you are aware, but I could not bear to tear myself away from you and your society, and besides I'd have missed the work. I've been in the harness too long to stop until the end comes. I enjoy seeing a well-finished piece of work, no matter if it only be the digging of a grave. Let the walls be plumb and smooth, and I enjoy the finishing. I am really sorry that you have not enjoyed these last months as much as I have. I am just as sorry as any fish ever was when he ate the other fish for dinner, and I don't forget that there is a bigger fish in the pond who may, and probably will, eat me in due time. I suppose if there could have been a universe constructed in which no one would have had to provide the materials for the other fellow's meal, and that out of his own body, it would have been arranged that way. I am really sorry it wasn't. But on the other hand, I am not like the Strikers or Arndt or Endy. I've no use for that kind. Before I came to you I had. Now you please me much better. They are either enthusiasts who cannot see but one side of the case, or they are knaves. I call every man dishonest who declaims against existing conditions, and at the same time helps those conditions to exist, by his vote or otherwise, in the hope that some day he or his may be able to get the benefit of those conditions.
Socialism is an undoubted solution, and would end all the suffering and crime which grow out of the present inequalities of station and wealth. But these very workers will have none of it, and never will have, unless you are foolish enough to deprive the middle class of its holdings and push the farmers to the wall. They don't want equality, in spite of all their talk. That was a fine idea of yours, Mr. Craggie, to publish so-called interviews of so-called self-made men, which always say, plainly or by implication, "Go thou and do likewise. There's a chance for every man to do as I have done." That was really as brilliant a thing as ever you conceived, but it is a constant source of surprise to me that the public have never seemed even to suspect that you are financially interested in all those publishing houses. Yes, it was a brilliant thought. That hope has done more to prevent your unjust laws being upset than all the money you ever spent on the legislatures. The working men say little or nothing when their representatives make those laws, and they permit them to remain on the statute books and operate to their present disadvantage, and they would do neither if they did not hope and expect to personally get the benefit of them. When they actually want equality and the brotherhood of man, they will get them fast enough, and in spite of us. Now, I don't believe there is pie enough to go around and keep me and a few others of large capacity with full stomachs. A half-filled breadbasket may suit the men who are going to win this time, but it would not suit either of us, Mr. Craggie. Something or somebody gave you and me an immense capacity, and we are going to live up to our natures and have that capacity fully satisfied, if it takes the death of 500,000 small fry to provide the meal. Ain't that the way, Mr. President? And Mr. Craggie remembered the talk so perfectly that he was not one whit surprised when, as he reached the conclusion of his thought, Chambers looked up from his work and said, "Yes, I am sorry for the small fry. Ain't you, Mr. Craggie?" And that remark made the president notice that Chambers was clearing his desk rapidly and with even more neatness and accuracy, if that were possible, than ever before, and in spite of his rage, the man could not but take pleasure in the way the work was done. When the last letter was written and the last envelope sealed and placed in the mail bag which hung against the side of the car, Chambers lit one of his own cigars and leaned back luxuriously in his chair and said, "This life in a car suits me exactly. It fits me all over. I never liked hotel life. Have to brush up against too many people to please me. Have the same feeling that you have in the matter. Like to choose my company. Would be sorry to leave you, but," and here he spoke slowly and very emphatically, "but one must retain one's self-respect, and when a man curses me, I always either kill him or let him apologize. I never touch him with my hands either. This morning I was just going to jog my friend's memory, you see, but as I stood at the door I thought of all the many pleasant days you and I have had together, both before and since the Endy episode, and I concluded that the latter way would answer this time." He paused, took the cigar from his lips, looked straight at Mr. Craggie, and waited. Mr. Craggie apologized. "That's sufficient between gentlemen. That incident's closed," remarked Chambers as he arose to take the mail bag to the door to give it to the conductor. But he was mistaken. Mr. Craggie had paid $800,000. He had been badgered daily for nearly 4 months. He had been beaten at every point by the strikers. His cup was full. When he apologized to Chambers, it ran over, and he was a dangerous man. Too dangerous for even a devil to tackle. He made no remark as Chambers left the car, but that apology stuck in his mind, and he heard himself repeating the words in which he had assured Chambers of his sorrow that, in a moment of anger and irritation, he had been guilty of using language unbecoming an officer and a gentleman, words which had been dictated by Chambers, and which repeated themselves so often in the president's mind that at last he realized the enormity that had been committed. That he, Gustavus Adolphus Craggie, multi-millionaire and president, had apologized to his secretary. And then there came a look in his eyes that should have warned any man that it was time to run away. But although the secretary examined the face of his chief and saw the look, he only remarked as he resumed his seat, "I would like to take a little vacation this afternoon, if you have no objection, Mr. Craggie. Private business of great importance to the country to attend to, you see." Mr. Craggie was too angry to say anything, so the secretary proceeded. "Now, I always like to leave a clean table behind me. Therefore, I will say, in regard to your passing remark about honor among thieves, that you seem to have forgotten our agreement. You will please correct me if I misquote. I was to guarantee that every scrap of paper on which my friend's notes had been taken had been either destroyed or delivered to you. Now, I always have prided myself on two things: the accuracy of my language and the fact that I never tell an unnecessary lie. Please note, my friend's memory was not even mentioned, and it will never be invoked unless I am either in danger or die a violent death. My friend's memory could not have been silenced for 10 million, as you know. I am sorry to have to allude to this matter, but every part of my agreement has been lived up to the letter." Mr. Craggie said sullenly and as though reluctantly, "Go if you want to." Late that afternoon, Chambers walked into the office of Chandler and jovially said, "You notice I'm alive. Thought I'd just bring my daily report in person. Is the evidence satisfactory?" "Perfectly, but both you and your chief look rather the worse for wear." "Well, what can you expect? There's Arndt and Mr. Endy and yourself, to say nothing of over 1 million strikers, and the Almighty alone knows how many people out of work to keep up with, stock way down, and Craggie's temper something awful. You don't expect 2 lone men, living in a car, tramping all over the country, to lay on flesh under such conditions, do you?" "Not much, I'll allow," said Chandler. "Well, so far as Craggie is concerned, I think that he would get fat, and fast enough, if it were not for just one man. And as for me, I would not be able to get in or out the door of the car on account of surplus flesh, were it not that every once in so often the temptation to gamble gets too strong for me, and then I shut my eyes and pick out of Craggie's box a cigar, which may some day be the wrong one." Chandler hastened to say, "Don't let yourself get morbid. I know that the strain is something fearful on both of you, but Craggie is not that kind. He would never kill anyone." "Let me assure you that Craggie has been in an absolutely murderous mood ever since this strike started, and so far as not killing anyone, perhaps not directly with his own hands, he's too big a coward for that, but I know of one man that he murdered, or rather assassinated." Chandler looked incredulous, and then Chambers said, "I have no time to go into that today, but you may rely on the statement, and I will on a future occasion give you the facts and my reasons for keeping silent. As I said, the strain of those moments during which I am waiting, as I calmly smoke that cigar, expectantly waiting, is telling on me. So I have come up here to have you destroy the old power of attorney and drop a new one, which shall read, 30 days after failure to receive a daily letter from me which shall contain the words 'I am well,' or immediately upon receipt of conclusive evidence of my death,
Harry Chandler and Charles Arndt, or either of them, or their legal representative, are hereby authorized, and so forth. When this was properly attended to, with due secrecy as before, Chambers said as he stood at the door, "That makes me feel better. I may be able to live considerably longer if I am able to point out the existence of this document to a certain gentleman. Perhaps it would be just as well to have your clerk make a copy of that and send it to me. No, I'll wait for it." He went back to his chair, and while they waited he talked fluently and brilliantly on general topics, and as he arose to go he remarked, "Well, the strike is nearly at an end. You ought to have seen Craggie when the foreign war conspiracy exploded. Did you ever hear him curse? No? I forgot. He is a church member and does that only in the presence of his God and his secretary. I can tell you, if hating would kill a man, the President of the United States would have been slain by Craggie's hate that day or since. I don't think he's missed a day from that until this in calling him a demagogue and white-livered traitor. He doesn't love Mr. Endy either. Perhaps you had better resume your daily answers. They filled the bill exactly the time before. Did the work to a T. They will make me feel as if I were in touch with friends. It is pretty tough when a man has to ask his lawyer to simulate friendship, because in all this wide world there is not one of his equals who would care if he dropped out tonight. But I'm not complaining. One can't have everything, and I suppose you are correct in saying that love is the proper force. If only I had been born in a world that was built that way. Certainly, fear is not particularly adapted to inspiring love or friendship. Well, goodbye. Think as well of me as you can." And he shook Chandler's hand again, but did not wait for any reply. As he passed from sight, Chandler said aloud, "That man is an enigma. He is too smart for me." During all this time, Mr. Craggie had been very busy. An hour after Chambers was out of sight, his chief began to look anxiously toward the door, and very soon it opened and a remarkable-looking individual made his appearance. Mr. Craggie addressed him at once as Mr. Arthur, and expressed his pleasure that his summons had found him at home. Arthur replied, "Mr. President, I felt confident that you would take advantage of the offer I made you as soon as I was certain that you were not the guilty party in the Endy affair. If you had trusted me then, everything would now be different, and I wish to say that if you do not intend to trust me fully and unreservedly, I do not wish to hear one word. You have had some of the most skillful detectives in the world on this case, and every one that has said anything to me about it tells the same story. You are the man that knows what we must find out before going further." And so the president made a clean breast of the whole affair. The telling of the tale took a long time, and it was not once interrupted by the detective, who took notes in a cipher of his own. At last Mr. Craggie finished, and then Arthur said, "I was correct in one thing anyway. I left you out of the assault business long ago, but I will tell you frankly and plainly that what you proposed would not appear as being so very much better, either to the court or the public, nor does it to me. You rich men have got in the habit of having your own way at any cost, and in order to justify yourselves you give high-sounding names to actions that I call by very short and evil-sounding ones. You must excuse me for speaking plainly. I have a personal regard for Mr. Endy, and this conspiracy against him touches me closely. But this is not the point. I am very sorry you destroyed the notes and the papers Chambers gave you. That was a mistake. Almost as bad a one as could be." And then his hearer took from his pocket some papers, and handing them to Arthur said, "I had to destroy the notes and papers in his sight. He insisted on it, said that personally he cared nothing about the matter, as he freely acknowledged that he had made the copy from the dictation of his friend, but that the principal insisted that nothing should be left in existence which would go to establish the fact that there had ever been any papers sold to me. I simply had to comply, for I have never believed that that devil has done his worst. A man never acts as he has acted who has played his last card, but I got ahead of him to this extent. I made a copy of the translation while he had gone uptown, and before Johnson arrived." "Good," said the detective. "Now I have something definite to work with. Both this man and his accomplice have kept themselves free from any entangling alliances with women, I am certain. Many a criminal has found that to be the weak link in his chain, and I make this remark at this time with the intention of calling your attention to it afterwards. I am absolutely certain of it before we have a single clue as to who the principal blackmailer is." He read the paper aloud. Even Mr. Craggie blushed when he heard his own words read by another. After he had finished, Arthur said, "I don't see how you could have escaped paying. The evidence in his hands being what it was, and a confederate on the outside in possession of the facts which even you and Johnson would have been obliged to admit if put on the stand. And then that damning silence. Who would have believed anything that either of you said after the attack on Mr. Endy was once made? And then this saying, 'If things go wrong, there is always young Endy for a scapegoat.' Why, if you and Johnson had tried to hang yourselves, you could not have done it more effectually than that. I always speak right out, and my clients usually know exactly how a case looks to me, and it appears that way to most unprejudiced minds. Now, let us see whether this paper sheds any light on the matter." "These are exactly your words?" "Exactly," was the reply. "It was as if I could hear myself saying them when I first read it, and I complimented Chambers on the accuracy of the work. The accuracy actually led me into the trap, and before I realized what I was doing I had as good as told him that his friend's information was true. It is as accurate as if a machine had done it." "Machine!" cried Arthur, springing from his chair. "Mr. Craggie, you have said the word right there. That is the key to this whole business. Where does Chambers usually sit?" "Over there," said the president, pointing across the desk. "But there's no machine in existence that can take down a man's words on a moving train and it out of sight." "Never mind about that," said Arthur. "The machine is in existence, for as sure as you and I are here, one took down your words. I see right through this case, as if I had Chambers here telling me how it was done." It was the work of only the moment occupied while speaking these words for Arthur to get to the indicated spot, and as he stooped and looked upward underneath the desk he saw the spring that set the machine operating, and then he whistled softly and said, "Have you a key to this drawer?" "Certainly. All the drawers on this side unlock with the same key. It lies right there on top the inkstand." But when they tried it, they found that it did not unlock that drawer, even if it did open all the others. "Now," said Arthur, "the machine that's been taking down your talk must be an extraordinary one, and it undoubtedly is in this drawer, for Chambers knows a good thing when he sees it, and he has certainly not stopped taking down your conversations. I suppose that by this time he has enough evidence against you to make the country too hot to hold you. You've been in the habit of talking confidentially with him, I infer. I never knew a particularly reticent person who was not correspondingly confiding with someone." "Nothing to amount to anything since the night Endy was attacked," said Mr. Craggie sharply. The detective remarked, "I see. Well, we must not break or tamper with the lock, or he will know that I am after him. We must get hold of this machine, although I expect he will have hidden the records we want. Give me your key to the car, and take him up the road with you tonight on the regular 7:30. And you had better keep your eye on him most of the time, too. In fact, I will send a man whom I can trust to keep him in sight while you sleep. Send your cook and conductor and engineer on a vacation for 2 days." He walked to the cook's room and looked in. "No evidence of any cooking lately." "None on this car," said Mr. Craggie emphatically. "I paid $800,000 for what I thought was heard through this little hole," pointing it out, "and I decided that was enough. I ought to be kicked for not seeing through this. He has as good as told me 1,000 times that it was a machine."
Arthur could not keep from laughing. "Of course he has. That's just Chambers all over. He has simply been playing with you, and I know him well enough to be certain that he has been enjoying even the risk of detection. Fancy his staying with you after swindling you." "He is a devil," said the president fiercely, "but I will be too much for him in the end." "Keep your eyes open. He is pretty shrewd. I don't expect that he ever told you it was a man at all." "You are partly right," said Mr. Craggie. "It was almost always a friend of mine." "I'll bet he paid a pretty penny for the friendship," said the detective as he left the car. It was towards nightfall when Chambers returned, and the president was beginning to become anxious lest he had become frightened and run away. But when he came in sight of the car he was whistling his favorite air from Il Trovatore, and appeared to be in unusually good spirits. He remarked that he hoped that the president had not been lonely or suffered from any lack of excitement during his enforced absence, which he said had been unduly prolonged owing to his having had a farewell interview with his friend, and that he wished to assure his hearer that the silence of his friend was solemnly pledged until after the death of a certain person with whom the president was very well acquainted. Mr. Craggie could not help retorting, "I've had all the excitement that was good for me, I expect." And Chambers expressed neither surprise nor opposition when he was informed that they were to take the regular and travel north all night. He only said, below his breath, as he lit another of the president's cigars, "I got that new power of attorney attended to just in time." End of chapter 18.